Dooby is in the waiting room.
I know. All right,
Hello, hello,
Dooby,
buddy.
you're gonna fight with Short Stack Goblin for my content here because I need to have dinner, and then like if you want, I can talk to
Yeah,
you.
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
Kalina wants to farm us.
Hello.
Let's go.
No, I'm genuinely curious. Like, who are you? Because you said you've known me for years, but I don't
No,
recognize you
what
at all.
what
And I
I
looked
said
up
is I
your
follow you
user
for
ID in
years.
my server, and you had like Mr. Hyde on there in 2022, like the
Yes,
username Mr.
yes,
Hyde. But
yes.
I don't know you, so I'm just
I,
curious.
I, I, I I don't talk to you in your server. I've talked to you like a couple of times in like a Prime panel or something. But I follow you. I like you.
Well, okay, hold on. Why do you think I'm an anti-Semite?
I think that you play devil's advocate for a lot of positions in general, and I
That's
think
true.
that's good. I think that you do it in your server a lot, and I think that's good in your server. I've never actually the only position that I think that you have over the years that you've never like played devil's advocate is playing for the Jews, and it's like you. So I find it very weird that your transition from
Hold
playing
on,
more on
I
the
don't know if
right
you broke
side
up
to
or
more on the left side.
if my headset fucked up or something. You said the only position that you like paused for a
That you
little
are
bit. You said the Jews.
yeah, you are consistent with is like being a little bit anti-Jew
I'm not okay. I'm not anti-Jew, to be clear.
or anti-Israeli. I think that I think it's uncharitable of mine of saying anti-Jew.
Yeah, I hate Israel. That's true. Okay, it's not because Jews or Judaism even. Though to be clear, I do think Judaism is a gross religion. Though I dislike all the Abrahamic
Uh,
religions, and I think they're all
I
pretty
agree.
gross.
I agree. They are pretty bad.
Yeah. So, but I'm just kind of I don't know what me being having criticisms of Israel. They really I only have because I feel like the pro-Israel lobby has a ton of influence in the US that irritates me for a lot of reasons that I can get into if you'd like. If they didn't have that influence, I really wouldn't give a fuck about them. They'd be just another fucked up country in the world, like other fucked up countries in the world with fucked up policies that don't affect me. I don't give a fuck about, right? But because they do affect me in some way, because they, rely on the U.S. so much for, not really for what was I going to for like I wouldn't call it like defensive. The risk side kind of defensive, but they relied on us a lot to kind of be the bully over their shoulder, to protect them in some way. And that really bothers me only because one, I don't like their policies, and two, I think that the things that they push for here in the U.S. and by they I mean the pro-Israel lobby, which is a lot of Christian Zionists, a lot of weapons manufacturers, a lot of massive corporations, and yes, Zionists from Israel who come to the U.S. and advocate for their country, which other countries do. I agree. I don't like the policies of advocate for here. I think they undermine our rights, and that irritates me. So I don't know what me being critical of that country has to do with like this claim that I'm an anti-Semite.
I mean, it's about for me. It's about proportionality. I think that you could make the same argument like about the external policy. You could make the same argument about like Saudi Arabia or some shit.
Yeah, I don't like
And
Saudi
you
Arabia
don't.
either.
Yeah, but do you
Yeah, but
spend as much time talking about them?
Yeah, that's my
I don't
point.
think Saudi Arabia has as much influence in the U.S. As Israel does. I think the pro-Israel lobby has way more influence.
What about
like
what about Qatar? It looks like Trump is really kissing up to them. Do you think that Qatar has any kind of influence in the United States?
But Qatar is a more recent stuff. Like for Saudi Arabia, like whatever war crimes that Israel has done, and Israel has done a lot of war crimes recently. Saudi Arabia has done more, and still.
I don't really care about the war crimes. Why? That's not really my issue with Israel. So I mean, I don't like war crimes. I do think it's bad that people are being killed. Right? I think innocent people in many cases are being killed. But there are many places in the world where this happens. My issue with Israel is that I think that their representatives and their lobby in the United States pushes a lot of policies that I think are very detrimental to my rights and the rights of my country.
So it's IPAC.
For that reason, I speak about Israel more than I do Saudi Arabia. I'm not aware of anything that Saudi Arabia is pushing in the U.S. that comes anywhere close to what the pro-Israel lobby has done.
Hold on? Can I ask a question about that? I'm just curious. What do you mean when you say like, are you? What policies pro-Israel people, like domestic policies, are they pushing in the United States? If you're talking about Christian Zionists, if Israel disappeared tomorrow, those people would still be insane religious right-wing people.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know, why does that matter that they support Israel?
Because the driving force for these people is support of Israel, and many of the policies that they push they push to benefit Israel because they believe that they religiously have some kind of a duty to benefit Israel and to support Israel.
But
so
how is that
I'll give you an example.
How is that Israel's responsibility?
I'm sorry, how what?
How is Israel's responsibility that evangelical Christians have like this weird notion that the rapture will happen once we kick all of the Jews from everyone else and send them to Israel?
To be clear, I don't think that's a belief. To be clear, but I think that
is
Israel
like for the rapture for some
it totally makes sense for them to do this. Hold on, it totally makes sense for them to do this, right? If there's a group within this country that is very friendly toward them, they, as a much smaller country, much less powerful country, have an incentive to encourage that belief, right? Encourage that support.
Wait a minute, though. Here's my problem, though. I feel like you have not connected what I'm saying, because that, again, if Israel disappeared tomorrow, the religious right would still be a huge problem in the United States of America. The fact that they advocate for insane socially conservative policies in the U.S. And by the way, I fucking hate the religious right. I've hated them for a long time. That's like one of the old political views that I still hold on to as my politics have evolved over the years. I hate these people, and they're fucking anti-gay, anti-women shit. And anti-trans shit. I hate all of that crap. But like, I feel like that, I don't think that really, it's not like if they didn't support Israel or if Israel disappeared tomorrow, like those people would still believe all of that insane shit. And I mean, there are also plenty of socially conservative people who, like Tucker Carlson is socially conservative and he is clearly an anti-Semite who hates Israel. So I don't think these two things are really as related as you think they are.
Yeah. So to be clear, I think I don't know if it's my headset or something. Like every so often there's like I think it's like a ping spec or some shit. So I'll look into that on the side over here. But it's just FYI. If I cut off or something, it's probably that.
Okay.
Or if I don't hear something you said, it's probably that.
Okay, that's fine.
But I can hear most of what you're saying, right? It doesn't happen very often. It just seems like it's happening every so often. That being said, so yes, it's true. There crazy religious people on the right are still going to exist. Crazy religious people on the left still going to exist. My issue, primarily with Christian Zionists specifically, is that the crazy religious shit they're pushing is specifically to benefit another country, a foreign nation. I consider this to be treasonous in some ways.
How do you know that? This
is disgusting to me. Now, let me... Well, hold on, because they will say it. When Ted Cruz is asked, right, why he supports Israel, he says it's his religious duty.
Okay.
Hold on. There's another representative, I forget his fucking name, who was asked directly, right, if he had to support the United States or Israel, who would you choose? And he said he'd follow the Bible, which means Israel, right? So, like... Yeah, they're not very like secretive about this. These people are elected representatives, so that really fucking bothers me. Like if they said Saudi Arabia, that also really fucking bothered me, right? That we have elected representatives who are expressing that they believe they have some religious duty to another nation. That's gross to me.
Yeah, no, listen.
Now, I can get into the policies that they push if you'd like me to explain like why I think it's so detrimental.
Okay, hold on. I know. I want you to name domestic policies that you think that they push because that they support Israel, because that I don't think that these two things are as connected as you think they do. And I really don't give a fuck if these guys are like, oh man, but my religion compels me to believe. Because like I said, if Israel stopped existing tomorrow, or if Israel never existed at all, these people would still push all this insane religious shit. So I don't really think these two things are connected. Like, I don't think that people pushing to outlaw abortion in the United States has anything to do with Israel, is all I'm saying.
I never said anything about abortion. I don't know why you.
Can I give you a counterfactual?
I can give you an
domestic policies, unless you're going to talk about anti-BDS
I can give you domestic
laws.
policies. It's no problem at all.
Are you going to talk about anti-BDS laws? Because I can't really think of anything else that, you know.
Yeah, anti-BDS laws, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, the definition within that act is that it's been pushed into other legislation, into other policies. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which you apparently believe in and support, which is fucking ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah, but I do. We can talk about that.
I think that's stupid. But that being used, right, and I think within this definition is totally reasonable and totally common criticisms of Israel, the nation, right? So that criticism being labeled anti-Semitism and that being used to suppress anti-Israel speech because you might get kicked out of college or might get lose a government contract or lose your fucking job because you criticize Israel is wrong, right? Governor DeSantis going to Israel to sign laws that undermine our free speech in Florida, by the way. So he went to Florida. He went to Israel to sign a law for the people in Florida that undermine their free speech to benefit Israel. I think it's fucking disgusting, right? So and these aren't the only policies. There are tons of policies like this all over the fucking country. I think that anti-BDS laws exist in most of the country. Like I'm not, if this exists for fucking Qatar or Saudi Arabia, tell me. I'm not aware of it. And if that does exist for those countries, I'd be opposed to that too. But given that right now, what I'm aware of is just pro-Israel people pushing anti-BDS laws, this definition of anti-Semitism that I think suppresses American free speech. I think these are bad things. I don't think that we should be enabling this or supporting this.
Okay, so let me ask you a question because I'm curious now. Why is it like, I feel like these are all things that you could advocate against without like turning it into just being straight up anti-Israel, because it's not like most of the people doing this are American citizens. They're not citizens of Israel. They're American citizens. And like a lot of this weird support for Israel certainly stems from the religious right in the US and like crazy Christian Zionist people and the insane way in which like religion has like is the extent to which that religion plays like a really big role in US politics, which I don't think it should. I think it's crazy that like that if you're a Republican and you want to get elected or you want to like win, you have to sell out to the religious right and at the very least pay lip service to them. Donald Trump had to do it. All these other people had to do it. And I think that's fucking ridiculous. And it's really bad on the state level too, because that's where that happens. So I don't really understand. Like, why can't you just advocate against that? Why can't you just say, "Hey, I don't like the IHRA definition," but then you're turning it into, "But I also don't like Israel," and then like you're arguing
because
about
Israel's involved in pushing these policies. They not only do they encourage these policies to be passed, they specifically advocate to these representatives who then push these policies in the U.S. that they should advocate for these policies.
Do Israelis
I'll give an
advocate for that,
example.
or do
yes, the Israeli government does. Yes,
American citizens advocate for that.
Okay, the Israeli government advocates for these American citizens who are Christian Zionists typically, but also it's not just Christian Zionists. I think the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. is made up of three main groups, right? That I mentioned earlier. So it's not just Christian Zionists, to be clear.
Can you
I think
the
they're the largest portion in the U.S. That's why Israel has so much influence in the U.S. is because of the Christian Zionists.
Can you list the three groups again?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you list the three groups again?
Sure. So it is Christian Zionists. I think they're the largest group, like I said earlier. I think another major interest that works with the pro-Israel lobby is the weapons manufacturers who make a lot of money through this relationship with Israel and through the weapons that are purchased by Israel from these companies and these memorandum of understandings that the U.S. pushes. And whenever Israel gets some kind of like major military funding, that money goes to U.S. companies, and these U.S. companies have an interest in keeping that going, right? Like obviously, it's billions of dollars a year. And I think that there is also Jewish Zionists in the United States that a lot of them are American citizens. Some of them are not, but many of them are like dual citizens, and they also advocate for this, right? They're like we can look at Miriam Adelson, for example.
Yeah,
Trump $250 million.
Yeah, I'm aware, and I understand that like she cares about Israel. Although, by the way, like if she's a U.S. citizen, which I believe she is, like that is still like her right to do that. Like I don't know what
I'm
exactly.
not saying she doesn't have the right to advocate for another country. I'm saying that I don't agree with it. I don't think that we should be supporting this other country. I think that because she's an American citizen, her favoring another nation is bad, because I don't agree with that. I don't agree with people pushing policies in our country to benefit another nation. I want people to push policies that benefit our nation.
But you are not blaming her directly. You're blaming Israel as a state.
No, I am blaming her. I think she's a bad person for doing this. I disagree with her. Yes.
Okay, well,
No,
I mean,
I think her giving Trump
primarily-
$150 million and then offering to fund his third term, right? His fucking election campaign.
By the way,
campaign for his third
I don't
term
like
is fucking
her
disgusting.
either. She's a crazy, like, fucking, like, insane settlement supporter person.
Yeah, she's nuts.
So both Kalina and I are from countries that don't give a bunch of weapons and subsidies to Israel. If you just said that the U.S. should not give weapons to Israel anymore or whatever, we would be fine with that position. We would be fine with that position.
I'm totally fine with some defensive funding for Israel. Like that's not. I don't think we should just cut them off entirely. I don't think it makes any sense.
But then why would you not want Israel to exist as a state?
No,
or
no,
you want it to
that's
exist
a
as a state
different.
with majority
Oh,
Palestinians?
Hold
who's
on,
speaking?
that's a different discussion. We can get into that in a bit. Right now, like it was just about the whole thing with. So it sounds like the only thing that you or that like your main example of domestic policies that you don't like is specifically like stuff related to the anti-Semitism stuff. But I mean, like I said, like I feel like you could still fight against all of that without like necessarily saying that like or like specifically like going after Israel for that. I mean, like I guess like
No, but it's more.
if you want to, you can, or you could say, I wish that, or like, I don't think Israel should be doing this, but you don't have to advocate for like the end of Israel as a Jewish state or whatever. You could just, yeah,
Well,
that's
hold
all
on.
I'm saying.
That's silly. So I don't agree with ethnostates. I'm an American. I don't believe in like ethnic hierarchies, right? I think it's gross. So if given that these, so it
Are
makes
you
it
against the
extra
existence
extra
of my
bad.
state?
I don't know what your
Are you
state is, but if it's an
for
ethno state and
Portugal?
we're enabling in some way, yes, I'm against that.
Okay. Are you against Spain, France, the United Kingdom, Germany,
Okay, I don't know if you're speaking for
Sweden,
California,
Norway?
but I'm going to talk. Okay.
Okay, so Norway, Sweden, France, Portugal, Spain, Germany, Italy. Are you against all of these states existing?
I don't think those are ethno states in the way that Israel is.
They are. They
You have
have
to
a
support that.
priority. They have a priority. I can talk about my own. We have a priority in our constitution towards our culture and language. We do accept immigration from other countries, but the priority is always towards our culture and language. Same as Israel.
What does that mean? Culture and language. What does that mean?
It's intentionally vague, so it allows for our governments to make changes on the fly about it. So right now we have a
Okay.
right-wing push, so we're curtailing immigration because of it. Generally, the most thing that you will notice is that we give priority to our old colonies for immigration in detriment to other countries because they have our
Okay, I'm sorry.
culture and
Which
language.
country did you say that you're from again?
Portugal.
Okay.
He's Portuguese.
Spain
So-
is the same. Spain is the same. France is the same. Germany didn't have that many colonies.
No, but
so
I
it's
feel like
not-
you're conflating like a nationality and ethnicity, right?
Well,
Which is
I mean,
not. It just doesn't make any sense.
arguably, no, because he said the former colonies, meaning that most of the people who would immigrate from Portugal's former colonies are going to be the descendants of Portuguese colonizers. So technically, like, it's going to be like the same kind of people, you know? Like,
Yeah, it's going to be the people that were raped.
yeah,
It's gonna be people that were raped.
it's
again,
going to
yeah,
be
if
the
they're-
people that we raped, he says.
Okay. Again, if there are ethnocentric policies that create like an ethnic hierarchy in Portugal, I'm opposed to that. I think that's bad. And if the United States is enabling that in any way, I think we
it's
should
not-
stop. And I think
again,
we
it's not-
should encourage you guys not to do that.
To be clear, you also have these policies, but it's not in
No,
Portugal.
that's not true.
No, it is because it's not in
Can you
Portugal.
explain?
Once you are in this country, you are equal to everyone else. They are immigration policies only, and I believe this is roughly the same in Israel. And in the United States, you also have like the quota thing for the different countries have different quotas, and you cannot go over certain quota, which is why Mexicans
That is not at
and
all.
Chinese get
Like,
fucked.
okay, you're massively downplaying what Israel does and what Israel is. So Israel is specifically a Jewish state for the Jewish people and the Jewish culture, the Jewish language, where Jewish settlement is given like is considered like a national. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like a national good or whatever the fuck their term that they use is, right? So and it's like it's for the was it the in something of the diaspora? I forget how it's labeled in the Nation State Act. I'm sorry, the Nation State Law, but it's specifically for the Jewish ethnicity, right? So like saying that, the United States has a quota. The United States has a quota on people from Europe. Well, that's like this. That's the same thing. That's ridiculous. You know, that's ridiculous.
I'm sorry. Once you are a citizen of Israel, do you have less rights because you're not Jewish?
Yeah, you do.
I mean, it's not.
Okay.
Hold on.
Expand.
No, wait a minute. It's not. Listen, Dooby, I know you might like disagree with this or whatever, but like it's not as simple as that. It's not as simple. It's not written into the law that if you're not Jewish, then you don't have this right or whatever. A lot of it is systemic discrimination. So, for example, if you're not Jewish, then it means that you don't have access to the Jewish National Fund if you wanted to like lease a bunch of land from the government because the government owns most of the land. And as such, that means that if you're Arab, then you'll have a harder time doing it. And you'll also get discriminated against in employment and stuff like that. But it's not like it's written in into the laws that Arabs are second-class citizens and Jews are not. Like it, unless you're talking specifically about the nation state law, but that doesn't actually change any laws really. That's like a virtue signal, and it's bad, by the way, to be clear, because it opens the door to other things. No, this is shit that is.
Hold on, hold on. Let me please let me respond to that, because all that everything you just said was ridiculous. So first off, pretending the nation state law is just like a virtue signal is crazy, right? If we had that in the United States, or you had that in Canada, or wherever the fuck you're from, if for like white people, you would be really mad about that. You call that fucking racist,
I would be,
Nazi,
and there are,
et cetera,
hold
right?
on, there are
you call that a fucking Nazi
here.
law, and it is, to be clear, it is that. Hold on, but wait, just really quickly, but back to the the people having like the same rights, right? So as we went over earlier, Arab Israeli citizens cannot bring in their family members on fast-tracked citizenship.
To fast-track
citizenship status, in the same way that Jewish Israelis can. So yes, there are rights that Jewish Israelis have that Arab Israelis do not have.
Yes,
right. So yes, it is true that that you said earlier. Well, it's not like it's in the law that you don't.
For
have
the most part, it's
Jewish.
not
That's just
in
not
the
true.
law. Also, that can be changed.
We agree that
but it hasn't been changed. So currently, it's in the law.
Yeah, but that can be changed, and I think it should be changed. And by the way, like so does like all the left-wing Israelis that are in here too, and they also don't like the fucking nation-state law, and they've been trying to get that shit changed for years, and they protested about it, just like they protested about the judicial reforms and all that other stuff. Like it's not like people are like, you know, like that we support that shit. But when I say it's a virtue signal, what I mean is that it doesn't remove the fact that like in the basic laws, there are things that say that like all citizens of Israel are equal under the law and shit like that. And like the nation state law doesn't repeal that is what that's what I meant by it. But it's
abstract. It's exactly like my constitution saying that it's about the Portuguese culture and language, and it doesn't actually specify what the fuck culture means. It's completely abstract. It's a virtual signal. Same as in my constitution.
The issue with the nation state law is that it opens the door for them potentially enacting other laws later on that could, like Adi just said in chat, there's no practical application of that law yet, but in the future it could be used as a springboard to like do a bunch of bad shit, which obviously of course is what people like Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich literally want to kick out all the Arabs, you know. But the fact that the Supreme Court has oftentimes been helpful.
I think a majority of Israelis want to kick out all the Arabs, including the Arab Israeli citizens.
No, they don't. It's like
because if they wanted, they would have just done it.
No, it's not. Obviously, it's not that simple,
empirical.
Right? So when I say most, I don't mean every single one. I mean it's like over 50%, if I remember correctly. The last polls that came out.
I thought it was like 40% or something. Are you talking about Gazans or are you talking about Arabs?
No, I'm talking about Arab Israeli citizens. I'm talking about Arab Israeli citizens.
What? Kicking out Arab Israeli, also, or Arab Israeli being okay with kicking out?
I don't think most Israeli citizens or Arab Israelis want to leave Israel either. Like they have.
I don't know where that came from.
But you said that the majority want to kick out Arab Israelis, including Arab Israelis, unless you were saying that.
No, I didn't. Why would I say that?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm talking. Okay, what I said is that I think the majority of Jewish Israelis want to expel non-Jewish Israelis.
I don't believe that's true.
I thought it was. I thought it was
there's
like
a poll very recently that came out, but it supports another poll that was in like in 2016 where they found it was like almost 50%. It was like in the 40s, I think was what you were referencing earlier. But in 2025, they did another poll, and it's over 50% of that poll.
Are you talking about that Haaretz poll? No, that was about Gaza. I don't think that's okay. You're not talking
from
about
Israel proper. I don't believe that's true.
I think Gaza specifically, it's like in the 80s.
It's not. That poll was
but I'm talking
bullshit.
about Arab Israeli citizens.
The Gaza poll. The Gaza poll was bullshit because
it was religious bullshit. Like the wording was shit.
The sample.
It was about.
Can you explain?
It wasn't about kicking out. Okay, go ahead.
I can explain. The sample sizing in that poll was like the sample groups was a lot of like religious areas, and the published poll they listed all the questions, but then they didn't necessarily provide the answers to some questions, and the way they asked the questions was shit like about Amalek and stuff. Like it was done in like this really weird way where it seemed like they were fishing for a particular answer. The actual number is probably closer to like 45% or something.
Where are you getting this
So
45% number from?
so
It's
to be more
from the so Haaretz published that poll, and then some other people also published a response in Haaretz where they talked about it, and they said the number's probably closer to 45%. I would have to like give you the article, but they basically talked about why that poll was bullshit. I think that Lonerbox had like some people who spoke Hebrew on his stream who went over like the actual like the original results of the polling because it was in Hebrew.
Yeah, hold on.
in
I
order
saw
to
the
find
translated version
answers
of
to
the.
that.
No, I saw the translated version of the poll. Like we can just like translate it with Google Translate. It's not that difficult, right? So
Yeah, I know, but I'm
but
just
it wasn't.
saying.
if you look at the way they answer questions, right? So I think it was like something like when the air army conquers a city, should they act the way that the Israelites did in Jericho, right? And people know that that means that they kill everybody in the city. And I think it was in the 40s. I said yes.
Yeah,
Right?
so they went to religious people and say, "Do you agree with this religious passage?"
Yeah,
Is
like
the implication that religious Israelis are like genocidal? Like half of them are genocidal?
I mean,
A
like
little bit,
some
yeah.
of them probably are.
Well, hold on. 47% said that they should kill everybody in the city. And I
Yeah,
think the
but
city.
47% of those
of the far
polled.
right religious people. 45,
Oh, okay,
47%
so
of
you
the
just don't like
religious.
polls, apparently. Like,
No,
what
it's
would be a good
not.
sample
No,
size?
we know where the poll because Lonerbox is a stream on this. We know where the poll was conducted. It's not a representative
It
sample of the
wasn't
entire
representative
Israeli
of
population.
the entire
It's like
population of Israeli Jews.
if
Is
you
the
grab
problem.
only the far right Israelis, that's the results.
I
Yeah,
see.
like I
So
think.
do you have a competing poll that actually properly polled the
I mean,
different groups of
think
Israelis?
this question has previously been answered, but
Well, you said it exists, but I've looked for this and I'm
yeah,
not
but
aware of
even
it.
if it doesn't exist, it still doesn't make that Haaretz poll not
Oh, okay.
dog shit.
Yeah, I think just claiming that it's dog shit is like without anything to counter the
No,
findings of the
but
poll.
that's
And these findings, to be clear, line up with the Pew Center's poll like in fucking 2016. And I don't think that polling group is dog shit. So like, it's a little bit. You're like, I don't know where
are
you're getting this from.
are you saying that in 2016 Pew polled Israelis and found that 80% of them want to ethnically cleanse Gaza? Is that what you're
No,
telling
I'm saying
me?
that in 2016 they polled Israeli Jews and found that I think it was just under 50% of them believe that non-Jewish Arab Israelis, non-Jewish Israelis should be expelled.
Okay, that's different than what we were just talking about. I'm not talking about that. I was talking about the poll that said 80% of them want to be kicked out of Gaza, or want the Palestinians kicked out of Gaza. The Pew thing you're referring to is different.
But the poll by Penn State University when you're saying this is like the crazy genocidal religious people, it was like only 56%. Right, so it wasn't that much more. You would think that if this poll is so skewed, they're only going after like this specific crazy group of like religious right wingers. That number would be much higher, right?
No, hold on.
But it seems to be in line with the Pew Center poll. Is more because there's been more shit that's happened. I'm sure after October 7th, they had more Jewish Israelis feeling this way, so the numbers have bumped up. But it's not like 80-90% like you would expect.
The difference that I'm saying is that if that poll like found that 80% of like Israelis, and it looks like from the sample it was like largely religious Israelis, that that they wanted to kick everybody out of Gaza, that's not the same thing as like wanting to like kill them, which is what that question about the Amalek shit implied. So yeah, and like I wouldn't expect 80% of them to respond with "we want to kill them all," you know.
And to be clear, the wording was not Gaza, was the Amalek.
No, hold on. The Amalek thing was like in the 40s. It wasn't 80%.
I know. I never said that it
was.
It was. Do you want to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza? Was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's less extreme than like we want to kill them all. So of course you're not going to get an 80% number for that because that would be fucking ridiculous. But like but like among like more religious Israelis, I can believe that 80% of like religious or like right-wing Israelis want to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza. But I don't like I mean it seems like the sampling of that poll was just really sussy.
Oh, sussy. Okay.
Well, no, I mean like
polling group used by pro-Israel groups before. I think it was used by AIPAC before, right? So I don't think this group is like.
I don't fucking know.
What?
Actually, wait a minute. You know what? Maybe in some ways that might track because maybe AIPAC wants to pull right-wing Israelis. I don't fucking know because AIPAC seems to be pretty right-wing, aren't they? Like AIPAC is the more is the more like hawkish, right-leaning one. J Street is the more like we want two states one. If I understand correctly, like I don't.
Okay. So. Like, hold on, but like
I bet AIPAC would be okay with kicking the Palestinians out of Gaza, by the way. So
sure. Like I wouldn't disagree with that.
And they probably don't think it's bad.
So you believe that AIPAC has been using an intentionally biased polling group for years to support.
I mean, I don't know. I'd have to see some of their other polls.
It's an hypothesis based on the fact that you said that they use these guys. These guys are biased.
Like
I don't know what
I said they're biased, or you said they're biased.
No, I'm saying that these guys are biased. Drops at least in this fucking poll. I don't know if IPAC uses them
I don't know
or not. I don't care about your fucking lobby in your fucking country that has weird lobby laws.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not aware of anything to support any of the claims you guys are making. But let's just give it. It might be true, right? Maybe it's like 40%.
The Haaretz thing.
The point. Yeah, that'd be great. So the point of that me making that statement, like let's say it's 40%, not 56%. The reason I say this is because what you said earlier is, Ben Gvir and Smotrich want to expel them. Yeah, but it's also a pretty sizable portion of Israelis, right? Like if it's 40%, that's a fuck ton of Israelis.
Yeah,
Jews
that's not
want to expel these people.
Yes, that's not good.
But hold on, but the implication, we just say, it's just Smotrich and Ben Gvir. It's like the implication is that it's like a small group of extremists, and it doesn't seem like it is a small group of extremists. It's a pretty large group of extremists.
Okay, then that's I know. 40% of Israeli Jews. Then I mean, yeah, but I guess the answer to that would be like we need to figure out like why, like which of them feel that way because they're fucking paranoid and afraid and like their brains got broken by October 7th or the Second Intifada, and which of them feel that way because of some deep ideological commitment to it. Because I think Ben Gvir and Smotrich have a deep ideological commitment to that, and I don't think that I think that when they would probably like argue to the average Israeli that we need settlements for Israeli security, but that's not why they want settlements. They want settlements because they have an ideological commitment to it, because they think they have a religious right to take settlements. The argument that settlements help Israeli security is bullshit because they don't, and like there's lots of things that you would have to convince Israelis of, and they probably think that it would make us safer if we got rid of all the Arab Israelis living here. And if you want to convince them that that's not the case, then like you have to figure out like which ones believe that because they have a deep ideological commitment to it. And yeah, but I mean I realize that's not what you're arguing. If you want me to walk it back and concede and say it's not as small, but yeah.
Do you ask these questions about like Palestinians who let's imagine
yes, I do ask these questions about Palestinians.
We do. There's Palestinians in the chat right now.
We talk here frequently about how we can de-radicalize like the Palestinians who feel this way, or like the Palestinians who, in fact,
how do you think you can do that? Like, what are your ideas to de-radicalize these people?
I think that if they have self-determination and they get better material conditions, then a lot of them will probably chill, because at the end of the day most people just want to live their lives and raise their kids and not like be fucked with. And therefore, and like this is something that I frequently will argue with against like Israelis who like don't think that's true and who think that if Palestinians get a state then they're just going to keep on trying to destroy Israel. But I don't believe that to be the case. And I also point to the Arab Israelis as an example of that not being the case, because that they are chill, and they've been chill for like 75 years as they've been living in that country, and they generally are doing pretty well. They deal with it, but even with all the shit that they deal with, they're still chill. I think that reforming the education system would also help, but step one is that they need to get self-determination. And then, also I think that Israel needs to change their behavior towards them too. This is what I like to say, okay? Both sides need to do stuff. Israel needs to stop doing settlements. They need to enforce the laws equally in the West Bank, meaning that they need to stop treating Palestinians like second class citizens, even though they're not like actually citizens of Israel. But like they need to actually like punish settlers. They need to dismantle all the outposts, and they need to step back and they need to say, okay, Palestinians, we want to negotiate with you. We would like to negotiate with you for you to get a state.
Yeah.
And we'll
Release
recognize
Marwa.
and we'll recognize that the Nakba is a thing. Or we'll recognize that we did the Nakba or whatever. Or we're willing to do that. And you know, like this deal we had from Taba, it's still on the table. We can use that as our starting position. But I mean, until then, if you come at us, then we'll fuck you up. And then on the Palestinian side, they need to stop doing terrorism, and they need to say, hey, Israel, we're willing to negotiate with you. And then like they can do like civil disobedience or like nonviolent protest shit or whatever. And self-defense against the crazy fucking settlers if the settlers are still coming at them. But like obviously in my ideal world, the IDF would fucking actually, you know, video game those people. And like make them dismantle all their shit.
How would you pressure Israelis to do this, to do any of this? Because it seems to be the case that there's at least like 40% of Israeli Jews who are either ideologically attached to the idea that they need to expel all Arabs, even the Arab Israelis, and another sizable portion who thinks that they just need to outright like kill these people. Right? So
wait.
How do you pressure them to do this without sanctions, without international pressure? Because you seem to be opposed to all those things.
I'm not opposed to all of those things. I just think that you have to do it like right. I don't think that the answer is to literally just like drop sanctions on Israel and then say we're cutting off most of your weapons to you, and also we hate you and all that shit. I think the answer is that you have to like do like sort of, you have to be very careful about it. You got to do carrots and stick stuff. And
like,
also,
what do you do?
Also, hold on. You also need to
like,
pressure.
What would be step one to you?
You are American. You don't do shit. You elected Donald Trump. You lost all leverage.
Hold on. I don't know that. Wait, Dooby, did you vote for Trump?
No, you. I mean,
I think Trump should be executed for treason. To be honest with you.
Yeah, not him personally, based.
Okay.
Right now, unfortunately for you, like.
Yeah, but we're talking hypotheticals here.
Internal is Israeli stuff, and Europeans can do something. You are kind of cucked. Sorry.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Short stack. We're doing a hypothetical here. We're doing a rundown here of like what the United States should do in order to pressure Israel. I think that if you want to pressure Israel into actually going to the negotiating table, one of the things that would be really important to do so is to make them recognize that that doing so will not like make them be counter to their security. And so on that portion, or on that note, like you can pressure them with regards to the settlement shit. I think that sanctioning individual settlers is a good idea. I think that sanctioning people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich is also fine as well. I think that also too, like that you can twist their arm. Like for example, under Biden, that fucking 3-month blockade shit wouldn't have happened. But Trump just let him do it because he doesn't give a fuck. Like Trump's basically just letting Israel do whatever the fuck they want because he doesn't care. But like, I also think that like you can take like a carrot and stick approach, but it kind of feels like you don't want. And also I think that Israel has more lever, or like that because of the changing polling in the United States, they will be able to, American presidents will actually be able to pressure Israel more, like publicly even too. They'll be able to say things about it. So yeah, like I think they need to pressure. What would step one be? Settlement freeze. Make them do a settlement freeze. Try to pressure them into doing that with like sanctioning individual figures and other such people. Then you also got to go to the Palestinians and you need to pressure them too. And you can probably do that by offering them like various economic incentives to do so, because that if Israel will feel more likely to want to negotiate with the Palestinians if they don't feel like it's going to compromise their security in order to let the Palestinians have a state. And if you want that to be the case, then like Adi was saying, then you got to empower people in Israel who will then be able to pressure Netanyahu and run against him with like all this talk about how, yeah, we need to make peace. Because back before the Second Intifada, the Israeli left had a lot more leverage to be able to do that, and people like Netanyahu weren't winning elections. Like you can trace the radicalization of Israeli society, and it correlates with the election of people like Ariel Sharon and then like other Likud people. And it's like the extent to which that people got radicalized because of that, because of all the terrorism shit. Like the Palestinians have to, like they have to stop doing the terrorism shit. I understand why they're doing the terrorism shit, because they feel like that they can't do anything else, or like that's what they've always been doing. But that it's not a good. It doesn't work. It hasn't helped them. And I don't like when people cheerlead that shit or they don't talk about it when they're trying to find solutions to the conflict.
Yeah, I agree with almost everything you said.
If you want to do more,
wait, can I just really, because I'm curious about this, okay? Because you mentioned the polls in the U.S. that are shifting against Israel, right? On both sides of the political spectrum here in the U.S. On the left, huge shift. On the right, there's also a pretty big shift with like young right wingers, and it seems that rift seems to be growing, right? But you were arguing with me or questioning me for criticizing Israel, and I think that the way that you grow that shift, that anti-Israel shift in the U.S., is you criticize them, is you call them out, is you call out the influence that they have that their lobby has on our politicians.
Hold on,
right? But if you're opposed to me doing that, and when I do, you say that I'm like obsessed or something.
No.
Like, aren't you like acting counter to that shift? Aren't you like opposing that shift that you say is a good thing?
Hold on, just a second. Wait. I'm sorry, Short Stack. Let me just let me talk to Dooby for a second, okay? And then I'll let you guys like fight when I fucking when I go to eat my dinner. I'm trying to decide if I want to order food or not. But I don't.
She's our moderator, Dooby.
What?
You're being
order food. It's overpriced and it's bad for you. Just make something.
She's a coder.
That means
save your money.
That means that I have to get up and walk to the kitchen. And you know what? All right, fine. I will. I'll go start boiling water in a second. I also have to feed this cat. Do you have any animals, Dooby?
I have 3 dogs and a turtle.
Oh, nice. You should post pictures of your doggos in the Discord Pet Pics channel, as I invite everyone to do. I like dogs too, and cats, and your turtle too. Turtles are cool. They're neat. Anyway, so I feel like you're not. My issue is not with people criticizing Israel. I mean, fuck, I criticize Israel. Like when I argue with right-wing Israelis about the settlement shit. My issue is that like, and like also like Netanyahu and fuck that and all that shit. But it's about how you criticize Israel. The problem is that when a lot of people say they want to criticize Israel, what they actually mean is that they want to like basically advocate for Israel's destruction as a state, or like as it currently exists as a state. And I feel like that's stupid and counterproductive, and I don't think it's going to get anywhere, and it's not going to help the Palestinians. And it's literally like what I believe Lonerbox even said it in that debate with you and Prime, against you and Prime, that all you guys seem to care, or I mean, I don't know if I should say you necessarily, I'm not going to assume your position, but a lot of the people who want to criticize Israel seem to care about is like whatever it is that's the most anti-Israel, not whatever's going to help the Palestinians. And that's why like we don't see them spending a lot of time talking about how Hamas is actually really bad for Palestinians and how like they are not helpful to Palestinians at all, and how like their Hezbollah isn't good for like that, basically how violence hasn't helped the Palestinians, because all they really care about is the destruction of Israel. And that's an issue that I have with that. And I don't think, like overall, I don't think that is particularly helpful. I also am not sure it's really helpful to like calling out like AIPAC or whatever, unless you're unless you're going to call it out from the perspective of, and I think this is really shitty. I used to do this too from the sorry, from the perspective of anybody who says Israel is or like criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism, because no, of course not. That's like fucking retarded. That's stupid. I don't believe that. I think you can criticize Israel without being like fucking anti-Semitic, but like you don't need to advocate for the destruction of the state of Israel. I don't think that criticism is helpful. I think, and I am worried about those polls in some ways, because I feel like there's radical fact. Like you mentioned the fact that a lot of Republicans have turned against Israel, and a lot of young Republicans, unfortunately, and maybe you might disagree with this, but it seems like a lot of that has to do with like how many of them are fucking Fuentes fans, and like the insane rise of the far right on the young Republicans, and like how much of them just like hate Jews. It seems like there's a huge problem there. As far as on the left, I mean, I think that if we're not talking about the far left, like the far socialist left or whatever, I think a lot of them would probably go along with the kind of shit that I was talking about, you know? Like, I don't think that they're ideologically dedicated to wanting to destroy Israel or whatever.
Okay, so first of all, I don't believe that the anti-Semitic groypers are a sizable portion of the right wing, even young right wingers. I know it's a movement that seems to be growing, but it's a very small percentage of people. I think most people, even young people, young Americans, are not going to be pro like incel weirdo shit, right? Like, and I think Fuentes is an incel weirdo, and clearly a racist, clearly a fucking white nationalist Nazi guy.
Is he?
So
Is he
I
gay?
think most people in the United States.
Do you think he's gay? I think he's. I think.
I
he
don't
might
know.
Be
I wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like one of those gay guys who's like super anti-gay because he's gay and he's angry about it or something. So like I think it's a very small group of people are going to support that, are going to be okay with that. I think we get a lot of it on the internet because we are on the internet, so we see it all the time.
That might be true. Although I am concerned about like the rise of it or the extent to which that like popular Republican figures like Tucker Carlson are basically like now platforming it without giving it any pushback because that just exposes it to like a greater number of people. But that's whatever.
But I totally disagree with that though. I think Tucker Carlson. I haven't finished the Fuentes interview, right? So maybe something happens toward the end that I missed, right? But I did watch, I think like about 70% of it that he had with Tucker Carlson. And I thought that he did a great job pushing back. I think he pushed back against Nick Fuentes in the exact way that I'd want somebody on the right to do it. Someone who claims to be a Christian, right? Like Tucker Carlson, like Nick claims to be a Christian. He did it from the Christian perspective, using the Christian teachings to counter the bigotry that Nick pushes. I think that's exactly the way that I'd want to do that.
Okay, you might have to like send me clips of specific because I don't recall, but whatever. It's been
yeah. He I forget the wording, but the idea was that Jesus, like we're all made in God's image, and you shouldn't punish people for the crimes of their ancestors and shit like this, right? Or like he argued against Nick from the biblical perspective, using Christian teachings to argue against bigotry and racism, right? And I think he did it very effectively. So I think that's exactly the kind of pushback I'd want to see him get, right, from somebody on the right.
I mean, I still think so you don't think Tucker is anti-Semitic then?
No, I don't.
Why? Because you think
Tucker's still a Zionist, if I remember correctly. Like he still believes that there should be a Jewish state.
He's not. Tucker is incredibly anti-Israel. Tucker is like on the same train as Candace Owens is. Tucker Carlson?
No.
I mean, maybe he's not as mask off as she is, but I don't think that Tucker has ever said he support, or that Tucker has currently said. Hell, I don't even know the extent to which Tucker was ever really a Zionist.
No. When I say Zionist, I just means that he believes that it's fine for Jews to have a Jewish state for Jewish people. You got to have like the ethno state thing. Or I think it's an ethno state. I'm saying you don't think it's an ethno state. I agree it's very anti-Israel, but I think most of Tucker's opposition to Israel is centered, like my opposition to them, on the way that they influence U.S. policy. Right? They're pro-Israel lobby, massive influence here.
It's a Zog thing.
And
Tucker doesn't care about Israel in Israel.
I think just calling it Zog is like accurate. I think it's more complicated than that. I don't think all these people are Zionists, right? Like I said, the military-industrial complex,
the issue,
like unironically, is a massive portion of the pro-Israel lobby, and it's a massive reason that has so much influence. There's a lot of money there.
Okay. First of all, there is not nearly as much money there as other industries in the United States. I feel like that this is kind of a silly, like the military-industrial complex shit. Like if that were the case, why the fuck isn't the United States sending way more weapons to Ukraine? Because like if they have that much lobbying power, why isn't the U.S. like making shitloads more? Why is it that the United States has issues with, like, fuck, if you want, I could get like fucking Epic Fail in here, who like is in the U.S. Air Force, to talk about how like the United States hasn't like built any new ships in ages, or how like if the United States went to war with China, they'd probably be fucked because they don't have the industrial base to like build enough weapons to counter it, and none of that has been rebuilt. Like if the military-industrial complex were so powerful, why the fuck isn't that happening? I feel like it would be happening.
Didn't Trump, hold on, not only have we sent a fuck ton of money to Ukraine, we sent a fuck ton of money to Israel.
How much?
We spend, hold on, we sent hundreds. I think Trump just put out like a demand for like a $1.5 trillion military budget.
Yes, he did.
So like,
I don't know if that's
pretending this lobby
passed.
not only doesn't have any influence.
I'm not saying it has no influence. I'm saying
it doesn't
that
have
it's
much
not
money behind it. It's ridiculous.
I'm not
Obviously,
I'm not.
Yeah, hold on. You said that there's not much. There's not
I'm
much
saying.
money there.
I'm
There's a ton of money
saying.
there.
I'm saying that there's not nearly as much money as you're acting like there is. I'm saying that they don't. That
What do you mean?
the amount of. Okay. Do you
If
think?
you compare to other industries,
Yeah, if you compare it
if
to
you
like
compare to
fucking
the tech industry, for
yeah,
example.
the tech industry. That's those guys like that. There's way more money behind that shit.
Yeah, hold on. I agree. I hold on. To be clear, I consider them to be part of the military-industrial complex in this situation because, well, I don't know why you're laughing. Because as we've seen from things like Palantir, we've seen from things like fucking Microsoft's AI being used by Israel to select targets. Right? There's a lot of money there. Right? They have entire campuses in Israel.
Yeah, but
dedicated to these things.
Yeah, but
so
that's
pretending
not...
that lobby doesn't actually work in tandem to push this group's interests because they want to make a fuck ton of money is silly. It's just you're just not engaging with reality.
All of that. That's not all of the tech industry. It's not all like fucking defense
I didn't say all
shit.
of it.
Some of them work with it. Like Microsoft is not like, and just because, yeah, Microsoft works with Israel. I understand they're an American company, but if Microsoft, like Amazon works with Israel too, because Amazon has like a campus in Israel, I believe. But yeah, these are multinational corporations and they've decided to work in Israel. I don't necessarily think that that's quite the same thing as what you are talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I feel like it seems like you think that the military industrial complex yes, they have sent a lot of money to Ukraine, but what I'm saying is, or a bunch of aid to Ukraine, what I'm saying is that like if the military industrial complex was as powerful as you say, like if they were like this all powerful crazy, like, and they had this much control over the US government, why the fuck is the US currently not sending way more shit to Ukraine, and why isn't it building more shit? Because like right now you guys are not building more shit. Like you need more ships.
Where do you get this idea that we're not building anything?
I'm not saying you're not building anything, but you're not building like the shit that would be necessary to take on Japan or take on China eventually.
Why do you think the United States couldn't take on China right now?
I'm not saying that they can't take on China, but like war games between the two of them show that within the first 72 hours, like both sides will like run out of ammo, and China has a greater manufacturing base to be able to like rearm their shit faster than the United States does. It doesn't mean that the United States wouldn't win necessarily eventually, but like I'm just saying that
they wouldn't.
No, I think they would, because
isn't that just like a population issue? Because China has far more people, right? So they have the ability to have like push up much more labor.
I mean,
right?
no, it's not just that. It's that they are also, it's that they have like they currently have the capacity, like they are currently manufacturing all that shit. Like the United States does not make all of the all the ammunition. I think that a lot of them are made in other countries, like the ammunition that the military uses or whatever.
That doesn't mean we don't have any, or that we're not able to access a lot of it. I mean, it's being made in other countries because we have deals with those countries to produce it.
Yeah,
so far.
I mean, yeah.
Until we invade Greenland, of course.
I don't think that's going to happen, but that's a different conversation. Yeah, but the United States itself shrunk their production capacity is what I'm saying. And like, the United States just doesn't have, China has a greater production capacity. All I'm saying is that why the fuck isn't the US currently sending more shit to Ukraine? Because they're not. And I feel like the military industrial complex might want that. Also, I don't know, Epic Fail is saying in chat that like a lot of the defense industry is begging for, it like doesn't want the government to keep arming Israel in the same capacity, because the same amount that they are, because Israel doesn't have the capacity. I think I talked to him a couple days ago, and he pointed out also the fact that a whole bunch of American interceptors basically got depleted because they were shooting down those Iranian missiles that were being fired at Israel.
Oh yeah.
And
if Iran shoots now, they're fucked, right? This is
but I mean, he was saying that America lost a whole bunch of expensive equipment that now they have to get more of, and that was the entirety of its stockpile. And also America's stockpile has run down in part because they sent so much shit.
Who do they get more of it from?
They would either have to build it or they would have to order it from other people.
Yeah, hold on, and they do, right? The United States spends hundreds of billions of dollars, more than any other country, every year.
I know.
Researching and manufacturing military equipment.
Yeah, I know.
So
I
know we're getting this idea that we don't spend enough, or that we don't spend anything on that we don't produce a fuck ton of shit. That we couldn't produce more, or that we don't spend anything on research. So like I said earlier, hundreds of billions of dollars a year. for this specific thing. There's a massive lobby attached to this thing because they make a lot of money every year from this activity.
But the way that
so saying that there's not a lot of money there is fucking ridiculous.
You're talking about it in a really black and white way. I'm saying that it is more nuanced than that. And when you put it that way, you're doing like the fucking leftist. Oh my God, we can't afford healthcare because we spend so much money on the military. Like that's how you come across.
Like you said that there's not much money there, or
I'm saying there's not as much money as there is in other industries.
Okay, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars spent by the United States every year going to these companies to produce military equipment and research. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So yeah, maybe there's another lobby out there that gets as much money from the U.S. government. I'm not aware of it. I'm sure there might be something that exists. I'm not aware of it. Okay. So, but this idea that you're like downplaying that and saying, well, that's not much money is fucking ridiculous.
No, I'm saying that it's not as much. I'm not saying it's not as much money as other industries is the issue.
Like what?
I'm saying.
What other industry gets hundreds of billions of dollars a year?
We already said that the tech industry is like $1 trillion industry. And no, not all of those.
No, how much do they get from the U.S. government every year?
I don't know how much they get from the U.S. government every year, but they could probably get actually, wait, space. Do you think SpaceX is like part of the military-industrial complex? Is that?
No. He's gonna say yes, and I'm gonna agree with him. No, I would.
I think
like
eventually, but I wouldn't consider it that right now. Okay, though I'm sure they're planning to use some of this for military reasons.
No, there's never mind. I don't know what I can talk about.
Doesn't the healthcare industry also get like a fuckload? Get some amount of subsidies from the U.S. government? It's like I don't know. Like the important because like the U.S. government spends way more money on like entitlements than it does on like the military or whatever. And I think that yeah, but I'm just maybe they might not get, but they probably could lobby to get that amount of money. And if they had so much lobbying power, they probably could lobby to get subsidies from the government. And if they had so much lobbying power, then would they not use, or like why wouldn't they use it to like change the things the U.S. does or whatever? Especially
they do. I believe they do.
I mean, okay, well then why isn't the tech industry? Why didn't they lobby the U.S. government to stop the do more to try to stop the war in Ukraine or whatever, because why would they do that? Because it hurt the economy like a shitload.
Sure. Why wouldn't Microsoft nuke the sanctions on Russia that prevent them from selling Office and Windows into Russia? That's 150,000 people market that are now cut out of.
Wait a minute. Oh, you mean 150? No, Russia's got way more than people than 100
million.
No, Russia doesn't have. Hold on, they've got more than just.
I don't know. I'm a Soviet. I only know the pre. I still consider all of this fucking Ukrainian, Poland and shit.
I have listen. My views on like the whole lobbying shit is still like. Wow, Russia's population is around 143 to 146 million. Jesus, that's actually kind of insane that Russia doesn't have that large of a population given the amount of land that they have. And when you compare it with America's like 350 million population.
But that's because they are centralized and they fuck over everyone in Siberia.
Yeah, I know, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, sorry. My position on like the lobbying shit is kind of a work in progress because I have like 50 billion things that I need to do more research on. Generally speaking, I'm just not a fan of like, I guess, overly simplified or like blaming one thing in particular on reasons for X, Y, or Z. But if you and Short Stack would like to argue about that, that's fine because I'm gonna go boil water. And then if you want to, you can talk to me about like Israel shit. Also, Hanar wants to come in. I don't know who this person is. Like, Dooby, are you okay with like more than one person or more than two people?
I don't know who that is either. But yeah, I'm totally fine with whoever coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm gonna try resetting my internet connection in a few minutes just because you guys are like going silent a lot, so I have to like listen to you on stream while talking to you at the same time.
Jesus.
So it's kind of annoying.
I'm sorry.
But I think it. No, it's totally fine. I think it's just like an internet issue or something. So I'm just gonna restart my router really quick.
Okay.
But I can still hear you. So if you want to talk in R and tell me why you disagree with me, it's totally fine.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can.
Well, we have spoken a few times, Clinda, but on loaner boxes. So.
Oh yeah, I remember you. Are you I wanted to say, are you Monkey Man? But no, I don't think Monkey Man is somebody else. I'm sorry. There's only so
I
many.
live a little bit north from Monkey Man. I don't live in the backwater of Wollongong.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, um, Epic also just sent me this thing about like replacement rates for ammunition. So yeah, Dooby, if you check stream suggestions, this is like the kind of shit that that he was talking about. And I can I'll just pull this up in the web browser here too. Like you can see that it that like yeah, oh yeah, okay, so numbers transferred to Ukraine for like this ammunition, and then the production rate per year, and like inventory build not possible because of US training requirements. And yeah, it's just like about the numbers that America gave to Ukraine, and the fact that America's not going to be able to replace most of this shit within the next 5 years, like to build more. And that's it's because they just don't have like the capacity to do that with the current industrial manufacturing base. That's why I was saying last night that America needs to recapture the that World War II building spirit and make more shit.
I mean,
but
yeah, since
they
the
all,
Reagan era, they've really lost a lot of production capacity.
to be clear, they only had that because the Brits were paying for it.
They only had that because what?
The Brits were paying for it, and the Russians and the French and whatever else.
No, they weren't. Lend-Lease. No, Lend-Lease was free. Lend-Lease allowed everybody to get their shit, or like they didn't. Unless
it was not free. No.
Hold on, let me see.
The US only got cents on the dollar for Lend-Lease stuff.
The Brits were paying for it until 2006. It was certainly not free.
Was that okay? What about the Russians? Or maybe it was only free for
also until 2006.
Wait, were the Russians actually okay? Maybe I am wrong about that then.
So everything that got destroyed in the war was not they didn't have to pay for. So it was free if they kept it after the war.
Yeah, but Russia was also doing things like burying planes so they wouldn't have to pay for them.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Epic, Russia, Epic, help me! Is Lend-Lease is fucking like yeah? I mean, obviously,
Epic is a weird nationalist guy. Don't listen to him.
What? No,
I'm kidding.
I'm
kidding. I'm kidding.
That doesn't mean that he's going to be inaccurate about the history, though. He seems to know all of his shit. Policy under which the United States supplied the United Kingdom, the Soviet Union, France, and the Republic of China and other allied nations of the Second World War with food, oil, and materiel from 1941 to 1945. The aid was given free of charge on the basis that such help was essential to the defense of the United States. I mean, that's what Wikipedia says. It was a lease. Reading. It was a lease they paid. The Lend-Lease Act was signed into law. And ended on a total of 50 billion, the equivalent of 690 billion in 2024, when accounting for inflation, worth of supplies was shipped. Okay, this is just the numbers. Roosevelt's top foreign aid. Harry Hopkins had effective control over Lend-Lease.
Just go two paragraphs down. Reversed Lend-Lease.
Oh, reverse Lend-Lease to the United States totaled 7.8 billion. Of this, 6.8 billion came from the British Commonwealth, also aided the United States. Canada also aided the United States and other allies with the $1 billion gift and mutual aid totaling 3.4 billion. Services equivalent to 61 billion and 20. But wait, is this saying that?
Yeah, after the war, part of it was paid back. Not all of it, but like a third or something, and it continued to be paid back until 2006. By 2006, there were British troops in Afghanistan to protect the United States. The Brits didn't charge anything to the United States for their help. It's weird, right?
Oh, there it is, repayment. Anglo-American loan. Congress had not authorized the gift of supplies delivered after the cutoff date, so the U.S. Charged for them. Oh, Oh, the gift of supplies after the cutoff date. So the U.S. charged for them usually at a 90% discount. Large quantities of undelivered goods were in Britain or in transit when Lend-Lease was ended on September 2nd, 1945, following the surrender of Japan. Britain wished to retain some of this equipment to the immediate post-war period. In 1946, the post-war Anglo-American loan further indebted Britain to the United States. Lend-Lease items retained were sold to Britain at 10% of normal value, giving an initial loan, blah, blah, blah. Payment was to be stretched out over 50 annual payments starting in 1951 at 2% during the war. The U.S. Lent Britain 88 million ounces, 2.5 pounds. Well, I mean, it sounds like it took them a while for them to get this money back.
Yeah,
So,
until 2006.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't that kind of like reinforces what I'm saying, is that the United States could find their whole thing, or that the U.S. Was that like the U.S. was still able to do that without like immediate access to repayment for that money. Yeah, and I think part of the reason why is because they had like way higher taxes back then. But anyway, Dooby, hello again. Is your internet working now? Hello, Dooby.
We can hear you, bud.
Sorry,
okay, you're here.
Hey.
We went on a tangent about World War II because we are ADHD morons.
Well, yeah. I also, by the way, guys, that's part of the reason why that I have like when I'm streaming, it's harder for me to like start reading over Wikipedia articles to find information or whatever while I'm reading it out loud, because it just feels weird to do it in the same way as I would as if I wasn't streaming. So that's why, yeah. Thanks for your understanding. Anyway, Dooby, Epic, if you check stream suggestions, Epic Fail sent this handy chart, which I now have up on my screen, which shows the replacement rates for shit that was sent to Ukraine. Apparently, the United States does not have the capacity to do the same shit that it did during World War II today, because America is not a manufacturing superpower like it was back in the 1940s, because the United States doesn't like manufacture all that same kind of shit in the same way as it did. A lot of other countries do it instead. For us.
So according to Kalina, Trump was right about everything.
I mean, no, fuck that, because that's not necessarily a bad thing, and I think it's silly to say that it is a bad thing. I mean,
no, I mean a lot of it's because because production lines are far more complex than they were like 30 years ago.
You mean 75 or 80 years ago?
Oh no, because the US had massive production capacity until the Cold War really started winding down.
That's for this kind of shit. Yeah, a lot of that got cut down. Basically, like America has.
Yeah, because it was like kind of a two-pronged thing. So the US used to have state-run arsenal. While they wouldn't produce themselves a lot of things, they would come up with the designs and then contract out the blueprints to other companies. Which is a far more cost-effective thing, but the US sold off their state-owned like arsenals, like Springfield Arsenal.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, they also got rid of a lot of their production capacity, and it's a hard thing to get back. But it's like when you look at the production, like the kind of production that China's going through, and then also trying to supply like Israel and Ukraine and stuff, it's like it's very clear that the US needs to invest pretty heavily in producing things again. And I mean, there has been some movement in that direction.
Yeah, or like, I guess, pay other countries to do it, but you need to pay a bunch of other countries to do it. I don't know, that's like a big hard pivot, but I'm just saying. I don't know, like, Dooby, if you're looking at that. Dooby, is your shit okay now? I don't even know if he's here.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at that.
Still doing some troubleshooting, but it seems mostly better, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. If you look in stream suggestions, Epic Fail sent something. It's the most recent message. That's what we were talking about, basically. And if you want, like, I mean, he could always come in here and talk to you. Like I said, listen, I'm sorry, I'm so bad at like actually getting up and going and like cooking my food, which is what I should be doing.
Yeah, you
So
should eat things.
yes, I should.
Yeah, and we're seeing you touch your phone, and we're still not sure that you're not ordering it and punning us out of it.
No, I'm
Still,
not.
I
I'm
want to go
not.
back to Israel. I want to go back to Israel. I don't care about fucking Ukraine.
Oh,
I do care about Ukraine, but
what?
not
How?
I'd like to go back to me being anti-Semitic. So I'm curious about that.
You know what? Yeah,
Um,
you guys should talk about that. Argue about whether or not Dooby's anti-Semitic. Unless wait, hold on, Epic. Unless you actually want to come in and like talk to Dooby about like this kind of shit, because I haven't really heard any. Yeah, like this is all stuff that I'm only just learning now, right? Like also like I'm not like Epic always will provide like various information or whatever. He has access to a whole bunch of shit because that he works for the Air Force, or he is in the Air Force rather. But yeah.
So Epic is like that kid that was like leaking Pentagon files through Discord.
No, I don't think
He's
so.
the kid.
He was a Portuguese kid as well.
Wait,
blood of my
really?
blood.
I didn't know that. That's
Yeah.
funny.
His surname was Teixeira, and we know these things. He was from Azores though, so island mutt. We don't care.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. Yes. That would have to be later. I'm on a cell phone and I'm not. Oh, okay, that's fine, Epic. Maybe another time, or like later if Dooby's still here. Dooby, I don't even know how long you have, but I'm gonna go. And Dooby, how long do you have actually?
Okay.
How long do you have?
Oh, how long do I have? I don't know. I'm retired technically. Actually, not actually. I'm retired. So,
Do you just have infinite money, by the way? I've seen you donate shitloads of cash in other people's chats. You don't have to like.
I started a business when I was 22, around there, and made lots of money, and I just sold it last month. So
Oh, you
it's
have
all
like.
wrapped up. I've got lots of money, I sold it for an unreasonable amount of money, actually. So
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Well.
Now the only limitation is I do have a wife and son, infant son. So if they need me, I might need to run off.
Ah, I see. Okay, that's fine. Well, you know what? I hope that I don't know. Yeah. I hope that when I get monetized that you two will dump a gazillion dollars on you, but you don't have to. It's whatever.
If you keep being wrong, I will definitely donate to disagree with you.
I think that's really funny that you do that. Anyway, because Connor mentioned that you did that too. Anyway, Connor's a cool dude. I'm gonna go. I'll be back. Go ahead, guys. Argue about how Dooby hates the Jews.
Actually, like my position is a bit different. Like when you were talking before about the pressure that you should put on Israel and whatever. My problem is that the putting infinite pressure on Israel is not good. There is a point that if we're not careful with the pressure that we put on them, we isolate Israel as a country, and Israel becomes North Korea. They have nukes. They can just kill all the Palestinians and decide, okay, it's gonna take like 50 years for the West to lift sanctions, but we just kill the Palestinians now, and we're done with it, and we tank the 50 years.
Isn't that an issue with like any country we put sanctions on? Like that's probably a concern.
Yeah, and that's why like the idea that we should make pressure as a not as politicians but as the population for our infinite pressure from our population and process and shit that are sanctions needs to be correctly guided to actually give some effects and like the threat of sanctions.
I mean, like I said earlier, I'm not in favor of like immediately cutting off all support to Israel, like even financial support. I think that can be leveraged to get them to do things that we want them to do, potentially like we do with other countries.
And
one of the ways that we can do that though is by getting rid of the anti-BDS laws that exist around the country to make it easier for people to put this kind of pressure as individual citizens.
That would be extremely hard to reverse if that did happen.
Yeah, because they have a very powerful lobby in the West. Yeah.
So
I mean, it like in terms of national lobbies, yes, but in compared to like industries and stuff, I wouldn't say the Israel lobby is particularly powerful. Like when you take into account all
that's
lobby
crazy.
players. No, they get a lot of publicity, but the amount of money that they actually can throw around is tiny compared to the US.
I also like the anti-BDS laws. I'm gonna say, because again, I'm not in a fucking country. The only one that I look into was like the California one when the Saltman was like trying to cancel, which I decided to read that one. Technically, if someone decided to make like some weird anti-Qatari things, it would also be illegal by the same law, even though the thing mentions Israel in particular. It's worded in a way that would apply to other places, and it's kind of fangless. I don't know where I was going with this.
What do you mean fangless? So these laws are pushed all over the country. I think they exist in most of the states in the U.S. I think it's like over 30, if I remember just off the top of my head. But what tends to happen after they get passed is they get challenged because they're fucking. It's crazy, right? That they're trying to restrict the freedom of expression of American citizens, right? So we can't lobby against or refuse to fund a country, right, through our own fucking dollars. But so in some states, it is true that they're softened over time, like they have been in California, though they still exist in California, to be clear. In other states, they're not. So, for example, they're in Texas. People have been fired for being opposed to Israel as like a government employee. Right? People have been denied contracts as a government employee. As a government contractor because they oppose Israel. So, I mean, in fucking and it's not just anti-BDS laws. That's like one thing. There are many these sorts of laws all over the country. But I think that's a good starting point. I think that this is on its face wrong. It's wrong to say that American citizens cannot like boycott a country, right, foreign nation. So yeah, I think we should get rid of those.
I mean, that's fine, but again, this is an internal thing of the US. It's like you dislike IPAC, but IPAC is funded by US citizens. That's my issue with your position.
I don't know why that's even I don't know why you're even like. So yeah, I understand a lot of these people are American citizens that push these things. I went over the reasons I think they do this. Some of it's money, some of it's like religious. I think that the primary reason that the Israel lobby has so much support in the U.S. is because of the religious, like Christian Zionists. I don't think it's all money, right? But money is a big factor, but it's not just money.
Yeah, but then why would you blame Israel for your own population misguided love for the fucking Jewish people? Do you believe that it was? I guess technically the Jews wrote the fucking Bible. That's why your evangelical weirdos believe in the rapture.
No, that's not okay. Sorry, my wife was talking to me. So I think you said something like the reason that there's like a. Actually, can you just restate what you said? Because it sounded like you said that the reason they have so much support from like the Christian Zionists is because the Jews wrote the Bible, something like that.
No, I was making a joke that the Jews wrote the Bible, and that's why the evangelicals love Israel. No, but that's my point is like I understand that in the US there's I understand that you have some frustration with the IPAC and with all this religious Zionist bullshit, but this was not created by Israel. If
I don't think that's
anything,
true. Hold on. So I think not only do I think that Israel actively pushes like these like pro-Israel groups to propose anti-BDS laws all over the country. I know that they do this. Netanyahu has bragged about doing this, by the way, multiple times on camera. He's bragged about doing this. So Israel actively pushes it. And then people within the United States that are pro-Israel, either for monetary reasons or religious reasons or any other reason, they push it within the U.S. Right. So I understand that it actually is American citizens who are passing the policy. I still disagree with the policy, and I think Israel is, and I criticize Israel for promoting that policy within my country. If fucking Qatar was pushing something like this, or North Korea was pushing something like this, I'd also criticize North Korea for doing it. So I don't see this as any different.
Do you oppose it from like a freedom of speech, like kind of ground?
I think it undermines our rights.
To be clear, Qatar does promote some shit in your country as well, but it's a different story.
Yeah, I agree. The rights are being undermined in my country because our representatives, are for various reasons, choosing to pass laws to support a foreign nation. I think that's bad.
But that just goes straight into your First Amendment considerations. If
Yeah, which is
someone
why I said earlier, like, I believe that Israel pushes laws, encourages our politicians, our representatives, and lobby groups within the U.S. to push laws that undermine our rights as Americans. So I think this is bad, and I oppose Israel for doing this.
No,
I
but
mean,
what
the
I
US
mean is
also
that
sorry, you go.
weird Jews and Zionists and Christian Zionists have the right in your country to express these anti-American views, and that's something that you accept under your First Amendment.
Yeah, of course.
I would kill them all as traitors, but even in my country, I'm a bit
I
radical.
No, I'm like I said. I mean, I get that you're like Portuguese or something, so you're like a filthy whatever the fuck you are. But I'm an
Mhm.
American. I believe in free speech. I believe in freedom of expression. If people want to express bad ideas, they can do that. I'm not in favor of
Whoa,
like
a
banning.
filthy what? Sorry, go
Like,
ahead.
I don't know, are these like communists or fascists? I don't know what the fuck's happening in Portugal right now. Okay, some kind of
Not
filthy
yet.
thing. Okay,
Not yet. Not yet.
but anyway, so yeah, people can be wrong about things. I'm not saying that I would ban people advocating for these policies, but I think they're bad policies. I think they undermine our rights, and they undermine our rights to benefit a foreign nation. So I'm going to criticize both the people who push it in our country and the foreign nation. Like, I
I
don't think
mean,
that's
one
unreasonable.
thing
If
with
China were doing
regards
that,
to
I
that
would
is
criticize China. So like,
well,
I
the
think it's
US
reasonable.
also has laws like enshrining US support for Israel, so it's in a way it's a tricky situation that I mean it could be in some way you can consider it conflicting with constitutional rights as well. Yeah, I also don't think sanctions on Israel will actually help end the Israel-Palestine conflict in like any way.
I
True.
think we need to be able to put pressure on Israel, right? And so far, I mean, Trump definitely has not been pressuring Israel the way that I'd like. Biden didn't pressure Israel the way that I'd like. I think a lot of his pressure was like toothless. It was a lot of like words.
Uh,
But one part of that pressure needs to be citizens, individual citizens. If they want to choose to boycott Israel, boycott products that come from Israel, companies that are in Israel, they should be able to do this because they're Americans, and we should have this right. So
To be
whether
to
they're government
be
workers, they're teachers, or they're like
Hold
fucking
on.
janitors.
Can I just say something, Dooby, about the Biden thing? So like you don't
Sure.
think that Biden pressure you think a lot of his pressure was toothless? He was the
Yeah.
one who was like he got them to open up more aid crossings in order to let food in, and he got them to hold off the invasion of Rafah in order to like buy time to get more of the civilians out. Like he did pressure them. It's just that like I don't like what the hell else did you want him to do? There was nothing that he could not stop them from going into Gaza. I hope that you don't think that Israel shouldn't have gone into Gaza or shouldn't have or that they had no right to respond after October 7th.
Yeah, I don't know why you went there. No, I don't. No, I don't think that they have no right to respond. Obviously, they have a right to respond. They're a sovereign nation that was
Okay,
attacked. They have a right
that's
to respond.
good. Then
However, that being said, so I mean, you mentioned Rafah, right? Rafah said it would be like I'm sorry, Biden said it would be a red line if they went to Rafah. They did. His red line was meaningless. He said he would stop sending them bombs and artillery shells. He didn't.
wait, did
Right.
he
So
say
hold on, when they were there was that letter that was leaked from the State Department to Israel that complained about the amount of aid getting into Gaza, right? I'm sure you're aware of this.
yes, I am.
And in the letter, they gave I think it was like a 60-day period in which they needed to
By the
turn
way,
this around and let in more aid and open up more crossings, yada yada. Or they said that if they didn't, something might happen. Right?
you
They didn't say, "Oh, do it," or we're
hold
gonna
on.
stop funding you,
You
or whatever.
realize that
Go ahead.
the amount of aid like went up after they did that, yes?
Barely, very little. Hold on. You realize, you agree that the amount of aid that went in, the demand to which it was increased was nowhere near what they were demanding in that
Yeah,
letter.
but a
It
lot
was
of
nowhere close to it.
yeah, I know, but now we're about to get
Okay, so they didn't meet the requirements, right? They didn't meet the
yeah,
requirements that were
but
laid out in the letter, and they continue funding them anyway.
the issue is that like the important thing is like, did more aid get in so that people in Gaza were able to get food? And I feel like the issue is that, like, I mean, do you think that Israel needed to be sending like 500 or 350 trucks a day into Gaza in order for people in Gaza to get fed? Do you believe those numbers are accurate? And
I have an issue with what you just did, okay? Because what I said to you earlier is that I believe that Biden's pressure was toothless, right? We have a clear example here. So we have that letter from the State Department saying, hey, you need to do this by this day, or we might do something, right? I know they didn't lay out exactly what the consequences were, but they had clear metrics, that clear things that they needed to see happen, that Israel do, or something might happen, right? Israel did not do those things. They did not come anywhere near those requirements, and Biden kept sending them bombs and money anyway, right? So this is what I mean. It was totally toothless. Right, just like the Rafah thing, he said there was a red line, and that if Israel went into Rafah, he would stop sending them bombs and artillery shells. They went into Rafah, and he did not stop sending them bombs and artillery shells. So again, it was toothless. So
he said that about Rafah because the entire Palestinian, or 80% of the Palestinian population, was in Rafah at the time, and then he negotiated with them. The Palestinians got mostly evacuated. They evacuated like 1 million people in like 3 days, which I don't know how the fuck the Palestinians managed to do that.
Yeah, like, isn't that,
and the invasion happened after?
Doesn't that mean anything at all? Like, is that not meaningful? Israel was never not going to go into Rafah. The point is that like a whole bunch of civilians were able to get out before they went in there.
Like, it wasn't about going into Rafah. It's going into Rafah when there's like all the civilian population is all there and it's all gonna die.
Okay, can we just acknowledge again? This is what I mean. That he said, hey, if you go into Rafah, it's red line, and we're going to stop sending you bombs.
The red line is if you go into Rafah while everyone there will die.
No, hold on. They went into Rafah. They did kill a fuck ton of people within Rafah, a fuck ton of civilians within Rafah, and he kept sending them bombs and artillery shells.
Yeah, not everybody was able to get out.
Okay, so his red line was bullshit. It was a lie. Just like that requirement from the State Department, or that memo where they laid out these requirements, that was also bullshit because when Israel did not meet those requirements, there were no consequences.
Okay, so let's do the counterfactual. So then Biden says, okay, this is the red line. We'll stop all aid and all weapons to Israel. And then Israel says what? Oh, now we don't have to worry about not killing civilians anymore.
I mean, that is exactly what they would say. They just wouldn't give a fuck.
Do you think that they would say genocidal monsters that would just want to kill all the civilians?
No, I don't.
Why would you go there?
They would care a lot less if there's no consequences for them.
Hold on. What are you saying? So if we impose consequences, they would care less, and they might do the thing we don't want them to do. If we don't impose consequences, they're still going to do the shit that we don't want them to do. So like we can't do it either way.
The consequences that we impose need to be something that needs to be a compromise between what they will do without any leash, and if we pull too much on the leash, they will just break it.
Okay, what consequences did Biden impose for Rafah?
U.S.
or not meeting the requirements. Hold on, not meeting the requirements in the memo.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Biden did pause shipments of bombs for Israel over Rafah concerns, but Biden could not pause these shipments forever because the president cannot stop congressionally approved aid from being sent without an act of Congress because he's not allowed to do that.
Did Biden lobby Congress to stop the aid or stop funding?
You say that, but Trump could do it, Kalinda. Come on.
Yeah, I mean Trump has.
Well, yeah, but it's not.
King Biden could have done it.
Yeah, but we don't want Biden to act like a king and to like ignore Congress and pretend they don't exist.
What I want him to do is like have a backbone, and when he says that there are consequences or there's a red line or there are requirements, if Israel doesn't live up to that red line, goes over the red line or doesn't meet the requirements, there are consequences attached to this. He did not do this.
Okay, wait a minute.
He paused. He paused. I think it was like the 2,000-pound bombs they were using for a while, but he'd already given them thousands of those. So like, it's silly.
Yeah,
right?
he had given them.
There were no real consequences.
Those were Israel was given a whole bunch of shit before like they went into Gaza or what have you, or as they were going into Gaza. Like I said, like there was only so much that he was going to be able to ask of. Also, Republicans did control the Senate, and there was no way that they were ever going to go along with any of that. Just a sec, hold on. I want to know what Biden's exact quote was, because you're saying his quote was, if they go into Rafah, this is a red line. But my understanding was that the whole thing was about him pressuring Israel to allow time for the civilians to get out, not like saying, no, you can't go into Rafah at all ever, because that would be crazy. I feel like that's an unreasonable ask, because the Rafah was Hamas's last stronghold. And like, there was no way they weren't going to go in there. But a whole bunch of civilians got out because that Israel held off from going in. So I just want to know what his exact, what exactly it was that he said. And I can't find it. Like, I want his exact quote.
I mean, personally, I think it was silly for Biden to make public ultimatums. Paints him into a corner than anything.
I mean, yeah, I think I probably agree with that.
But I think the US actually has quite a lot of leverage over, relatively speaking, over Israeli policy. It's just that almost all of it is not publicized.
I mean, they do that. That's why the aid thing with Biden lasted less than 2 weeks, and with Trump lasted like 3.5 months, and actually caused a famine.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do have. Yeah, actually, no, they do, because we always hear stories about, or America does definitely does pressure Israel more behind the scenes than publicly, because we didn't find out about that phone call until later. Although that phone call was not this notion that America can just make Israel do shit is not it. It doesn't really work that way. People think that the United States could literally make Israel stop the war in Gaza, back in October or November.
What diplomatic pressure do you think the U.S. has, or do you think we have any influence over Israel?
No, I think that you do.
To pressure them to do anything.
Yes, you do have.
Well, then why do you push back against any pressure that might be exerted on them?
Wait,
what pressure is okay to exert on Israel?
What do you?
Not any pressure.
When did I say that? I'm not against exerting pressure on them.
Yeah, what kind of pressure though?
You
don't. You mentioned individuals, sanctions on individuals. I'm talking about Israel as a nation, not just fucking sanctioning fucking Ben Gvir or Smotrich, right? I'm talking about Israel as a nation. What sanctions would you be okay with being imposed on them?
It depends on what you win for the sanctions and if it's reasonable to ask for them. I think the aid thing. We don't know about it, but I imagine that there was a sanction, or at least there was a stick behind you need to resume aid now during Biden's term.
I mean, yeah, there was at the
even during Trump's term, actually, even though it happened much later. I think even during Trump's term, there was a stick behind you need to resume aid.
That was because there was an international push for it. But
what was the stick with Biden?
We don't know, but obviously they didn't just say.
Dooby, have you? Do you know about Bob Woodward's book War? Have you read or heard any of that? Are you familiar at all with that? Because he has a whole chapter on this about Anthony Blinken's trip to Israel right after October 7th in order to get them to reopen the aid crossings, and how he spent hours basically trying to pressure Netanyahu into doing it, and he finally succeeded at the end.
No, but he didn't though, because they didn't open up the aid crossings that Biden was demanding that they open.
In December,
and they didn't let in as much aid as that Biden demanded that they let in.
In December, they did open the aid crossings. A bunch of them got damaged during Hamas's assault, and they needed to. Yeah, they did. There was a bunch of aid crossings that got opened in December. There was 2 or 3.
Okay, you agreed with me earlier. I think you agreed with me earlier that in the State Department memo, there were requirements laid out.
Yeah, but that's
including the opening of aid crossings. I'm not talking about that. Hold on. This is the same shit. What do you mean? When Anthony Blinken went and spoke to Netanyahu, this was related to that memo, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. I'm talking about way earlier.
Okay,
the memo that you're talking about was from 2024. The memo, or the shit I'm talking about, was not too long after, or later, I think maybe a month or so after October 7th, when Israel was starting out the war. Anthony Blinken flew to Israel, and he spent hours pressuring Netanyahu to agree to open the aid crossings, and they didn't want to, and they felt like there was going to be political backlash for them doing so. And also the aid crossings have been damaged as well during October 7th. There was damage to roads and all that other kinds of shit, and they had to fix holes in the wall and whatnot. But they did open the aid crossings, it's all written about in that book about how much time was spent in like talking about it and whatnot. And I think that one of the things that Blinken had mentioned too was that if you guys don't do this, then like Biden's probably not going to come to Israel, which obviously would look pretty bad if he didn't for like Israel, for like Netanyahu or whatever, because Israelis really like the American president. And like they probably didn't want it to seem like, you know, that they weren't like friendly with the US. And yeah, but I mean, I don't know like what else was, but like obviously whatever it was that Blinken said to them in that meeting, it was enough to pressure them to open the aid crossings at the end of 2023, because they did open more aid crossings.
Okay, so earlier on, they opened up more aid crossings. Now, in the situation that I'm referencing,
you're talking about the siege of North Gaza.
And the State Department memo that I was leaked, where they laid out specific requirements in terms of like aid levels and also specific crossings that they wanted to see open. Israel did not accomplish those things, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the State Department. Yeah, you are talking about the siege of North Gaza. That's specifically what that was referring to. When like for 3 weeks, aid was completely cut off from entering like North Gaza, or parts of North Gaza rather. It was the general's plan. Which by the way, that like it was that letter that did cause Israel to like end that siege. Because like more aid did start to go in. Was it as much aid? No, it wasn't as much aid. Like I feel like the 350 trucks a day number is kind of bullshit, because that wasn't even the number of food trucks that were going in before the war, but whatever.
Well, hold on. What do you mean that wasn't the number going in before the war?
That was not the number.
Didn't they have food being produced within Gaza? So they probably
yes, they also did have food being produced within Gaza. But even with that counted, I don't think you need 350 or 500 trucks is the number often cited of like food and humanitarian supplies going into Gaza. Like
why?
That's kind of a silly. Because somebody looked at the number and they were like, oh wow, this is the total number of trucks that were going in before the war. Therefore, this needs to be the total number of trucks that are now going in, even though 62% of those trucks were like construction supplies.
Also, before the war, the types of food stuff going in would be far less like calorie dense. You could probably cut the number to like a third and still get in more calories, bringing in like humanitarian type rather than commercial.
So you're saying that these humanitarian organizations who were advocating for 500 trucks a day or whatever the number was, you're saying that they just came up with this number willy-nilly because that's how much it was coming in before?
I think
these organizations. Why do you think this? So these organizations.
Because
I remember this was like a big thing.
This is a big numbers.
This is a big thing during the what is it? The GHA, what the Gaza Humanitarian Organization.
No, this was
GHF
this was the 500 trucks talking point is from ages ago. That's got nothing to do with the GHF.
Hold on, I understand, but this was a big contention then, is that even with the GHF, they were saying that not enough aid was getting in, not enough food was being given out.
Yeah, that's because the GHF
the GHF in Israel was claiming that there was enough, right? And that actually these humanitarian organizations were exaggerating and the need for aid, right? But so you're saying that we should have trusted the GHF there or Israel there.
No, I'm not saying that.
Just pulled a number out of their asses entirely.
I'm saying look at the fucking numbers of the number of trucks. This information is literally available on the UN's website. You can see that prior to the war, prior to 2023, you can see the number of trucks that would go in every day, and the fact that like 62% of those trucks were like fucking construction materials and shit that was not like humanitarian aid or food related, and it was like only like 21% or whatever were like food. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that like before the war, the number of trucks that needed to go in was nowhere near 500, and so it does not make sense to say that they need 500. Whoever came up with that number, that number is bullshit.
Hold on, but like, just think about it. Okay, so they're no longer producing food within Gaza that they were before.
That doesn't.
So I think this would imply that there's a greater need for food from outside, and not just food, but also medical aid.
But that doesn't mean that the number of trucks needs to be 500. That is insane. What should it be?
If there's hold on, I don't know why it's insane. If you agree that they should be, it's probably more than 350. What do you think it should be? Is it 400? Is it 450?
No. I don't even know that
Then why are you saying that it's
350 is
insane?
necessary. I said 500 was insane. I don't even know that 350
Okay,
is necessary.
why?
Yeah, okay,
I don't understand.
so
Like, what do you think?
no,
Like 100 a
this
day,
is
like
this
150 a day? Like, what do you
is
think would be reasonable?
this is what's going to happen here is you're going to like scoff at me because that I don't agree with like the fucking all like what all the fucking human rights organizations say, or fucking Amnesty International who say it's a genocide, and you put like way more stock in this shit than I do. And this is just going to turn into you like laughing at me because that I don't agree with the authorities that you're appealing to here.
No, I'm asking you what you think the number should be. Like, what would be reasonable to you?
I mean, probably like, well, right now, okay, it depends on when, but like, I don't know, maybe like 150, 200, maybe, depending on the time period or what have you. Although
Based on what?
It's not just the number, based on like the number, like it's a guess based on the number of trucks that were going in before the war that were just for food. And like, I don't know, you could maybe like double that or triple it or something, but it's still like, I think the number of trucks that were going in before the war was like 200 and something daily on average.
I think in Clinton's defense, there's like so many factors that will go into it. Like there's the size of the truck, what they're carrying as well.
And
There's also
to be
the
clear,
distribution too. That distribution's another huge
Right.
issue, right? Like
to
actually,
be clear, Dooby, the reason why Kalinda is pushing on you with this is because in loaners,
it's not.
we
Hold on,
we
it's not.
we
Yeah,
looked at this before, and we know
yeah, we
like
did. But
the 500 is a dumb thing,
I also,
and we don't
I
remember what
also,
the number was.
I also went and looked at like all of that data myself. Like I'm not just repeating shit that Loanerbox said. I did go and look at this in my own time
No,
too.
you're a loaner arbiter.
I mean, yes, I am a loner orbiter, but I went and confirmed all this shit because I was curious about it. And like the UNRWA literally publishes the number of trucks that go in per day and what is in those trucks. Like this information is all publicly available. They've been publishing this information since the start of the war. Like I think their data is like from October 21st or what have you. Most of the aid that was getting into Gaza was through the Rafah crossing until December when Israel opened up more crossings. And then I think most of the aid was still in the Rafah crossing. One of the biggest issues is the is like distribution though. It's like these people being able to like actually move their numbers. No, Van Leeuwen, those are not KOGAT's numbers. Those are UNRWA's numbers. I think KOGAT has their own numbers too, but yeah. Yes, Toby, we're having truck discourse. Toby's a Loanerbox mod. She knows. She knows about the truck discourse. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying that like a lot of this stuff doesn't really correlate with like what it was that people wanted or were saying or whatever, or like with the actual facts, because all this data is available. There's a lot of like fucky shit with related to the conflict too, of like information like that.
Yeah, but a lot of the data that we have on this comes from these humanitarian organizations that are saying that they needed like 350 a day minimum. Right, and you disagree with them on that number.
Hold on.
My understanding is that they don't even like. It's not even saying, oh, that we need. I think what you're saying is that they looked at the numbers that were going in before, and they said, oh well, this is about how much was going in before, so they need this plus a bit more. But I don't think you have anything to support that. My understanding is that they come up with like a calorie counter or like a how much per person per day.
Listen,
and how many trucks are needed to take this in.
The 350 number is probably like that one might be more accurate, but like I'm saying that the 500 trucks a day number is bullshit. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's not the same thing as the 350 number is different. I don't know like why the US gave that number instead of 500 trucks, but like maybe they actually like were connected to someone. I'm not sure where the 350 trucks a day number came from, but the 500 trucks a day, like that's my main claim is the 500 trucks a day thing was bullshit, not necessarily the 350. Maybe that is a more accurate number.
Right.
I mean, like you can say that it's not good that many trucks a day weren't getting in. There was a period where like quite a lot of that, like where it was closer to that, and we can like criticize Israel for that. I don't necessarily think that means that like Israel was like intentionally like, or that they were like basically trying to like starve Gazans, or that it was like fucking genocidal or whatever. But that's a whole other discussion. I think that it is more and like if you want to get upset with the Biden administration about that, then okay. Like, yeah, sure, we can say that Biden should have done more, but I'm just saying that, like, I think it's unfair to say that it was entirely toothless, because that he did get them to open up those crossings that were not open. And without that, all the aid that was going into Gaza would have just been through the Rafah crossing. And that even that, like, wouldn't have been, like, entirely enough either. Because it's not like,
I agree. I agree that he did get them to do a few things. My issue is that when they didn't do the things that he told them to do, or he demanded that they do, it doesn't seem like there are many consequences.
Yeah, I think
it seems like, again, this is what I mean by toothless.
I think that he probably should have not, like, been so public about a lot of that stuff. Although that letter was leaked, so that's, like, you can't really do much about that. Yeah, like, I mean, however,
so he should have been privately toothless instead of publicly toothless.
Well, no, I think that he shouldn't have painted himself into a corner by publicly, like, saying shit like Rafah's a red line, assuming that that is what he said, and not Rafah's a red line until you can get the civilians out, which I thought was what his actual demand was. But maybe I'm wrong about that, because I can't find his actual fucking quote. But, like, also the extent to which that Biden could, like, limit aid to Israel was severely limited by Congress, which was controlled by the Republicans, or at least the Senate was, and they weren't gonna let any of that shit happen. Like, there was no way that
they were going to block the 2,000-pound bombs.
He only did it for, like, a certain amount of time.
He did it until the election, right? I think it went through Trump's election.
Like,
yeah, how did he block that if he had no ability to block any of this?
Yeah, but there's a difference between blocking a little bit, or blocking, like, one thing, and blocking all of it. Like, okay, let me just ask you, what did you want Biden to do? Did you want Biden to put sanctions on Israel and to block all the aid that they were sending? Is that what you wanted?
Yes, I wanted Biden to actually enforcing the requirements that he laid out that were laid out in the memo. And if Israel did not comply with these requirements that were laid out, I think, yes, he should have put sanctions on them. He should have much further restricted the amount of funding that we're getting, like the offensive funding. Definitely, I'm okay with him funding the Iron Dome or whatever. Like, absolutely, even public pressure. Right, even him giving speeches and going and lobbying publicly for these things would have been fine. Go ahead.
I just want to ask you: do you understand that doing so at that point in time probably would not have been politically feasible for him to do, especially, like, right after, or, like,
I think it would have been.
Okay, I mean, you can say that, but the Republicans would not have gone along with, like, cutting all the aid completely, and, like, you can't just, like, say no more, or, like, pass, like, a law or whatever, or do stuff with the Leahy Act. I don't think that he can just unilaterally do that shit. Yeah, like, you really don't think that it would have been politically unfeasible? Like, I don't know that that's the case. I feel like it probably would have been politically unfeasible. And there was also worries, like, that's why Kamala Harris was so unsure about, like, or why she didn't, like, super stand up and become hella anti-Israel enough to, like, that Hassan and everybody would have been cheerleading her or whatever, because that she didn't want to alienate certain reliable voters in order to appease people who are not reliable voters, like young people.
Okay, so your position is that the reason he didn't take a firmer stance is because he would lose the pro-Israel people in the Democrat Party?
I think
if he dared to challenge Israel, put pressure on them at all.
Hold on, no, not or independence, actually. Listen, I think that he could have done more. I mean, Biden also is, like, a super big supporter of Israel, and I think that played into it as well. Kamala was not as big of a supporter of Israel, by the way, as far as I understood it. I understood it that she would often take a much, like, stronger stance, and I think that had she been elected, she probably would have been, and she probably would have.
She's just pretty spineless on the issue.
No, I mean that, I believe, no, I don't think that she would have been spineless if she'd been elected, and she probably.
No, I think she was spineless during the election, like during the campaign, she was spineless.
I mean, yeah, I mean, kind of. She like, I don't know what it was that you wanted her to do. She didn't want to drive away certain reliable, or, like, certain, like, people that she was hoping were going to vote for her, and I don't just mean pro-Israel people in the Democratic Party. She was also trying to win the votes of independents as well, too. And going full, like, anti-Palestine, like, fucking, or pro-Palestine crazy, like anti-Zionist shit, which is what all of these people wanted from her.
She doesn't even need to do that.
Wouldn't have.
I think people would have been happy with, like, any pushback, like anything that wasn't, like, immediately softened with how much she loves Israel and how much she'd never leave Israel.
I think, like, I think that, yeah, but I mean, even calling for sanctions on Israel itself, I think
she doesn't need to
probably
call
would
for
have been
sanctions.
kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't think she needs to. I think she needs to say that Israel needs to comply with international law, and if they're not, then she needs to say there are consequences we can impose, and she's going to impose those consequences, i.e., restricting offensive aid.
Okay.
Right. So she's not because the implication here is that if she or any president apparently just comes out hard against Israel when Israel is doing things that are violations of international law or violations of American law, or they're violating the Leahy Act, that we just cannot do anything about it because there are some Americans that are pro-Israel.
Wait a minute.
And if we do, then it's like politically infeasible so long as there's a group of people.
Wait a sec. I don't think that that's necessarily the case anymore, because but like back then in the 2024 election, I do think that there was a much greater risk of that. But like obviously people's attitudes have changed. And like some of it is coming from because like the extent to which that all the Gaza shit is in front of people's on their social media feeds, and like how much of it is being covered in the media, and some of it is also just coming from an increasing amount of isolationism from like the American population. I think that second one is really unfortunate.
Yeah, but that was also the case back then, though. Actually, I would argue that it was
good.
It was on people's feeds even more back then. I think now, since the fake ceasefire, it has been kind of like pushed to the background a bit, right? Because Trump keeps doing crazy shit. So I think back then it was far more on people's feeds. And I think what I wanted, I think what a lot of people wanted, was for Kamala to be a leader and come forward and take a stand for something that she believed in. If she supports Israel, come out and say that, right? She supports them doing whatever the fuck they want, say that. If she doesn't, if she would put some kind of pressure on them, come out and say that.
Why do you?
I think the issue,
why does it have to be one or the
that I had and
other?
other people had, well, okay, it can be something in the middle then. But the issue that I had and other people had was that she didn't seem to want to do that. She just wanted to live in Biden's shadow. And I think she said explicitly that she wouldn't change anything that Biden did.
Listen,
right?
I agree.
So like I think that
was not good, and I think that was her fatal flaw in her campaign. And I don't think that it was necessarily anything to do with the foreign policy shit. I think the fact that she said she wouldn't change anything that Biden did came across to people as not good, because that they blamed Biden for a whole bunch of shit that they probably shouldn't have blamed Biden for. But that's got nothing to do with foreign policy crap. That's like domestic shit. And I think that did not help her campaign. Yes, Chase, he said fake ceasefire, but that's a whole other discussion. I would have to pull up the terms of this. Do you think the ceasefire in Lebanon is fake too?
Yeah.
Really? Even though like the terms of that ceasefire say that like Israel is allowed to take actions in their defense, and that Hezbollah has to be disarmed, and and Israel is, and like the Lebanese army is also working to like defend or to disarm Hezbollah. Like it's a different.
I think Israel and Lebanon, like they do in Gaza, very much stretches what they need to do for their defense. I think often they do things that they don't need to do for their defense. Do
you think that disarming Hezbollah would be good for Israel's defense, because that Hezbollah's entire point is to destroy? Okay, well that's what they're trying to do. That's the point. They don't want Hezbollah to move back over the Litani River, because that will enable them to start shooting rockets again, which is what they don't want. So that's usually what the strikes are in aid of in Lebanon.
I mean, Hezbollah being disarmed is good for like everyone except like the Iranian regime
and Hezbollah. Yeah. I think Hezbollah being disarmed is good for Lebanon too. I don't think it's good. Like they shouldn't. Yeah, they're literally like an extra military force that operates like outside the bounds of the government.
Maybe it's bad to the Shia minority. Even that, I'm not sure.
I mean, I think, yeah, I suppose so. Although that's the problem, that like the Lebanese government should really actually be helping the Shia minority instead of like basically fucking them over. I think they probably.
Do you think that Lebanon is an ethno state?
I don't know if Lebanon's an ethno state.
No, Lebanon's not.
Why didn't you
ethno state anyway?
Why didn't you look it up? No,
I don't think there's a. Hold on, I don't think. Are we enabling or supporting Lebanon? Okay, this is what's so silly to me. Like I said earlier, if you can show me that there are other countries that have the amount of influence that Israel does, that the U.S. enables, like we enable Israel, and there are ethno states, I'm going to say, hey, yeah, we should use this influence that they have here and the connections that we have with that country to pressure them to change their policies. Like, I don't think that's very complicated, right? So, like, yes, if we have ties with the country, we should use those ties to pressure them to adjust their policy. Yes.
Keep going, guys. I'll be right back. I need to put my food in.
Whether that's whether that's Lebanon or Israel or Qatar or Saudi Arabia or fucking Japan, like whatever country, if they have policies that are immoral or wrong or counter to our belief system or our foreign like our foreign interests, then yes, we should use those connections to pressure them to change those policies, like we do with every other fucking country in the world.
I believe that Lebanon does receive some amount of U.S. military aid, or at least used to receive USAID. But more important than that, why would I truly don't understand this. Why would your discussed factor for a given country be conditional on if your country aids them or not? Why wouldn't you be
It isn't.
discussed?
It's just, hold on, the attention that I give to discussing country is going to be that is going to be dependent on how much money we give them, how much we enable them on the world stage. So, like I said earlier, there are plenty of discussing countries in the world that are doing terrible things, have terrible policies, doing awful things to people. I don't give a fuck about most of them because we are not enabling most of them. And where we are enabling them, I criticize my government for doing that, and I criticize our government for doing what they're doing. Like, I'm just applying that same standard to Israel, and it seems like I'm sure if I were on here criticizing Qatar or Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't feel this defensive, right? But it seems like you feel defensive over Israel for some reason, specifically.
I do actually. I would feel defensive for Qatar or Saudi Arabia.
Why?
And I would feel defensive for Lebanon as well, by the way, specifically for Lebanon.
Why?
Because I think that the aid provides an ability to curtail their worst behavior and help them in their best behavior.
Okay, but if my belief is that the aid is not being used that way right now, so if it's not, in cases where it isn't being used,
that belief is incorrect. I think that belief is incorrect.
Okay, so in cases where it isn't being used in that way, like what's the issue with me criticizing
them? It's that you seem to not. You are unevenly informed, and this is why I tend to identify as like a mild case of anti-Semitism. Is if the only genocides that you care about are the Israeli-made ones, if you believe that Gaza is a genocide, I know that's
what are the genocides should I care about?
I don't know. Sudan is a recent one.
Are we enabling or paying for that genocide? Are we funding that genocide?
I don't believe so.
Well, then why should I care about it? Like I said earlier, there are plenty of places in the world that are where terrible shit's happening, and I don't care about them. I'm a nationalist, right? I'm not like a global citizen person. I'm an American. I care about my people, my country, and because we're enabling this terrible thing, I care about that terrible thing more than other terrible things that are currently happening.
Well, it sounds like one of your big problems with Biden and Biden's policy, like with Israel, is more that it's a loss of face than anything.
Yeah, I think. Well, I wouldn't say it's more that than anything, but I think that's one thing. Yeah, I think that Biden and Trump definitely, both of these people, it's transparent, right? Their loyalty to Israel is so transparent, and the way that Israel is able to use this to pull them around like dogs on a leash is so transparent to me that I think it's embarrassing, it's disgusting.
Why is it loyal to Israel? Why can you not conceive that it's just in the U.S.'s best interest to maintain a big ally in that region?
Well, hold on. I think it is in our interest to maintain an ally. I don't think it's in our interest to maintain the ally in the way that we are. So for example, with Biden, I think it is an ideological thing. I think he was a Catholic, but I think somehow his Catholicism translated to Christian Zionism, which doesn't typically happen. But somehow it did. He had this loyalty to Israel that I think was religious, right? Trump, I think
believe in the rapture.
Yeah, Catholics don't believe that that Jews are the chosen people, quote unquote. They don't believe in like dispensationalism
or in the rapture or any of that shit. So
yeah, that's like an evangelical thing. So it's strange that Biden had that religious belief, and I think it was religious for Biden, but whatever, he had that belief, I think. For Trump, I think he's self-serving. I don't think he's an ideological attachment to Israel like Biden did. I think he's entirely self-serving. I think he gets a lot of money from these people, from Miriam Adelson, other people in the pro-Israel lobby. So that's why, right? So yeah, I think this is transparent to me. I think it's gross, and yeah, that's one of the reasons I have an issue with it.
My opinion is that a lot of the reasons that the US has taken positions and not taking positions that they have is just for pragmatic reasons. I mean, I think the best policy, like in terms of international relations, is always to be as pragmatic.
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think it's pragmatic to be as like attached to Israel as we are.
Well, I don't want to talk about Trump because I don't believe that Trump actually has the best interest of the U.S.
Hold on,
in
wait
mind,
a minute,
so
wait.
care.
Just a second. Okay, there is a Israeli dude in the waiting room who I think is, at least from the outside, he seems like at least center right. And he wants to come in to argue with you, Dooby. I don't know if you want to do that or if you would just like to keep arguing with us. If that's the case, though, guys, and I do pull Lennis in because I don't want this to turn into a fucking dog pile, then I would just like to let him and Dooby go back and forth for a while instead of all of us ganging up on Dooby.
I need to leave
Hey,
anyway, so if you want to replace me with him, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm okay with talking to him, but I'm also okay with the dog pile. That's totally fine. Whatever you guys want to do.
Okay. Jesus Christ. I keep forgetting that you're like, of course, because you're from the fucking politics Discord. By the way, I think it's really cool.
I am the politics Discord,
yes.
okay.
I think it's cool what you
Dooby
built.
is our king.
Yeah. I think it's cool what you built over there. Like, I'm kind of aiming to do something similar. Oh, my thing is beeping. Like here, in the sense that I want to build like a thing where everybody can kind of argue with each other in one particular segmented off portion of the Discord, and then where like if other people don't want to go in there and face that kind of shit, then they can, and where like basically all viewpoints are allowed except as long as you don't violate TOS. I'm assuming, like, are there Nazis on your server, Dooby, or did you purge all
I hope so. I would allow them. I would allow them openly if I could. We used to, but Discord doesn't want them on the platform openly.
Oh yeah.
My position on that is just that I would allow literally. I mean, we have Kahanis on the server. I think they're fucking disgusting, but we have them there, right? And they say all kinds of crazy shit. We allow as much as we can, right? So
to change their minds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very, very unlikely that ever happens, but it does sometimes happen. It's just rare. Most of these people are like emotionally attached to a position, like most people.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's useful. I think it's beneficial for people to talk to them, hear their perspective, even if I think their perspective is gross. I would allow everything if I could. What we do is we allow what we can get away with.
Okay, Lannis, you can talk to Dooby. Short Stack Goblin, if you're gonna go, have a good evening. Lannis, feel free to talk to Dooby. Just God, I hope your audio is good. Your audio is probably fine. All right, bye, Short Stack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
So Dooby, I love that I pulled you in here. Never give Kalina mod in the politics because she says that she wants to do something similar to yours, and we've seen what mods in the politics Discord tend to do to you when they have that ambition. It's nice talking to you again. See you.
See ya.
I don't want to be mod in Dooby's server. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Shouldn't. It's bad.
It's so hard to fucking. Dealing with the people in Loner Court is already insane. They're all fucking children. I bet it's probably even worse in your goddamn server. Anyway.
Where?
No, yeah, I mean, not you, Insomniac, but anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go.
I just finished D&D.
Kalinda, you characterized me as a center right, but well, I'm Israeli liberal who votes left.
Okay,
but
I mean that doesn't
have hawkish ideas.
Yeah, bro, you literally think that the settlements are a good negotiating tactic. I feel like that's not a liberal.
Only as a negotiating tactic. Just you take them, then you give them back. But it's fine.
I whatever. I don't know. Like,
depends. Are neocon liberals?
What?
Are neocons liberals?
I think yes.
Historically, I think some of the neocons were disaffected Democrats who switched the Republican Party because they were mad that the Republicans were not democratic.
I think neocons are liberals.
But not.
Why not? They're
not all liberals. No, we don't mean liberal like that. Anyway, go ahead. You guys talk to Dooby. I need to go and add more stuff to my food. Okay. I'll be back.
So Dooby, I heard the arguments. I listened to the last hour and a half, I think.
You guys should sub if you like this content.
You're making sense, right? It's fine. I kind of agree with the approach, not necessarily with the points themselves, but the approach is very reasonable. First of all, that's what I have to say. Okay. Second, well, your claim about the anti-BDS laws, which clash with the freedom of speech and stuff like this, I understand the logic. However, I'm not speaking about you specifically. I'm speaking about the global left thing. This is not what is, front and center in the left messaging. Even if we go to more established left, not the cookie left, not the Communist Party, but more established left. This is not what is front and center. What do you think it is?
What do you mean by not front and center? So to be clear, I don't think that the anti-BDS stuff and opposition to that is a left issue. I think that's an American issue. I think both sides should be against that. And I don't consider myself a leftist at all, like not in any way. But what do you mean, like, not front and center? Like, what do you think is front and center?
The front and center is basically, kind of lies about genocide.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Can I quickly just respond to that, Lannis, if you don't mind, Dooby?
Go.
for it.
You. I'm fine.
Just to clarify, like you say, it's not front and center. It's true that it's not front and center, but it is fundamental. Like everything from center left and leftward agrees that the occupation needs to end. Agrees that like the West Bank needs to be given like 67 borders at the very least. So while it's not front and center, I think it's mostly from like pragmatic reasons, not necessarily because the base doesn't believe in that.
Yeah, I have a response to this. So, are you Israeli? Because
Yeah,
I hear an
I am.
accent.
Yeah, I am.
So the Likud, right, is a liberal party in Israel, right? It's the
No.
basis.
No.
Wait a second. On paper, in its formation, it is considered a liberal party.
Yeah,
But you know exactly what they are pushing. That's right. But in practice, their front and center is not liberal at all. So it's like we can talk about abstract ideas.
Hold on.
Of what.
Wait a minute.
What drives?
Just a second. Does it not say in the Likud charter that the West Bank and Gaza are like Israeli or some shit like that, or at least that the West Bank is? Is
Yes.
that not the? Okay, are you using
Yes, Kalinda,
some
but
weird abstract definition of the term liberal that I'm not aware of?
Mm.
All right, I'm sorry. That
No, no,
I
like
think it
I'm
actually
talking-
uses the term "from the river to the sea" in the Likud charter, or something similar to that.
yeah, there is, but I'm not talking about the security standpoint of the Likud. Fuck that. They are written as a liberal party that should promote liberal ideas, but in Israeli internal politics, their front and center, as I said, is very illiberal. Their coalitions are solely with illiberal factions.
yeah, that's
of
because
the
they're
Israeli
the
politic
only
body.
people who would make a coalition with them, or with Benjamin, or with Netanyahu specifically.
Yeah. But still,
Okay,
there could be another universe where they say, well, we're liberal, we're not sitting with the ultra orthodox or the
Yeah, but I think that
religious Zionism.
okay, hold on. Is it not the case that the Dooby, I'm sorry. This kind of you were supposed to be the center of this, and now we're talking about something else.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm derailing, kick me.
No, you're not. You're not.
I find it interesting. So it's
It's me
Oh,
who's derailing. Who derailed?
I'm not a diva. Okay, like I don't really give a fuck. I'm just hanging out.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So I guess, I mean, I always find it interesting too, hearing Israelis talk about their politics and shit. But the thing is that I thought that like is the conflict not a pretty central aspect of Israeli politics? Like, is that not like one of the main things that people will vote on as opposed to like other domestic issues?
Well, yes.
They'll
On
vote on
paper, yes.
security.
In
They'll vote on
reality,
security.
yeah, they vote on security, not on conflict. Whether how we solve the
Yeah. Okay.
the war with the
The
Palestinians.
conflict
They
or the
vote on
security
security.
is a big part of like or like the yeah, but that I'm saying that relates to the conflict though, right? And obviously like Likud's version of security is incredibly like hardline and crazy, and the Palestinians shouldn't get a state because it's bad for our security, right? And I would
Yes,
consider
Kalinda, and they
to be
failed.
right wing. Yeah, I
And
know they
of course,
failed.
they're right wing, but they're liberal with a capital L. Like if you write in Wikipedia liberalism, that's what they claim they are.
Okay, I can't speak to what that Insomniac, do they actually claim that or
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what they're claiming about liberalism because it's like those terms when they come to Israel, you need to understand they mean something a little bit different to us. And when it's used in a very Americanized way, when it's used to its like very like American meaning, it's usually when it's being like used by populists. So when it's used that way, it probably means jack all and shit, right?
Okay. Oh shit. Yeah, wait, hold on. Shit. Why is the Discord overlay is not working? Yeah, I don't anyway, go on. I'll try to fix that. Keep talking, guys.
I'll say that they're a little closer to like libertarians than liberals.
Insomniac, if you Google Halikud in Hebrew,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
What you
yeah,
get, what you get is the name of the party, and the full name of the party is, listen to me, Halikud Tnua Leumit Liberalit. Right? Okay, so it's like National Liberal the Likud National Liberal Movement.
Yeah, I'm still socialist leaning, even though the Nazis were national socialists. Okay, I don't give a fuck what they're calling themselves.
Okay, sure. Very good, very good. This just proves my point that the front and center, and we're back to what I was asking Dooby, is that the front and center of the U.S. left currently seems to be just propped up on false claims of genocide from discredited bodies like Amnesty International,
To be clear, it's
the
actually
UN, and so on.
that's more of a I would say that's more of a far left thing, although it seems to have unfortunately bled over into the left. But like not that doesn't mean that all of those people are anti-Zionist. The anti-Zionism is mostly on the far left. It's not like on like the more mainstream like I think if you ask most of those people, they'd probably just be okay with the two-state solution. Just throwing that out there. But anyway.
Sure, but let's switch it to the far left because they are setting the tone for the left. Okay, they are the pioneers, so to say. Well, they're the ideological pioneer wing. No, wouldn't you say?
No, I'd say in today's climate, no. I'd say that the Tachim LaNeshek. I'd say that like
not in Israel.
Oh, he's talking about in America. No, I would not.
America.
I would absolutely disagree with that. I do not think that the fucking crazy far left progressive people are as popular in the Democratic Party as everybody fucking says that they are. Just because that Mamdani won in New York doesn't suddenly mean those people are going to take over the party. I don't think that that's.
I don't know. Maybe
true.
I'm in a media bubble. Maybe I'm in a media bubble, but all I see from the American left is Hassan and his kin.
Yeah, I
mean, Dooby's American. He can answer for that, right?
I mean, I can
answer
also
for what?
answer.
Yeah.
Dooby, do you think that the American left is nearly as big, like that the Hassan types and like the progressive far left Mamdani socialist shit is going to take over the Democratic Party?
I hope so, but I don't think so.
Why would you hope so?
I think what we have now is like I don't want to call it a uniparty, but it's close to a uniparty. I think the fucking dinosaurs have been working together for too long. They like each other too much, and they don't work against each other in the way that they should to benefit the country. I think a lot of these people are primarily just working to benefit themselves.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I don't agree, but that's a different thing anyway.
I came from Russia to Israel, and I know stories of my parents, about the Soviet Union. And say that you wish the socialists would take over the Democrats. I have much more beef with you, even than with the Israel stuff.
Hold on, but does Israel have universal health care?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, in the
it's not
US
socialism.
context,
That's not.
Well,
Yeah,
hold
that's
on.
not
But hold on.
socialism.
But in the U.S., in the context of the United States, universal healthcare is called socialism or communism, right? So when this was
Yeah.
being like pushed by Obama, he was called a fucking communist, right? Like a jihadist communist, actually. So
I know.
in our context, these kind of policies, it seem like common sense to me, common sense to you. They're called socialism, right? And people that push them are called socialists or communists, whatever the fuck. So this when I say that I want people like Zoran or people more like not Hassan entirely. Hassan is way further left than me. Like I have 6 homes. Okay, I'm a landlord. So people like this. When I say people in that direction, I hope they take more power in the country. What I mean is that I think right now our politicians are too close together. They're too alike, right? On both sides of the political spectrum. I think they use a lot of political footballs and a lot of issues that they never really want to fix to keep getting elected over and over and over again. They're fucking dinosaurs that have been there forever and they're totally disconnected from the people. So I want these people gone. I hope they all get ball cancer and die, to be honest with you. And I want younger people with more progressive ideas to come in, right? And I understand these people, like Zoran. I think he's a democratic socialist. I don't agree with all of his ideas, but I think his ideas are way better than anything that would have been pushed by Cuomo or Adams or any of these other fucking people.
Do you think that the US would benefit from having more than just like 2 primary parties?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the impression I was getting from what you were saying, was that US politics kind of needs a shake-up.
I wouldn't advise.
I think a lot of people hope that Trump would be that shakeup. And he just fell right back in. He just fell right into the typical mold. Actually, he's worse than the typical politician, right? Because he's just transparently a corrupt piece of shit.
I would. I'm
That's
sorry,
why I
but
thought it
I
was-
wouldn't advise this because the multi-party system is very flawed and it has a lot of issues. For example, the Israeli current coalition doesn't really represent the body politics.
Yeah, but neither does the U.S., right? Neither does our politician, our political.
Yeah, you
setup.
have
Like
you have other quirks.
I want to call them quirks. Like
Quirks.
what happens actually is that people who don't just adhere to whatever the party line is, right? They get smothered. They get suppressed by the major parties, and they never get any money. They never get any leverage, and these movements just die off, right? Or they're co-opted and made into something like totally disconnected from where they were previously. They just become part of the political machine. So I want that to stop. I want us to have more diversity in political thought and in philosophy. And I think the only way to do that is to break up the two-party system in the West.
Can I give you a counter argument to this?
Yeah.
So basically, in Israel, you have the ultra-Orthodox parties, and there's 2 main ultra-Orthodox parties. One is Ashkenazi, one is Sephardic, the Eastern Jews. And one of them runs a very elaborate education system, which is private in Israel, which is ultimately should not be funded. But they get so much funding, and they get so much coalition money, like basically legal bribe, just because there is 6 people out of 120 that are very important to hold the coalition together. And so, like, the flip side is, right, you have people who are not adhering to the party line and they get smothered. I can understand this is not good. This is not optimal. But then in the parliamentary system with a multi-party, right, what you have is a coalition that can be the dog wags the tail wags the dog, basically. This is what you have. This is the flip side of exactly what you say.
I think we have the same issue in the U.S., right? But ours is so. For example, was it Lieberman, if I remember correctly, who'd gotten like $2 million from the insurance industry or the healthcare industry? And when Obama was pushing universal healthcare initially, right? It's like his Obamacare thing. Initially, it was supposed to be universal healthcare. It was like supposed to be single payer, and it got watered down because he needed this one guy's vote. Right? I think it was like 2 people. They needed their votes. They were in the Democrat Party, but because they had these interests that pay them a fuck ton of money, they were not going to support anything that went against those interests, right? So it had to be watered down massively. Same thing happened with Trump, by the way. When Trump got into office initially, like the first time, he was pushing universal healthcare. That's what he was for on the campaign trail. He said he believed that every American should have health insurance, right? Like government help, paid for health insurance, like other countries.
Yeah.
He got into office had to sit down with Paul Ryan, and well, the lobby said he can't do this, so we're not going to do it. And the party says, hey, well, we're getting a fuck ton of money from this industry, so we're not going to do it. Come up with something else, and then they went nowhere, right? All they did was fuck over Obamacare and then do nothing. And so like the same issue, really.
Our specific politicians, why weren't they smothered? These politicians, if we really did want it,
because they have very loyal bases because a lot of them have been in power for a very long fucking time, and I think it's why we need term limits, right? They've been in these politicians for decades, some of them, and they just have people loyally voting for them over and over and over again because, in addition to, being shows for these lobbies, they do get carve-outs for these like small groups of constituents.
Right?
Yeah. So, and I think that the reason these individuals have so much power is because of the system. It's because we have like we need 60 votes, right, to get something passed. And there are two parties, so the party needs to mold itself to fit, everybody within the party needs to mold themselves to fit this one dude who's also allegedly within the party to get anything passed. And we saw this with Obamacare. We saw this, even Trump had shit that was tanked for these reasons. Was it like Manchin that tanked something similar with Biden? Like, it's we just first off, I think we need term limits because I think a lot of these people have been in power way too long. But I really don't think it makes any sense to give so much power to these two parties when their incentive is just to maintain their stranglehold, to prop up politicians that are going to maintain the status quo, and really not fix anything. I think like things like immigration, things like healthcare reform, things like like debt reform, right? That was being pushed for a while. Like all these things are like political footballs that neither party has an incentive to actually do anything about because they need these issues come election time to get elected, right? So they just do a little, they nibble around the edges, but do really nothing major to fix any of these problems until they become like major issues, and then they do something fucking crazy because the public like demands something to happen. So I don't know.
I gotta say from the outside, like it sounds like, I'm not saying no, it's not like that in America. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not American, but like it sounds a little conspiratorial. Like I gotta say, like
yeah, it's 100% conspiratorial, but I think it's true. I think that there is a when I say uniparty, I don't mean that actually they're all like working together, but I do think that because they have incentives, they want to keep getting elected, they want to keep the money flowing in. They need to hold on to these political footballs because they use them to scare the voters every time election season comes around. So, for example, the Obamacare thing was a big one. Even Biden, when he got into office, he was talking about making like allusions toward universal health care. And then when he got into office, he did nothing. When Trump got into office, he had the votes to do whatever the fuck he wanted for a long time. Did nothing really. Passed none of the major legislation that he claimed he was going to pass because the Republican Party, the establishment of the Republican Party, actually didn't want to fix any of those problems. Right? They could have. He was the president. They had both. They had the House and they had the Senate, and they didn't pass any of the shit they said they'd pass. Right? So the only reason I think they continue to do this, the only reason it makes sense to me is they have an incentive not to do it. So like
okay, but if we bring the argument down a little bit, like ground it down a little bit, would it stand the scrutiny of like real life? Because like I'm looking right now at like what Trump is doing with the country, right? And like this is just 4 years of this office, and already like even small changes, even small big changes. Yeah, sure, maybe I'll talk to the audience meanwhile. Like even small changes have like big ripple effects, right? So like how, like I guess my argument here is like, can it really stand to the scrutiny of if the leaders elected really don't care about like the country doing well?
Oh, okay. Radio silence.
By
the way, about the
my wife was speaking to me for a little bit.
Wife is sacred and the most important thing in life.
Yeah, I was asking, would that like stand the scrutiny of like real life? Because if you look at like what Trump is doing, even small changes that he's making, like are making big ripple effects, right? So like, can this really stand in the scrutiny of a president not actually giving a fuck if the country is going anywhere positive?
Well, I just like, why do you think that we,
Especially successions of those like presidencies, because it's, apparently like
it's not,
they traded off, and they just both are in on this game of maintaining the status quo and not actually improving anything.
it's not they don't want anything positive to happen. I think that what I think is that they have an incentive to keep issues being issues, right? Because if they actually like put a band-aid on anything or wrap anything up, and it just in the way that they claim they want to, when the thing continues to fall apart, or when it's not an issue in the next election season, they can't use it in the way that they do now to scare the public and to get votes.
Mm.
Because I mean, in election season, there's always there's a handful of topics that that come up every election season without fail: abortion, immigration, healthcare, right, and taxes, right?
Yeah.
And abortion, the Democrats had the ability to pass abortion, pass something at the federal level for abortion for decades. They didn't do it. They claim they want to. They instead they relied on the Supreme Court decision that everybody knew was flimsy and might fall apart someday. Why didn't they just pass a federal law? Who fucking knows, right? The Republicans had the ability to do anything they wanted to do with the immigration reform multiple times for decades, and they didn't. They nibbled around the edges. Didn't do any of the shit they claimed they wanted to do, and then every election season they bring it up again as this thing they need to get elected to fix, and they get elected and they don't fix it. So I don't either they don't actually want to fix these things, or they for some reason when they're elected and they have the ability to do it, they are just choosing not to. I don't like. What's
okay, Dooby, tear gas
I
here
think
in the
Trump
chat,
is trying to
is saying like you're getting it wrong fundamentally because you're like getting the process of the election wrong, or like how Congress works. I'll let them explain it maybe.
By the way, Dooby, about the healthcare system, let me tell you an anecdote.
Hang on a sec, just a sec. So tear gas / epic fail. I gave him. He has perms. He can come in here whenever. I just don't think he's at the computer right now.
Oh, it's epic fail.
Okay. Yes, yeah, it is.
Hey, Epic.
I don't think that he can come in here right now because I think he's on his phone and he's not at his computer. But actually, you know what? I'm just gonna let you guys keep arguing. Yeah, Lannis, go ahead. Don't talk over each other.
So, Dooby, about the healthcare system, small anecdote. So basically, in Israel, it's not it's paid by a specific tax that is deduced from your payslip, right? And it's a progressive tax. Okay, that's first. And the public option, it exists. I can go to a doctor, and it's free, mostly free, 30 shekels. I can go to the emergency room if my hand is broken, and they will put it in a cast. Right? It's free. It will be free. The clinic will cover it. However, for example, now I need the ear, throat, nose doctor for something. Right? The next date which I can go to this doctor is February 14th. I don't think I will have this problem until February 14th, right? So it's like the public option, it's good, but however, in Israel, you still have a private option. I can pay through my clinic. I can pay 400 shekels, like $130, to go to this ENT doctor in a hospital. With my coverage, I have it. So basically, the universal healthcare is also, it's also the neighbor's grass is greener thing. I can understand that in the US that things are bad with healthcare. I can appreciate it, but don't think it's like a panacea, literally.
Yeah, I am a pretty wealthy person. So my healthcare is amazing, right? My wife's healthcare, my son's healthcare, amazing. The issue in the United States is, I was not always a wealthy person, right? Growing up, I was very broke. My family was very broke, very, very poor. And I mean, poor enough that we were like going to food banks and eating expired food and taking showers on the neighbor's yard with a fucking water hose. Okay. Like it was long periods without electricity, without gas, etc. So for these people, healthcare it becomes a thing that you do when you absolutely have to and not when you first start having the issue, right? Which allows these small problems to become big problems over time. And it leads to these people dying or going to the emergency room, and the state's spending way more money than they otherwise would to deal with these issues because they weren't dealt with when they first sprang up. So I think that that it's going to cost more in tax money, but I think if I remember correctly, we do pay more than I think most other countries in health insurance. I'm sorry, for healthcare in the U.S. Yeah, so we already pay a lot
because your hospitals rip off the insurance companies.
Can I just a sec? I just want to interject and say something. Dooby, do you want like Medicare for all, or do you just support a public option? Because I think a public option is more feasible, at least right now in America.
Yeah, I think that everybody should be entitled to. I don't even want to say bare minimum. I think everybody should be entitled to healthcare, right?
Okay.
As a citizen, I think it's something you should have a right to. But I do think that people should have the ability to supplement that with better private health insurance or private facilities if they want to, right? Better plans to either get them expedited access or whatever the fuck. But I think that everybody should have like the bare minimum, right? So if you get sick,
I don't disagree.
You're not going to go bankrupt.
Although I'm also Canadian, so yeah, of course I agree with that. But yeah, what I'm saying is pragmatically. So you're saying is that you're not like a Medicare for all or bust type of person. You think a public option would be fine?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'm
just a public option that is like not garbage. So like a properly funded public option that people can actually rely on to be healthy. Of course,
but I feel like that's is that not the mainstream Democratic position? That's not the position progressive Democrats want.
Allegedly,
Medicare for all or bust. I mean,
yeah, it's allegedly the mainstream position, but when they have the ability to make that happen, they don't. So like why?
Because I think that you are maybe not.
Kalinda, is that the healthcare version of the one-state solution?
Yes, it is. Medicare for all is the healthcare version of the one-state solution. And there was some really dumb shit, like the extent to which that people were like, we will accept nothing less than this, and they didn't want any kind of compromise. But I think the issue is that when you're talking about people like Lieberman, it feels like you think that that the Democrats can actually do way more, but they're just unwilling to do it, when the Democratic Party is a huge tent. And the thing that stopped Obama largely, and the thing that like almost killed Obamacare, were the blue dog Democrats. And those were the people that he had to like compromise with in order to like, and then the public option was killed so that he could actually get that bill passed. Also, the political landscape was way different then. Like, I think a larger majority of Americans now support a public option or like more healthcare than I think that they would have back in those days. Certainly they are further left.
I think even back then it was very popular. Now it's, I mean, I think this is like, I think even like Republicans, I mean, I think, was it a majority of Republicans support something like a public option?
I mean, you'd have to like, I'd have to find polling on that, but I'm just saying
I need to find the polling, but I think it was like, even among Republicans, it wasn't like unpopular.
Okay. Although even then I will say too, as well, that the other issue with that is that, you know, because of the way that like the U.S. states are apportioned and all that, it's kind of a bit like people are going to work to serve their constituents. And if a whole bunch of people come from really conservative districts, then those districts might not want that shit. And those people still have some level of power. So like national polls don't even, I don't know. I think I'm just saying that I feel like, like you're just kind of ignoring how difficult it can be to get shit done, and just assuming that they can just snap their fingers and do it, which isn't really true. Like, no,
I'm not. Obviously, it's difficult to get done. I mean, I just told you that Lieberman was the prime. Like one dude was a primary reason we didn't get a public option. Like,
he was.
There's a few other holdouts, but he was a primary reason.
I know. Joe Manchin was also like the thing that fucked with a lot of Biden's agenda, because they had like a a one vote majority in the Senate, basically. Although I understand that with Obama it was different, but it took him a while to get all those blue dogs in line, and like they had so much trouble. Like earlier when you were saying like the fucking abortion shit, Obama spent his political capital on the ACA. I don't know that he would have been able to get the abortion stuff, because back then there were still like pro-life Democrats. And also like the wording of that bill would have been important too, because some Democrats would have wanted like no restrictions and others would have wanted like you can't have partial birth abortions and all these other kinds of things. So yeah, anyway, one sec.
Why do you?
What?
Sure. No, I was going to say, like, why do you think it makes more sense to have this reality? So that the reality there are like blue dog Democrats, for example, within the Democrat Party that are conservative on certain issues, right? But these people are still considered Democrats. So the party itself still funds these people, still supports these people, et cetera, right? To me, it makes more sense to cut those people out of the party and to just have them form their own smaller parties. And if they can get public support, if they can get funding, let them do it.
Well, those people would just become Republicans, probably. Like they'd just be like liberal Republicans. But sorry, hold on, just a second. One sec.
Sure. Yeah, I think some of them might become Republicans, but I think some of them are too left on other issues for the Republicans to support them, right? So, like, I do think we need to break up the current system, because I think right now what it favors is the status quo, very slow incremental change until things get to like a boiling point, and then we have like sudden change when a guy gets it, like Trump gets in to make big changes, right? So it's.
So, would you prefer big changes every 4 years?
If they're in the right direction, yes. I think there are some things like one good thing about Obamacare, right? So when people were talking about it, it was like, oh, this is communism. And it was like the idea that we had like the ACA subsidies, right? And we had like children on their parents' like health insurance till like 25 years old, 26 years old, or something like this. So when this was initially being debated, Republicans called this like fucking communism. So they were very opposed to this. But now those same policies are very popular with Republicans, because now that they've lived with this thing, they realize, oh shit, this isn't communism, and it's good. It's just helpful to my family. So I do think that if you can pass the right things, even with the outcry of the other side, eventually people are living in that reality. And in that reality, things are pretty good. So they realize that they shouldn't have been opposed to this thing.
Wait, I'm sorry. You just talked a whole bunch, and I just said just a second. I walked away from the computer. Were you talking to me? I'm so sorry.
No, I was talking to
Lannis?
Insomnia.
Oh, Insomnia.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing that Conradical spit some numbers, percentage of that of those voters. They say, Conradical here say that 15% of Republicans approve of the ACA, compared with 91% of Democrats and 63% of independents. 57 overall per Gallup.
He's talking.
That's because it's the ACA.
Yeah, he's talking about
it's Obamacare.
Yeah, it's because Republicans have been lied to about Obamacare. It's really dumb. Like, for fuck's sakes, Obamacare was Romney Care, which was like the conservative Heritage Foundation solution, I think.
Yeah, it was.
In any case, though, I think that there's like Conradical, can you find data on, I'm eating right now, otherwise I would look. Do you have data on like what the public opinion was back in like when they were trying to get the ACA passed? I think it probably would have been like 2010, I think. 2009. No, I don't even think it was in Obama's first year. Oh no, yeah, it would have been in his first year, maybe. Because then he lost the midterms and he wasn't really able to get much done because Mitch McConnell was insanely obstructionist.
Yeah, I need to remember. We need to pull the polls, but I remember there being something in like a few years ago that was like explicitly asking about like a public option, like a government plan that competed with private insurance, right? Is what it was like described as. And I think that was around 40% of Republicans, right? So 40% of Republicans supported that, which is essentially what you guys are talking about. So there being a public option a government plan or government insurance that people can sign on to that competes with the private insurance. But I think a lot of Republicans now are coming to the universal healthcare position in the way that I did, right? Or maybe not universal, but like there being some public option, right? In the way that I did, from like a nationalist perspective, right? So the idea that like a nation has a duty to its citizens to ensure that their citizens are healthy, right? Like the nation benefits when they have a healthy population, and people aren't going bankrupt because they get sick. So I think more people over time on the right wing are moving in that direction, and I think that those numbers are only going to grow.
Yeah, that's probably true. Anyway, can we move back to other stuff?
Yeah.
Like, Lannis, did you not come in here to yell at Dooby because he's like anti-Israel or whatever?
I fucking hate Israel.
Not to yell, of course. Listen, you talked about a lot of things, but what I asked is
Oh,
why
that's
the
okay.
main
We're not keen
agenda
on you either.
is not the bad laws that Dooby cites that clash with the freedom of speech, but the left mostly, goes after shiny lies in Al Jazeera. This was my question, but
Like what? Oh, I mean, hold on. You said that you think that that their primary talking point, I guess, or the primary like push is on calling it a genocide.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's one. I think that's not true. But two, I think it is a genocide. So.
Okay,
You know.
okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. No, I mean, I will not open this can of worms whether it is a genocide or not. There is like a vast discussion on this, and
Good, because that conversation is so
if
fucking boring at this point. Like, I also don't
if you
think
weren't
it's, but yeah.
Reach
if
the
you
limit
weren't
of
convinced,
reach.
it's your like, yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Like,
mean,
yeah, like Lennis or Dooby, do any of you want to say anything about this that isn't about the like, whether it's a genocide or not, or like, do you want to talk about like one of those components? Because like Dooby, I heard you speak about the trucks earlier, but honestly, like I just finished D&D and wasn't really in the zone yet.
Yeah, I think that. Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to get into genocide conversation, but yeah, I think that there's been genocidal intent expressed and genocidal actions taken. Yeah, I think it is a genocide for sure.
No, like, do you want to talk about the stuff that you think makes it a genocide, or do you just want to like have the conversation of whether it's a genocide or not?
We can do either of those.
you guys don't want to talk about whether or not Israel should exist as a Jewish state instead?
Of
Yeah,
course it should.
exist as a Jewish state.
It's
What do you mean should? It
out
does.
of the question.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
first
you guys
of all,
should
it
stop being
does, but
ethno-nationalists.
I mean, you're using this term ethno-nationalist, which is a flashy term, and it says something bad. That's fine, but Israel is very similar in its approach to nationalism, just like France, Germany, and but this was all said by Charles Goblin, by the
Yeah, but I don't think
Portuguese
that's
guy.
true. I don't think France is an ethno state in the way that Israel is. Right? I don't think France lays out like a specific like ethnic hierarchy in the way that Israel
I
does.
mean, what ethnic hierarchy do you have in Israel?
Jews over non-Jews. Jews are
And more
prioritized over
specifically,
non-Jews.
and more specifically,
I think it's pretty specific. I think Jews in Israel are prioritized over non-Jews. I think their interests are centered over non-Jews.
well, I mean, you're giving very like vague
Hold on.
definition of
Just a
what you
sec.
mean, but
Just a second. And you know what? Perhaps the Israelis in here can elucidate me on this, but it looks like it is possible for non-Jews to become citizens of Israel if they go through the naturalization process for long-term residents with specific paths for Jewish
Yes.
immigrants and non-Jewish residents.
Yes,
After
yes, we
requiring
have
residency,
naturalization.
Hebrew knowledge, and sometimes renunciation of
Yes.
other citizenship. So like that
Yeah,
means that
generally you need to know, you need to show that you're like, you'd be a net positive to society if you like immigrate. Generally,
What do you think?
Yeah.
This is what I said earlier.
It's
I think
very
you're
rare,
misusing
but-
ethnostate. So what do you think I mean by ethnostate?
well, no, hold on. I understand, but what
I
I'm
think you
saying
mean a
is
bring up
buzzword,
ethnostate.
honestly. Like, I think you mean a
It's a
buzzword.
buzzword.
It's not a buzzword. It's an accurate description of what's happening.
wait.
Like, would it be a buzzword
well-
to say that South Africa or Rhodesia were
Wait a minute.
ethnostate?
Would it be inaccurate to say that Germany is an ethnostate? Would it be an inaccurate?
I don't think it is in the way that I don't think
Would it be inaccurate to say that Indonesia? Yeah,
Wait.
you don't think that Indonesia is an ethnostate?
Wait a minute.
Hold
Hold on.
Tell me why Indonesia is an ethnostate.
You don't think that that France?
Hold on.
France is an ethnostate?
Can you explain why Indonesia is an ethnostate?
Can we?
Shut up!
Stop it!
I lived in the Netherlands. I lived in the Netherlands.
Tell me about Indonesia.
They said that the Netherlands is for the Dutch. Does that make the Netherlands the ethnostate for the Dutch people?
Okay.
Just a second. Stop. Sorry. Jesus Christ. I want to listen. Hold on. Here's the problem, okay? If this is accurate, if it's possible for anyone to become a citizen of Israel, even though, like, if they're not Jewish, they have to wait a longer period of time, then this actually means that Israel is not an ethno-state at all, because there are a whole bunch of other countries that do this same shit. For example, I can tomorrow go become a citizen of the United States and, like, fill out the form and, like, basically skip the line because my mom's American, but, if I wanted to go through the naturalization process, it'll take me 10 fucking years to get U.S. citizenship, or longer than that. And that's also the case with a lot of other countries. Like Shortstack was saying, that priority is given to, like, people who fall into that whole, like, Portuguese thing. And so it's starting to sound like Israel's really not all that different from any other fucking country. It's just that if you're Jewish, you get to skip the line.
This is
because
theory,
again,
this
you're
is correct,
you're misunderstanding what
very...
an ethnostate is, but also you're downplaying in the ways that Israel is an ethnostate.
Yeah, but
no, you're overplaying to signal out.
Can you just hold on? You have Google. Can you just Google ethnostate right now, please?
But like, no, because by that definition, does that not mean that, like, is America an ethno-state now, or like any of these other countries where if you can prove an ethnic, okay, America's not an ethno-state because there's no such thing as the American ethnicity. But like
the U.S. Police Department is a paramilitary organization. Okay.
But if you can prove that you have Irish ancestry in Ireland, then you can fucking skip the line and you get to become a citizen.
Yeah, it's like, I think up to grandparents.
Can you Google ethnostate, please? Just because I feel like you're misusing the term.
An ethnostate, an ethnostate is a state
saying
where...
that because there are the other people exist within the state who are not Jewish, it's not an ethnostate.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying...
I think you'd agree. Nick Fuentes is an ethno-nationalist, a white nationalist.
Mm-hmm.
Even his preferred ethnostate has a minority of non-white people.
Yeah, but
that are citizens.
That's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying that you keep pointing to things like the law of return where Jews get to skip the line, but there are other countries where people who belong to like the ethnicity of that country also get to skip the line. But everyone can still become citizens of those countries. They just have to like wait a long ass time.
Yeah, just pretend that Israel is doing
I just had.
Jus sanguinis. It is called jus sanguinis. The right for citizenship that is based on your parents being whatever, right? And different countries. Yes, and other countries have other carve outs, like you said with Ireland with the Irish ancestry and stuff like this, or the Portuguese guy gave the Portuguese colony example. So it's like it's Israel is not that different. However, I want to say something about the acquisition of Israeli citizenship without being a Jew. It is very rare. First of all, very very rare. Second, it is very difficult, and third, a lot of these cases are kind of rejected because it's like somebody who is a foreign worker who looks after grandmas here, and he has a child here, and the child is born and raised in Israel, and he's practically Israeli, and then the immigration authorities say, well, you have to leave, and then there is a court case, and there is song and dance about it, but it's like some of them most of them, I think, most of them get the citizenship, and a lot of them, there is some of them that get deported, and it's very unfortunate. It's like this regular immigration disputes that happen in all countries, but it's not like a widespread thing that non-Jews come to Israel. I think mostly because you need to be out of your fucking mind to come to Israel without being a Jew, due to all of the geopolitical circumstances.
Can I respond to all this crazy shit? So, as you can see on the stream, an ethno-state is not really a nation that is like one ethnicity. Right? It's not a mono state of like a mono ethnic state. What it is a nation that is dominated by the interests of one group, one specific ethnicity, where that group's interests are centered. That is explicitly what Israel is. So I don't know why the fuck you guys are saying this is not an ethnic state. You guys just went on for a very long time. I'd like to respond, please.
Okay. Yeah.
So you guys keep using examples like France and the Netherlands. You need to explain to me how these are like ethno-states, because my understanding is that France, the Netherlands, all these European countries, they define the state like through like civically, right? There's like civic nationalism, whereas Israel defines it through ethno-national means through like the basic law.
No.
Ethnicity is specifically it was one recognized. There's a Jewish ethnicity, and that is the specific thing that the state is for.
No, it's not the only ethnicity recognized.
Not for the descendants of people.
But it's not the only ethnicity recognized. But it's not the only ethnicity recognized.
Who are the descendants? I didn't say it was the only one recognized, right? I'm saying that there is a Jewish ethnicity that is recognized, and the state is explicitly for that ethnicity. Right, is dominated by the interests of that ethnicity, like in fucking expressly in the law.
Not.
Hold on,
no,
wait 1 second.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No,
it's not. Wait, no. But you're quoting my own law to me. No. You're quoting my own law to me to make a false equivalence.
You said a ton of wrong shit earlier. So I just want to.
You're quoting my own law to me to make a false equivalence.
Pull it up and tell me why it's wrong.
Okay.
Why am I wrong about what that law says?
Because it doesn't favor just the interest of the Jewish people. It favors the interest of safeguarding the Jewish people.
Do non-Jews have a right to national self-determination within Israel?
Yes.
No, they don't. The law explicitly says that they do not.
No, you're talking about a political stunt that the right-wing parties in Israel. Yes. The national law is a political stunt made by the right-wing parties, so that they can try and leverage through the parliament racist laws that when governments aren't as crazy as this one are in power, they don't get them to pass them, and now they're trying to use that as like an excuse for a lot of things. But it's a political stunt that, in material effect, doesn't mean almost anything.
That's ridiculous too. So you're telling me again that you agree
it's not ridiculous.
Yes, it is. That Israel and its law is a nation state for the Jewish people.
It's a populist trick, and you're hitting the trick.
Jews have the unique right to self-determination, and non-Jews do not. And you're telling me that to just ignore that because somehow.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Does it mean that a non-Jew can't buy a house? Does it mean that they need to go through a different place? Does it mean that they can't? What does it mean? What does it mean that they don't have self-determination?
Israel expresses itself, names itself, identifies itself as a Jewish state for Jewish people, which is why when Israel talks about its politics on the foreign stage, they talk about their Jewishness and how this is the state of the Jews, right? They're not talking about the state of the Israelis. They say the state of the Jews, right?
Israel is the Jewish state
as a home of an ethnicity, right? Not just a nationality.
Is there another one?
So when you guys were saying earlier that France has laws that like Israel. It's just not true, because France, their laws that will give you like a fast pass to citizenship are for people that have like a French citizens, descendants of like French citizens, not the French ethnicity. Right, not people who have no citizenship. Their grandparents, their fucking great grandparents have no French citizenship. These people are not French, right? They're not. They're not put on the fast track.
So you're going with the we don't have any connection to the land argument.
No, hold on. I agree with Kalinda that I don't think having like a never-ending right to return to people based on alleged ancestry to an area.
Okay.
Yeah, alleged.
Alleged.
Hold on.
Alleged.
I can explain that if you'd like. You want me to explain that?
I don't need to hear revisionist dribble. I don't need to hear revisionist.
Guys,
don't need to hear
stop,
revisionist
guys.
dribble.
Never been to Israel.
Spare me the revisionist dribble.
No, stop. Hold on.
Revisionist dribble.
Wait a minute, Dooby. When you say alleged, are you saying that like you don't feel that they have, or that like like when you say that, you realize that to a lot of the Israelis here and some other people, it comes across as you basically saying that there was no kingdom of Israel 3,000 years ago, and the Jews never actually lived in this land, which by the way is like.
Then they're just being overly sensitive and like.
I'm not talking about 3,000 years ago.
Let me finish, please.
I'm talking about since 3,000 years ago and until now. I'm not talking about 3,000 years ago.
Okay. By the way, I don't.
So can I?
Okay.
So
yeah.
can I? Okay, so the reason I say allegedly, right, is because I think you'd agree that when Jews went into Europe, there was a lot of like conversion into Judaism that was allowed, right? These people who are now converted into Judaism because they agreed with the religion, whatever the fuck. These people. No, I'm not talking about the Khazar thing. Okay, don't do that. These people have no actual ancestral attachment to the land. However, and there are other people who go more recent. We can go more recent than this. I mentioned this cult earlier. I consider them a cult.
No attachment to the land.
Messianic Jews within India, who in the 60s, their cult leader had a dream, had a vision that he was actually a Jewish person, and there was like a secret Jewish tribe. And Israel recently recognized them. These are Indian people. Then I think you would agree with me. Alleged ancestral connection there because some guy had a fucking dream in the 60s. That's ridiculous.
Do you know what the Jewish people, within our own terms, have been calling themselves Am Yisrael, the nation of Israel, for a very long time. No, I'm saying that, like, you're saying because the semantics of Israel and the Jewish people aren't like matching, like French and France, is like suddenly there's no connection. No, the connection is there. We've actually. I'm getting a little tired explaining the connection all over again, but the connection is there. The connection is there in the religion. The connection is there in the traditions. The connection is there in the holidays. The connection is there in the culture that's been permeating, not one that's been invented, not one that's been developed in the 20th century would have been less valid, right? The Palestinian identity is just as valid, even though it coalesced with their flag in the 20th century, right? And that's not anything.
Wait, hold on.
So do you have an issue with me saying that this Indian sect, right, that claims to be Jewish after their leader had a fucking vision in the 50s or 60s? Do you think that there's something wrong with me saying that they have alleged ancestral ties to Israel? Is it wrong for me to say that? Because Israel recognized this group and they received citizenship.
You're mixing these things.
No, this is what I'm talking about. I think there are many groups like this who are converts throughout history who now claim to have ancestral ties to the land that just don't.
You showed your lack of knowledge of Judaism enough. Let me explain to you something. Let me educate you on Judaism.
Just a minute. Hold on. Dooby, okay, I've heard the argument that Dooby is making before. I think that this might actually, I don't know. Oh no, this isn't in the founding myths of Israel. That's a different, but there was somebody who made this argument, who tried to claim that like a bunch of like modern Jewish people are actually descendants of like European people who converted to Judaism rather than, even though like my understanding is that, typically like conversion to Judaism is like the amount of people who converted probably wouldn't have been that many because the Jews don't recruit. They don't go out of their way. They don't proselytize to try and get people to convert to their shit.
No, like the history shows otherwise. The history shows forced conversions. Wait, hold on. Especially if we're talking about Europe, the history shows forced conversion out of Judaism into Christianity.
That's also
under pain of Inquisition.
Yeah, that's
under pains of pogroms, under pains of expulsion.
Elaborate on this point. Not only that Judaism doesn't recruit like Islam and Christianity, Dooby. Judaism is by design, right? Made not to accept new converts. They put hurdles on new converts, right? To convert, you have to do a circumcision, Back in the day, like you're from the United States, so you have this medical fashion. But back in the day, it's not a small thing. First of all, second, when converts come to the rabbi to get converted, he is supposed to, right? And they actually do it, and it's for a reason. He's supposed to dissuade them from doing this, right? So like this conversion thing, right? Probably some people converted into Judaism in Europe, and some people converted into Judaism, in the Middle East, for the Middle Eastern Jews, right? Of course, but in the long scale of things, these people are washed into the basically the Jewish genome, as you might say. I don't want to give genetic arguments here, but
Probably
Yeah,
more
but even if
Jews.
they even if
the
they
reality.
even if they like were converters, whatever you call it, like they would have kids. Those kids would marry like people from like the Jewish, you could
This is
say,
what I
like
meant, that they were washed
tribes.
into the
Yeah.
Jewish genome. Yes.
I imagine that probably more people have converted to Islam or more Jews have converted to Islam or Christianity than Muslims or Christians or other religions have converted to Judaism. It seems like that's not a thing that happens as much. That's actually why I think that Judaism is probably better than the other Abrahamic religions, just because they don't recruit. Although obviously I don't like religion anyway, so like in a way I'm like
I think that makes them
Dooby,
worse,
but
actually. I think it's one of the many things that makes them worse.
I
I'd like
Everything
to
is
just
good in moderation.
I hate
I'd like to
proselytizing,
just
but anyway.
Okay. So I hate exclusionary practices that set groups apart. But just really quickly, so do you guys agree with me or disagree with me that this Indian group that claims to be Jewish because their leader had a dream in the 50s, that this group probably does not actually have ancestral ties to Israel?
Of course, I agree with you, but this is not
Okay,
the
then what's the
rule.
issue
This
with
is the
me saying alleged?
exception. This is the
Hold on. Then what's
exception
the
that
issue with me
proves the
saying
rule,
alleged
actually.
ancestral
Because
ties?
you're
Because these
pointing out
people,
an exception
because
to the
these
Because
rule.
because
hold
you're
on, because these
painting with
people
this
have
brush
more,
all
hold
of
on,
the
are considered
Jews.
to have more right to the land than people whose families have been living there for generations because they're not Jewish.
We can go this route. I'm not sure you want to go this route. When I explain to you the caliphate conquest and
No,
who
What does that
I
have to do with
don't.
anything?
stay
Oh
here
my
and
Do you think I
get
God.
back to
support
the
Oh my
caliphate?
Christians.
God.
Stop! I don't want to
Oh
have
my
that.
God.
No, I don't want to have that argument. That
Why are
argument
we
is
going there?
fucking
Do you
retarded.
think I support caliphates? Like,
Do
what
not.
the fuck?
No, Atlantis is going to make the argument about how like about how like the Jews probably have more right to like the land than the Arabs do because the Arabs came as colonizers. So I hate all of these
Yeah.
arguments.
This,
I do not give a
exactly this.
fuck about
But
but we were here first shit. Oh my god.
yeah, it's I partly, but by the way, I partly I agree with this. This is an idiotic reason to
Yes.
say.
There's
My
okay. There's
reasoning for Israel
hold
being
on,
in
Linus.
So
One second. Give
just
yeah,
me 1 second, please. Just give me 1 second, please.
talk.
There's enough evidence and there is material like history throughout history that we've been there. Doesn't matter if we've been there first. And there's also a
You
lot
keep
of
saying
material
we.
history
That's
that
not true.
we Jews, yes. Then there are also a lot of other material history and reality of other people also being there. That's also true. And this whole like who was there first or who actually has the right to be, no. That's just, I'm sorry, that's just playing to the brain rot, and you could play it from the left, but you're still
both
playing on
groups
a
have a
retard
right
field.
to the
No,
land.
you're saying plain to the brain rot, but that's like literally like your country. That is the express purpose your country exists, and the reason it exists. The way that it does.
Wow.
But no,
Okay.
Yeah,
not
I'm sorry. That is your country. Your country.
This is
No.
not the
country is
reason
founded on
why the
belief
country
that
exists.
Jews have an ancestral tie to this land and an ancestral right to this land.
No,
that is
the
your
reason
country.
why
Like, I'm sorry to break it to you.
the reason why the country exists was because there was a blip in reality where we were actually empowered in a one time where we throughout every time that we tried to integrate and were decimated by it. That there was one blimp in history that allowed us to have a safe haven.
So silly.
That safe haven for whatever reasons was set in Israel.
Yeah, for whatever
And
reason.
now
there's
and now
no,
yeah. And now
no special reason for it.
bro,
No.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck because right now it's the third generation that was born here into this reality long after them and the Palestinians that were
Yes,
here
you should let
made
go of
their
the
bad
ancestral ties
decisions.
thing.
Made their bad decisions. All right, I'm not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. We identify
What is
ourselves
this going
as a
anywhere thing?
nation. We identify ourselves as a nation.
Who's saying we go anywhere?
They identify themselves as a separate nation. Both of us understand the need and the will for a nation, for our people to safeguard, partially from that other nation, but partially from other forces that have fucked us over in the past.
Can I hold on just a sec? I just want to say something. Sorry, Dooby. I just want to point, like, I you must know this. The early Zionists were like fucking socialists who were not religious.
Weirdos.
I no.
Anti-Semitic.
I'm talking about
secular. Yeah.
I'm talking about people like Ben Gurion and whatnot. Like, these guys were not like fucking religious. So I like to say that.
Yeah, I know.
What?
I know these people were not.
I know, but I'm just saying that, like, it's not like they were like, oh man, we must go back to, it must be about Israel or whatever. They wanted like a Jewish state. Like, I mean, it's entirely.
Why do you think they chose Israel?
I think they asked the British for it, but like, what if the British?
Yeah, why did they choose that land and not like Madagascar or something?
I mean,
because of the historic context.
Yeah, they probably chose it because of the historic context. But here's the thing: what if
it's 90% of their like?
Yeah, because it's related to their culture and whatnot. It's not just because of the religion.
All of the liturgy, all of the Jewish liturgy is littered with references to Israel and next year in Jerusalem.
Liturgy, these people apparently didn't care about because they weren't religious, right?
Like, I'm
saying that they.
Well, you don't understand what is religious and not religious. It's not a binary.
I'm saying there was an aspect of like Jewish culture, like Jewish culture was related to it. But I would also
culture stemming from the religion.
Yeah, sure, but like these people,
None
like
of it.
It didn't. Yeah, it
Also
didn't.
history.
There's like
history.
Listen, there's
a language that kept that history.
That too. There's like a ton of shit in like American culture that stems from fucking Christianity. It doesn't mean that like you have to be Christian or whatever. Or
apparently
like,
in Israel you do.
No, you don't.
You don't
bro,
have to.
You have it. Hold on, to have
bro,
the right to national self-determination.
Do you know how much pork I ate this year?
What does that do with anything?
It doesn't matter how, like, if you're like adhering to be religious, you don't suck like fucking 3,000-year-old promises.
I don't mean religiously Jewish. Though I do think it is interesting that Israel has like.
Then you're playing very fast and loose.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all.
You don't have to be religious.
Speaking about Jewish, as Israel speaks about Jewishness, right? It's an ethnic.
Bro, you've shown. Wait, hold on.
Jewish and not be religious.
You're forgetting that Judaism is a national religious
stop
group.
talking over each other.
You have shown absolutely so far zero understanding of how Israel operates or how Israelis operate. You're playing to every stereotype and every niche like fringe evidence that you can take to like infer a general maliciousness.
Hold on.
No. Wait, hold on. There's a lot of fucked up shit which you can look at through a lot of different lenses, and the lens that you're choosing to go with right now is the lens of like, let's like minimize. You're not talking about reality.
Whereas you choose unreality, which is the idea that France is an ethno state like Israel is. I didn't say you choose. I say you choose to go with unreality in the way that in the saying that like France is an ethno state in the way that Israel is. This is fucking ridiculous on its face. You
hold on.
The claim is that Israeli policies are not that different from the French.
They are very different.
This is the claim.
Policies. Yeah, they're very
they're not. In terms of citizenship, not so much.
Oh my god.
Yes, they are actually, because again, France does not view citizenship through the lens of ethnicity.
Guys, just stop.
Israel does.
Can I just stop for a second? Wait a minute. Hold on. I just want to say something. So, Dooby, the thing is that, like, I think maybe part of the reason why everyone is getting so triggered about you for the whole, like, alleged ties to the land shit is because that, like, you said all that shit about, like, a lot more Jews, like, basically just being European converts to Judaism or whatever. And so unless, like, you're going to, like, walk that shit back or what have you, it feels like the main thing that you are constantly running. I mean,
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Feels like...
Hold on. People
feels-
converted to Judaism within Europe. This is true.
Yeah, they have, but how many of them have
Wow.
converted
Okay,
versus
like,
how many
do you understand like how
converted to
general?
Christianity?
Hold on. It's not about the amounts, right? So let's say it's 10% of Ashkenazi Jews or the descendants of people who converted, right? Does this make my claim any less true? No.
Yes.
Because these people, to Israel and to you apparently, have exactly the same right to that land and
It makes it weaker in material reality.
exact same ancestral ties to that land as anybody else. And including this fucking
material reality.
Okay,
this
all right,
group that
stop.
realized they're Jewish in the fucking 50s, right? So they have this ancestral tie to the land apparently.
Okay,
That's why I said
I'm
allegedly,
surprised
because,
that
because as long as they're considered Jewish, they have an ancestral tie to the land according to Israel.
Bro, my right to the land is fuck you trying to kick me out. That's my right to the
I
land.
want to say
Stop!
something.
I'm not talking about your current right. I'm talking about the ancestral right that
Wait,
Israelis own.
stop.
I'm just surprised.
Just shut up. Stop. Okay, just hold on. There are too many people in here now. Like now this is becoming cancer because you're all fucking talking over each other and like screaming at each other. No, Chase, I'm not going to let anyone else in. Jesus fucking Christ. Unless it's like fucking epic. Sorry, I just saw that someone else joined the waiting room. There are too many people in here. Jane Sox said that he wanted to clear up something about history, and then he said that he was going to leave. So I'm going to let Jane Sox do that, and then you all can, like, I guess get back at screaming at each other or whatever. Go ahead, Jane Sox.
Yeah, so because no one's watched Sam Aronow, the reason why people went to the Ottoman Empire was because the first people who, the early Zionists, not like who people call the early Zionists, like Herzl and stuff, they were Eastern European Jews, and they were coming from Russia, and the Ottoman Empire was like right next to Russia. And the Ottoman Empire also took in a bunch of Jews like centuries before when they came from Spain. That's why people were like, oh, let's go there. It's kind of that simple. And then once you got to the Ottoman Empire, they're like, well, where do we go in the Ottoman Empire? Oh, Israel. That's really sort of it. It was next to where these people lived. And in this gigantic empire, they had a cultural connection to that spot. That's it. That's why they didn't go to like Argentina or Madagascar or Uganda. Okay.
Thank you. If that...
I want to say something.
Okay, go ahead, people. Just
I'm
please try
very
not to
surprised
scream
that-
over each other, but anyway, go ahead.
I'm very surprised that the alleged progressive here giving arguments that are very adjacent to like race theory.
Hold on,
You know, like
just a
race,
sec.
maybe race realism.
Can we try not to do that? Well, actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to stop people from doing that because the Dooby is over here talking about how people are like fucking blood and soil.
Yeah, I think you guys have a blood and soil ideology.
So you know what?
Refuse to acknowledge that.
Fucking go nuts.
Yeah, I think you guys are obsessed with this blood and soil thing. I think your country is obsessed with this, and I think you just refuse to live in that reality.
Bro, you're making it. No, it's just that you're
It's just
confusing it
true.
with some fucking weird manifest destiny. When the truth is, we just want to
Where did the
fucking.
manifest destiny come from?
You're treating it like like we have some kind of weird manifest destiny to the land or whatever. When really we're just like looking for a spot. Let me fucking finish. When really we're just looking for a spot where we can just like be. That's it. Really.
Okay.
And this is the spot that was
these...
chosen. And now I'm third generation. Yeah, there's already a fourth generation growing up. And now I'm third generation dealing basically with that hand that was dealt. Yeah. And we're here because we're here. And that's a fact. And we can be better.
What does this
definitely.
mean?
And we can be better. Definitely. But this
Okay,
whole like
I don't
theoretical, but like this whole
like,
because this whole theoretical like conversation, like, do you think that like what the world would come to a consensus and Israel is like retconned? What like?
This is a straw man. I've never said anything like this.
Then
No,
why
he's
are you
trying
keep
to have
then,
a
because you keep
thing.
but you keep like attacking, you know, like it's integral, like foundational. That doesn't matter anymore. We're not in the 40s anymore.
Hold on. But today, Israel has ethno-nationalist laws on the books. Today, Israel is an ethno-state.
Today, Israel
just like
is
any other nation state.
No,
today,
you keep saying this, but
Israel-
you couldn't support that if you tried. Tell me why
Israel is one of
that Israel is.
today Israel right next to Lebanon is one of the most politically complicated places in the Middle East right now to untangle from the situation that it built itself over the last 60 years.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with my claim.
That it's a lot grayer than what you painted as.
I don't think it being a complex political situation because you guys get so much pushback because you're a fucking ethno-state, because you guys caused all this trouble in the Middle East.
I don't
think that has to do. I don't think it has anything to do. I don't think it has anything to do.
Yes, we're an
with my
ethno-state.
claim, or makes it less true. Okay, it is true that Israel is an ethno-state. It's true that this is one of the reasons Israel has so much pushback in the Middle East and in the United States.
But again, all of your arguments
Hold
are
on,
optics, bro.
that's not.
Like you're saying ethno-state. Yes,
it's
it's
not
an
just optics.
ethno-state.
It's reality. Like I don't know what
That's
to
not-
tell you.
It's an
just the
ethno-state.
truth.
Do you want to know why it needs to be an ethno-state? Do you want to hear my argument to why Palestine
now
should be an
now you're being
ethno-state?
honest. Thank you for being
Hold
honest.
on,
Now that you
wait.
agree that you live in an ethno-state,
Just a
let's
sec.
explain why it needs
Yes,
to be an
but an
ethno-state.
ethno-state doesn't mean that we're having like a manifest destiny that this is all ours and we get to lord everyone.
Hold on. Can I
Hold on,
just?
yes,
I-
it does. First off,
just-
but
just
and
to-
that's actually what's happening.
No, it
Well,
doesn't.
Stop.
It doesn't.
Shut up,
No,
both
it
of you.
doesn't.
Jesus Christ, stop talking over each other. Wait a minute. Fuck. Now I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say because y'all were screaming at each other. Like. Never mind. I guess just go back. By the way, Dooby, I imagine Insomniac's about to explain to you about the fact that if what you want to happen happens, then the Jews are probably just going to get fucked, like they have all throughout
Yeah,
their
that's because
history.
you guys think that all Arabs are like fucking genocidal monsters who want to kill all the Jews. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but No, they don't.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, but yeah.
wait a minute.
No,
Hold
that's
on a
not it.
second.
Well-
do you deny that that Hamas most definitely is anti-Semitic and that they are like the most nobody's saying that all the Palestinians want to kill all the Jews, but
Well, the implication is that if Jews were a minority, they'd all be murdered because the Arabs just want to kill them all.
no, the
No, we
implication.
just
Tell it to the
remember
rock,
from
right?
history how is it to be a minority in a majority Muslim state. You descend into dhimmi status. You know,
Okay,
we
hold
actually
on.
don't do it to the Palestinians.
Not true.
Listen,
First
wait.
off,
No,
we're
they,
not.
hold on a second, Dooby. The Palestinian minority in Israel probably has it better than minorities in like every other Arab state. Minorities get treated like shit in the Middle East. That's why the Jews are not going to give up their majority in Israel because they think they'll get fucked if they do. And
I'm curious.
they're
Hold on, I'm
probably
curious.
right.
Can I?
Based on the fact that the Palestinians out of all of the groups fucking hate them because they have 75 years worth of bad blood. That's it. It's
Yeah, you just need to keep your foot on the neck because if you let it
no,
off,
they
they're
don't need
gonna
to
be
keep
mad
their
at you.
foot on the
Yeah,
neck. The Palestinians should get a state.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening in effect, right?
The Palestinians should get a state, and that's what we should be
you
arguing
say this,
for.
but Israel
instead
does
of
not
this.
want to do this. Israel's made it clear they don't want to do this.
Israel doesn't
For
want to
decades,
give.
they don't
Israel
wanna do
also
this.
doesn't want to do one state either, and they're never going to do it. And they would probably
Yeah.
die
So
before they
what's
were
the
willing
alternative?
to do it.
What is the alternative?
The alternative is
Two
two
states.
states.
Two
No,
state
hold
solution.
on.
Go
The
to
alternative is
the
actually you
zero
get rid of these
order
fucking people, which is actually
approximation.
what it seems like they're trying to do.
That's not going to happen though, because even
Okay, I'm not saying
moderates-
that
Yeah,
happens.
bro.
I'm saying this is
Tell
what they're
it.
trying to
Tell
do.
it to me. Yeah, tell it to Mr. Adolf.
even people
Mr.
in
Adolf, what?
he's making a Hitler reference. It doesn't.
Yeah, well, the implication there is that he thinks that it could happen because Adolf had the fucking Holocaust.
No,
So
I'm
you think it could
saying
Holocaust
that we,
Palestinians?
I'm saying that you're saying, yeah, get them all out. To do that,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is
like,
the other option.
to
and it seems
destroy
me that
either
that's where
to
Israel's
destroy
going.
either all the Jews in the area or all the Palestinians in the area. Yeah, would be Hitler level shit.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's bad. I don't think you guys should do that. And it seems like that's the direction you're going.
Yeah, but I don't think that the answer to that is to then turn around and say, yeah, there are people in Israel who want to kick all the Palestinians out, sure. But I don't think that the answer to that is to turn around and say, your state should be dissolved and there should just be one state from the river to the sea, because that's never gonna fucking happen.
Well, it's great that nobody's saying anything about dissolving Israel.
Yeah, but that's what you want though. You want all the Palestinians.
No, it
you
isn't.
want one state. That seems to be your solution.
Yeah, my solution is long term. You do have a single state. Yes, I think that Israel should annex Gaza and the West Bank. I think they should annex the Palestinian
Oh my
territories.
God! Everybody virtue
And
signals with that long
hold
term.
on, and over time, you can work toward giving them equal rights, right? And go through a long
Yeah, but I
process
don't.
of
That's not.
You know what will
process of
happen?
truth and reconciliation, just like they did in South Africa.
Wait.
Very difficult. It's gonna take
Why-
a long time, but
You know
Yeah,
what?
I think that reality.
Let me tell you
is
what
better
will
than the
happen.
current
Stop,
reality, which
stop.
Israel undermines the two states. Okay, I think that reality.
Dooby, you can keep talking.
Sure.
They were trying to interrupt you.
I know. I think that I know it's very difficult. It's a long-term project, but I think that reality is better than the current reality in which Israel constantly undermines a two-state solution, makes sure it doesn't happen. It's proudly making sure that doesn't happen, but also doesn't have the one-state solution. So you just have like this fucking never-ending situation where Palestinians are just getting fucked over. Israel's lording over them, killing them, while claiming that they don't actually govern these areas when they do actually govern the area.
Wait, stop. Okay, so here's a couple. So there's a couple of things. So here's the problem. Okay, the issue that like I have with this whole thing is that it feels like while we wait for this long-term shit to happen, Palestinians are basically without self-determination, and that's why I'm saying that they should get a state now. Or sooner rather than later, as soon as possible, basically, rather than this weird shit about like, you know, eventually it should all become one state, because I just don't think that that's going to happen. And like after the Palestinians actually get a state and their material conditions can improve, because then like other countries like Saudi and all these other people can come in and start investing in shit, and they can actually like build a proper society for themselves, then you can start, then like I think truth and reconciliation will be more on the table, because they probably won't fucking hate Israel so much, because they'll actually be able to chill and live better lives.
Yeah, or more likely, because there are people on both sides who have like legitimate grievances, legitimate anger and hatred toward each other. There's some person, some group of people that attacks the other side, and this is used to justify war. Another bombing campaign, more people dead, more Israel inching into the territory and taking more rights, more sovereignty from the people there. And this happens over and over and over again. I mean,
if the Palestinians actually had a state, though, then like I would argue that they would probably have more recourse with regards to all that shit. Also, part of the whole building of a state would be the construction of a security apparatus that would help to ensure that kind of shit didn't happen.
That they run.
Now you're literally making the right-wing Israeli argument. You're literally making the right-wing Israeli argument. Yes, you are. You're saying that's what Netanyahu says.
We know our internal politics.
No, it's
bro. We know our internal politics.
Then you should know this is wrong, because right-wing Israeli argument is you annex the area, but also get rid of the people there.
No, the right-wing Israeli argument is Palestinians shouldn't have a state because it'd be bad for Israel's security, because they claim what you just said will happen. Anyway, sorry, I'll let.
Hold on, but that's true. I think it's bad for Palestinian security too. I think that long term, it's a fucking powder keg that is going to go off inevitably, very, very predictably.
So your
when that happens, Israel will use this to justify more bombing, taking more land, the pushing out of more people.
So your solution,
so rather than just do that forever until Israel just slowly annexes the area and kicks out the people there, I think you should keep working toward a one-state solution after you split the groups.
Yeah, so your solution then is to say, like, but that's what I just said, though, was that in the long run, after Palestinians get their own state, so once they have self-determination and shit, that yes, something like truth and reconciliation should be on the table, because it would also be beneficial for these two states that exist next to each other to like fucking like, you know, cooperate and trade with each other and shit. And so you would want them not to hate each other, ideally, in the long run. And so like you could use international pressure to like try and get them to talk to each other and get along. I don't understand, like, how is that any different? Like, why?
Can I ask you a question?
These are incremental things that will happen. First of all, there needs to be two states. Then those two states need to, you know, grow kind of accustomed to the existence of the other. Then those two states need to start collaboration. Then there would probably be some kind of federation or like between those countries before we can. Only then we can move to the step of uniting this federation into a one state. But
I feel like
saying that, but saying that. Hold on. But saying that, and this is why I called it just a virtue signal earlier, is neglecting what the next step should be. Is that we should move towards a two-state solution, an end of the occupation in the West Bank, and of the Israeli occupation in the West Bank. And a two-state solution currently on the best lines that we have, which are the 67 borders.
Yeah, again, that seems like a powder keg to me. And so I think if you have first off, I don't think Israel would ever give that other state actual sovereignty.
But that's the thing. This is a powder keg.
I don't think Israel would give that other state actual sovereignty.
You can't not make it
any other state that exists is just going to be some other occupation in a different name.
No,
Israel will never give them sovereignty. They'll never allow them to have control of the borders, control their imports and exports, ever.
That's
just
It's
never gonna happen.
already a powder keg. It's not even a powder keg. It's a bomb that's wired with all of the like it's a C4 and that's wired with a lot of like wires.
Yeah, it's because you guys
And only
refuse to do the logical thing. You guys just want to live in this fucking like
what do you mean
fugue
you
state
guys?
forever, this
What
purgatory forever.
what do you
I
mean
mean, you
you guys?
Israelis
What do
just
you
want to live in
think I
purgatory
vote?
forever.
What do you mean
You
you
pro-Israel people
Israelis?
just want to live in the purgatory forever. That's what
Pro-Israel
I mean.
people again. What is this generalization? To speak about what you're
Well,
talking
because
about.
you believe that Israel should
Show
maintain a Jewish
show
ethnostate. So
you.
let
I
me explain
believe.
it to you. Yeah, I get it. Right.
Okay.
So when you have a two-state solution, if you're ever going to move that toward like a one-state solution, where these people are living in a single state with equal rights, you would be opposed to that because Jews would be a minority, right?
I would be
Do you
for
think?
sure opposed
Do
to
you
it. Yeah,
think? Do you think?
of
Do you
course.
think that my
Yeah, sure.
wait? Do you
Yeah,
think
I
that my
think the,
do you think that my opposition to this right now? Do you think that my opposition
the
would be a principal opposition or a pragmatic opposition? Do you think that under a different circumstance, yeah, would I be more open? Would I, in principle, disagree with you or disagree with you?
Or you agree
Because
with you,
in
mean?
principle, yeah, because in principle, I agree with you. In principle, it would be great. But pragmatically, materially, realistically, there is way too much bad blood. And I can start naming on both sides the shittery that we've done to each other to justify that bad blood. And there's a lot of bad blood that you first need to untangle, and it's a lot easier to destroy.
yes, I
But
know.
it takes years to create. Yeah.
Obviously.
So that's what I'm saying. Like the more you talk about like with like the utopian Disney-esque bullshit, the more you're just virtue signaling that I'm actually a good person, but you're not talking about anything
That's
material.
ridiculous.
You want to talk about
hold on, but I am talking about things that are material.
You want to talk about the material.
You guys refuse
You
to even
want to
acknowledge
talk
the
about the
angle.
material. You want to talk about the material. Talk about the two-state solution.
Okay.
You want to talk. You want to talk about the angle. Talk about how
God.
Israelis and Palestinians can live
Can you tell me
side
how
by
how
side.
the two-state solution is not just a powder keg that's going to go off?
It's already a powder keg. The two-state
so
solution.
when you have a two-state solution,
the two-state
how's it not a
solution.
powder keg?
Because you're putting in the mechanism into this C4 device to separate the two elements in a way that won't
right
cause
next to each other.
in a way that would reduce the right now the shit that's going on when the shit that's going on is a lot worse than what could happen if the Palestinians have their own state. And there could be state versus a state. You can make diplomacy with a state. You can't make diplomacy with Hamas.
Can I just?
Okay, guys, I need
what
to
if the Palestinians voted?
Yeah.
What if the Palestinians voted in a group like Hamas because they're upset with you guys for the way?
Bye bye.
Sorry. Oh, are you going, Lannis?
Yeah, I need to sleep. Bye bye.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Good night,
Thank you, Dooby, for the conversation and the shit throwing. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you. Bye bye.
See you later. Hold on, I'm actually curious. So, let's say within Israel. So right now, I think the percentage of non-Jewish Israelis is like this thing is around like 20%, right?
It's
So
around
what do you
30%.
think?
No,
Oh,
20%. Yeah, 20% Palestinian or more.
Okay. So what do you think the percentage of Jews in Israel needs to be? Like, what if it was like 40 or 50% non-Jewish? Like, would you be worried about that? Would you say that you need to like stop letting these people in? Like, how would you handle that?
I would say that for me, the demographics is the secondary issue to the character of the country.
What do you
The
mean
point
by
of I mean the idea and the idea that I support for Israel is to be a safe haven for the Jewish people. A safe haven for the Jewish people doesn't mean that other people can't exist there. And it doesn't mean that it's no longer a safe haven for the Jewish people if there's 65, even 75% that's a different people. As long as the government, the country, the infrastructure, the structures of the country can facilitate it continuing being a safe haven for the Jewish people, a place that won't oppress Jews, a place where Jews won't need to be, to live, to continue to exist at the behest and approval of whoever says, oh, we'll take care of them, and never do.
Wait, hold on. So are you saying that like if there was like if Jews were a minority within Israel, like let's say in 100 years, the Arabs just have so many kids, right? And they are all Israeli citizens, but they're Arabs, right? They're not Jewish.
Okay.
Are you saying that you would want that state to still be a Jewish state that is centered on the interests of Jews?
I would say that by that point, you would have enough intermixing between Israelis and Palestinians, or Jewish Israelis and Israeli Palestinians, that you would get like then you would need to contend with something, wholly new, wholly different. That
so would you support? Like how would you deal with that? Because I mean, the issue there is that there is a larger demographic group, right, a larger ethnic group, or whatever you want to call it, that could, in theory, vote to take rights from Jews. It's like how.
Yeah. So as long as there is something constitutionally that cannot be revoked by the will of the people that states it, yes. Then I would, but I also believe that Israel should be a democracy, and generally I don't believe that democracies should not abide by the will of the people.
He's basically saying he wouldn't want the tyranny of the majority to fuck over the Jewish minority.
Yes.
Yeah, hold on, but I think we'd all agree with that would be a bad thing for any group, right? We like in the United States, I don't want the majority, like white people or whatever, to fuck over minority people, right?
Yes, but the United States, when it was Israel's age, was honestly a lot worse.
I just want to say something.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That saying, the tyranny of the majority to overrule to rule over the minority, that this was something that Jabotinsky emphasized, that if there was going to be a Jewish state, that the minority would still have just as much equal rights to the majority. And this is, one of the principal founders of what would eventually become Likud.
Yeah, but I mean, in reality, this is not true.
I'm not gonna say one positive word about the Likud here. Not until they get their shit together and can be a right to be, handled within a government and not a force that tries to overrun it.
I think the problem, Dooby, with what you're saying about like a one state where Jews and Palestinians could coexist together, that sounds great and all, but the problem is that if even working towards that, you're still going to have a demographic warfare with each other, because you're going to have two different national groups competing to have to be a majority.
Yeah, and you always have dissidents from the extremes pushing to,
of course,
to radicalize, right?
It's just not
it's a very
really
long-term
feasible.
policy. No, I think
even
it is
as
feasible.
a long-term policy, it's just not going to work.
And I think it is feasible. And I think the longer you guys resist this, the less feasible it becomes, the harder it becomes to happen. So I think
we're not the only one resisting it. That's the thing.
Who are
worried Palestinians turn it to Lebanon. That's what you want.
Palestinians also aren't crazy on having like an equal one state with us.
It's because you guys have been fucking them over for a long time.
We can go on because until tomorrow. I can also give you a lot of tomorrows, bro. I can also give you a lot of becauses for why we'd be upset with them. That's what we're with Kalinda was trying to tell you about 75% of bad blood.
Hold on, I agree. Like I said earlier, I think that there are justified grievances on all sides. But the reality is that Israel is the one with the power right now, right? And Israel is the one that does way more damage to the Palestinians than the Palestinians do to Israel.
It's time for the oppressor versus oppressed, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's
because
just
everything exists in a vacuum.
Do you think Palestinians have the ability to do as much damage to Israel as Israel does
to
them,
but
or has done as much damage?
Hold on. Here's the problem with that argument, though, Dooby, because when you say that, it basically sounds like you're essentially just excusing like all the fucking terrorism shit just because it doesn't do as much damage, and like that's like you're basically it sounds like you're like saying like, well, okay, then because that the Israelis can do more damage, it means that they have to like essentially accept the fact that they might, get or deal with the terrorisms or whatever shit like that. Like it's just not like it's like you're kind of not really understanding exactly like or where it is that they're coming from and why like
I think you're not understanding
is paramount to them.
Yeah,
because you're essentially asking them to set that aside
and
accept like a bunch of people who hate them coming to live in their country. In the same way that Palestinians are like, oh, you expect us to live with these people who have fucked us over constantly?
Again, not true, right? I'm not saying just make them all citizens overnight.
Yeah, I know,
I've never
I'm
said anything like
aware
this.
of that, but my problem.
Yeah, so then why are you saying
Okay,
oh, we just need to accept these people who hate us? Like, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Because I'm coming at you with not that different of a position, just looking at it, more on like the material level rather than on the ideal end.
So
And you're telling you're telling me you're like a shitty ethno state.
You are
whatever,
a shitty ethno state. I'm sorry, you
for
just
doing
are. You're an ethno-nationalist.
for saying exactly that. I'm saying that like ethno state, the idea of the ethno state in this stage of Israel and in the stage of Palestine that would happen when Palestine becomes a country. Both those countries are gonna need to be ethno states for a bit longer.
No, that's not true.
Both those countries are gonna need to be ethno states for a bit longer until that majority ethnicity embeds itself within those countries in a way enough so that they can cross over and not create a powder keg again.
Can I just, Dooby, I just want to ask you some questions. Okay, can I do that, or do you want to keep?
Sure.
Okay, so here is the issue that I have. The problem that I have with your sort of long-term thing is that it basically leaves the Palestinians in limbo until the world can pressure Israel enough to accept this one-state solution shit over time, which I don't think is very likely to happen. And that's why I think that the two-state solution is a better concept, because the Palestinians then will actually will get self-determination much sooner than they would otherwise. Because basically we're talking about waiting for like for however many years it's going to take in order to like pressure Israel to do this, and then like have them slowly annex the fucking West Bank, or have them annex West Bank and the Gaza Strip, but the Palestinians living there don't actually get citizenship yet, and who knows what kind of shit they're going to do. Like, that's putting an awful lot into the hands of the Israelis that I don't think the Palestinians would particularly trust or want anymore.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't trust the Israelis to do this. I agree. I think because
yeah, but who's going to do it then?
Wait, I can explain. So I think because the international community has played such a big role in fucking this thing up, I think we do have a responsibility to work to fix it. And I don't think you should trust the Israelis to do it. I don't think you should trust the Palestinians to do it, because, like I said earlier, there are legitimate grievances on all sides. And the status quo right now is the Israelis continually fucking them over, oppressing them, humiliating them, killing them. And this is just leading to more hatred, right? And then these people lash out, and this leads to more hatred. So I think you need to stop doing that.
I don't know. The status quo is also rockets towards the south for 20 years. That was also part of the status quo.
Okay, great.
Can I just wait a
minute?
No,
please.
Okay.
The status quo right now is people. Okay.
How would they do that? Are you talking about
stop imposing
peacekeepers?
Oh God. Not just UN peacekeepers, but yes, UN peacekeepers. I don't think that Israel should be in charge of the security arrangements for Palestine, or for Gaza or the West Bank.
Okay.
Because they've proven that they cannot be trusted with that.
So here's the problem that I have with that. That's not like, this is so pie in the sky. You think that other countries are going to volunteer?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. They're not going to.
This is literally Trump's current plan.
Not with UN peacekeepers, it's not. That's like fucking...
Yeah, hold on. I said peacekeepers and other groups. I think there should be a coalition that comes in there and ensures that these people don't attack each other.
Yeah, but Trump's current plan does not involve Israel becoming Israel annexing Gaza and making all the people that live there citizens. Like that.
Okay,
that's not in Trump's plan.
Hold on. You're like at step 50 right now. Okay, step 1 is get these people to stop fucking each other over. To do that, I don't think you should trust these people with their own security, because they've proven that they cannot work together right now, right? I think Israel should not be in charge of the security of the West Bank. I think they've proven that they can't be trusted with that, both with what they're doing with the settlers, but also just the way that they oppress the people there.
Yeah, the Palestinians should be in charge of the West Bank.
Solve the problem.
So hold on. But that doesn't mean that you just jump all the way to, we're going to make a single state right now. No, I think step 1 is just you get a coalition of other groups to come in and take over security there, and you stop trusting Israel to do this because they can't.
They just
lack the ability to.
Okay, that's fine, but
step 1, invade Israel. Great.
Like, that's not going to happen.
Hold on,
though.
Not Israel. Invade the West Bank and Gaza and keep Israel from bombing them and oppressing the people.
No, that's not. Oh my God. This is not going to work. The Palestinians should be the one who handles security in the West Bank.
What does work? Well,
the
no,
Palestinians
but they can't.
Obviously,
they can't be trusted with it. They can't be trusted with this.
Why do you
right?
think they can't be trusted?
You guys
with
wouldn't trust them with this. Hold on, you guys currently wouldn't trust them with it, right? So you would not
Bro,
say Israel.
who the
Israel
fuck
should just
are you?
listen. You would not say Israel should just pull out of the West Bank right now and give these people total sovereignty. You would not say that.
No,
Right? So
that,
You want to
no,
tell me?
they
You want to
can't be
tell me?
trusted
You
with
want to
this.
tell me? You want to tell me the two-state solution on the table? Israel says I consent. Palestine says I consent. Dooby says I do not consent.
I'm saying that what you just said is a lie. That even the two-state solutions that Israel has proposed recently don't even give them sovereignty.
Hold on.
Right? They don't have the ability.
Palestinians
They have
didn't
control
give a
Israel didn't
fuck
offer
about
a two-state
that.
solution.
So like, what is
recently.
this? What is this nonsense?
Israel didn't offer a two-state solution.
Wait a minute.
recently.
Wait. Stop.
they haven't.
What are you
Stop.
talking
No,
about?
he's talking about
In the
Taba
past,
and
not
Somniac.
recently.
Just a sec.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
okay.
those solutions they did not have sovereignty.
Taba. Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Dooby, this is like a thing that I often hear people say, but the Palestinians themselves did not give a fuck about that. Their main disagreements were over like fucking right of return and Jerusalem and like the Temple Mount
Hold
shit.
on.
They didn't care about
Okay.
like all that
How do you
other
have a state
stuff.
without sovereignty?
No, what I'm saying is that they didn't care as much about like shit like whether or not they'd be able to have an army or whatever. And also those are all things that can be negotiated over time. Like
yeah,
it's not.
Hold on. These were the things that they were negotiating. It's part of the package of things that they were negotiating.
Yeah, but I'm saying that like over time, that was because in order to like ensure that that Israel needed like security guarantees that if like they let this country arrive right next to them, that immediately they wouldn't turn around and attack them. And so that was why I was like, okay,
Right.
you don't get to have an
I
army right
agree.
away. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't have one later on. That's the whole idea. That's why we
Okay,
want the two
hold on.
countries to keep talking after they get formed.
Oh God. Okay, but again, this is the issue, right? So Israel did not and does not currently trust the Gaza or the West Bank with that at all. They don't trust them with control over the borders, control over the security at all.
No, they trust they would
exports and imports.
They would have
at
control
all,
over their
right?
internal
So,
security. They
hold
would
on.
get to police
No,
themselves.
wait, no, listen. Yeah, they get to police themselves with a police force that Israel allows them to have, right? And is willing to work with Israel.
If they
but Israel, like in the West Bank, Israel can come in whenever the fuck they want and do whatever the fuck they want.
You're thinking of Oslo. You're not thinking of like if Palestine
I'm thinking of currently. I'm currently thinking of right
state.
now.
Yeah, I
thinking of right
understand that
now.
you're thinking of right now, but the
There's
idea.
technically, hold on. There's technically an authority within the West Bank. Israel can still go in there and do whatever the fuck they want. They go in there and bulldoze people's homes whenever the fuck they want.
I know. I don't think that's good. That's why I want the Palestinians to have a state so that stops, because then the occupation would end.
But the reality is that Israel will not, and you as a person, you would not trust the people in the West Bank with total sovereignty, right? Or total control of the security. If they said, "Hey, Israel, you cannot come in here whenever the fuck you want, do whatever the fuck you want," you'd be opposed to this. So what I'm saying is, rather than trust them to do it, you get an outside group to do it.
But you think that you're going to get the fucking Israelis to trust or to accept becoming a minority, and the Palestinians get infinite right of return to all come back and then it'd be like one fucking state.
You're jumping all the way to the end. You're jumping all the way to the end. Yes, long term, I think that should be the goal. Yes.
Yeah, but
right
that's
now,
not
I don't think it's feasible to do that overnight.
Like they're not going to agree to that.
Happen. I don't know why you keep saying it's not going to happen.
They're certainly not going to agree to it.
It's as likely as a two-state solution right now.
They're not going to agree to that.
Which is also not going to happen.
If you want to like basically come in there and force them to do it with like fucking like with like.
You're leaning on the two-state solution. It's also very unlikely to happen right now. It's not going to happen because that apparently Israel doesn't want it. They voted against it recently.
But that's the same position to take.
So hold on. So this thing that you keep leaning on is also not reality.
I know it's not reality. I'm saying it's more likely to be reality than what you're talking about.
No. I think the thing that you're talking about is more likely to be reality sooner. But I think it would be a bad reality. It would be bad to stop at that reality. I think you need to keep going further because I think long term.
Yeah, you could keep going further. I don't even disagree. But that's not what you want.
Why?
But if you give them a state, quote unquote, a state where really they're not going to have sovereignty, you all agree with this. If you give them a state, right? There's an excuse to stop there because now you have two separate groups of people, and these two groups of people are going to be going to war with each other inevitably.
No, there's
going to be some event that sets it off. Some group from the West Bank is going to attack somebody, some Israeli person, and kill them.
Yeah, again.
Excuse to set off.
There might be a war. There might be more than even one war. Look,
so
there might be war.
Rather than do all that shit all over again,
there might be war. There might be even more than one war.
Have never had a state,
but there's not a different solution.
Like, that doesn't even, the Palestinians have never had a state. Oslo was not a state for the Palestinians. It was like step one on a road towards them getting a state.
I understand this, and I'm acknowledging this. But whenever I talk about this, you pretend that I'm talking about like going there overnight. What I'm talking about first is no more military occupation for the West Bank. And you seem to think that's fucking crazy.
No,
right?
I don't think that's fucking crazy. Although,
then how do you want that?
Here is the issue, okay? First of all, I think that if Israel is going to pull out of the West Bank, I don't know that any other country is going to want to go in there and like basically take it off their hands or what have you necessarily. I mean, like, fuck, even Egypt and a lot of these other Arab countries are kind of like not too sure about like basically being there in Gaza. The Palestinian Authority wants to do it. The Palestinians want to do it themselves, which is different than
Okay, so how do you do it? Because Israel won't give them control. Yeah, Israel's not going to give them control, obviously. So, like, how do you do this? How do you stop the military occupation that is feeding these grievances of these people?
Obviously, you realize that what's stopping Israel doing that is a polling booth, right?
Hold on,
is it going to happen? Do you think it's going to happen in the next 50 years? The Palestinians, there should be an agreement by which Israel pulls out of the West Bank, and then the Palestinians get to like have control over their own security and shit.
Yeah, you don't agree with this. If these people who have legitimate,
why wouldn't I agree?
You personally would not agree with this.
Why?
Because if these people who hate Israel for all the terrible things Israel's done to them, have come from generations of people that are being oppressed by Israelis, if these people vote in a group that is very opposed to Israel, you're not going to be okay with that, right? So what you actually want is for them to have a group that is friendly toward Israel.
Yeah, but I think, but for them to have a group that's friendly towards Israel, they need a group that isn't controlled by Israel. They need a group that can have its own self-determination to reach out to Israel.
Yeah, and for that group to spring up and then to grow, you need Israel to stop fucking oppressing these people.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's step one.
Why do you
guys refuse to engage with step one? You guys are just jumping to like the last fucking step.
Again, you go with this, you guys. Do you think I represent Benjamin Netanyahu?
Hold on.
What position do you think that I take in Israeli politics?
Insomniac. Would you say that Israel should stop the military occupation of the West Bank?
Yes.
Entirely.
They
should have no control of the borders of the West Bank, exports and imports, immigration at all.
Dooby, do you think?
Yeah, I think the pullout needs to be. I think let me answer for a moment, Kalinda. I think pullout. I think that the pullout needs to be responsible, but yes, I think that the occupation needs to end.
Okay.
I think we need to sit. I think we need to sit to the negotiation table as fast as possible to sort out a resolution that would end the military occupation and transfer authority over to Palestinian hands to have their own self-determination. I think even from a hawkish perspective, which I don't necessarily hold, I actually don't hold, but even from a hawkish perspective, like it'll be easier for Israel to have a casus belli there if they wanted to.
Right.
So I even from that hawkish perspective, I don't see it as a bad idea. But my belief and my conviction is that yes, there will be tensions, there will be war, and there might be tensions that don't lead to war, and it depends on the wills of the people, and it depends on how unbrain broken Israelis and Palestinians can become. And buddy, you're not helping.
No, I think you cling.
You're radicalizing.
I think you're already radicalized. You just don't want to accept that you're radicalized. I think
I'm anti-radicalizing.
I think the guy that was in here earlier is radicalized. I think that you guys are clinging to shit that's perpetuating the problem. Right?
Oh, we want the Palestinians to have self-determination, but the problem is that like
no, you don't.
Again, you're strong. Like I'm literally telling you my position, and then you go on and you strawman whatever position you want.
Dooby, you've already decided what the future holds if a two-state solution is established. You've already decided this is what's going to happen, and you're so dead set on this notion. You can't possibly honestly.
I don't think a two-state solution is going to happen.
No,
I think that's all pie in the sky.
Okay. I think that
but it's like a pie in the sky goal that is also not good because
I think it's more likely to happen than as unlikely as it is right now. I sure as fuck think it's more likely to happen than any sort of one state where the international community comes in and basically polices Gaza and the West Bank until we can
which is exactly what's happening right now. That is a current plan. that these outside groups come in and police the area, provide security for the area. That is currently what is happening. That's the plan that's in the works right now.
The plan that Trump has, which by the way, I'm not even sure if that plan is going to progress because I'm not convinced that Hamas will disarm. I don't know,
but that's way more realistic than what you're proposing, isn't it?
What, Trump's plan?
Hold on. The current thing that is being worked out right now, that is they're attempting to implement, is other nations coming in and providing security for this area.
I don't think that it said that other nations would provide security. I believe that the goal was that the Jordanian the Jordanian security forces would train Palestinians to provide security.
No, hold on. These other nations would provide security in the short term. Absolutely. What do you mean?
Yeah, but none of them are being.
That is part of the thing they're trying to do right now. They're trying to implement this right now.
Wait, which other nations would be? Also, by the way, I'm not even convinced. Like, I feel like as soon as like somebody gets killed by like any kind of like terrorism shit, then like that's not going to go over particularly well. That's why Hamas needs to be disarmed, which is the other problem.
Hold on, I think Hamas has already agreed to give up their weapons. Over time.
Yeah, you know what?
They've also agreed to give up their civil control.
No, they haven't. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yes, they have.
No, they've said we'll only do it in exchange for a Palestinian state.
Okay.
They've been all over the fucking place. I will believe it when I see it.
They've agreed to give up their weapons over time. They hold on. They've also agreed to
in exchange for something that Israel didn't agree to. Also, I don't think that they should even have any part. They need to fucking go. They're literally
Shouldn't you support Hamas's position on this?
What?
Shouldn't you want them to get a Palestinian state?
Yeah, I do want a Palestinian state, but I don't want it for the reasons that Hamas wants it. Hamas wants it.
Who cares about the reasons?
I don't think.
Like, what do the reasons matter? You should support Hamas's position, right? So if they give up the
Hamas. Hamas
if they get a Palestinian state, they give up. What do we mean leave? Where are they going to go?
I don't know. They need to fucking disband and get the fuck out. They're literally
get out where they're gonna live in the area. These people that were Hamas are gonna live in the area. They're gonna live in Gaza. That's just gonna happen.
The leadership.
Unless you're suggesting they expel all these people.
No,
right?
I'm not.
You're not just. We're not just talking about the leadership. The working file do not want to give up their fucking weapons because they don't trust Israel not to murder them all.
Yeah, but first of all, that's not the only reason why they don't want to give up their weapons. Can we not?
It's one of the reasons.
Do you actually think that, like, you recognize that Hamas's entire goal is to destroy Israel, and that what they actually want is a return to the status quo so they can build Gaza back up so that they can do October 7th again? They fucking said this.
Okay. No, but sure, I'm just going to accept that. However, they've given a path for them to disarm and disband, right? And give up all political and military control.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't believe them. They're not a reliable partner.
What do you mean? Hold on, but they've also agreed to work with the security forces that are coming in.
Yeah, so they're going to say anything so that they can. Yeah, because if they want to stay, they want to have.
So you're going to disagree with everything they say forever.
No,
so what's the point of So this thing, give us a Palestinian state in Gaza.
Hamas,
and we will
definitely
disarm.
Fuck them.
Right. So if they get this and they don't disarm, what happens? Given that they're working with the Jordanian, Egyptian, and Qatari security forces that are going to be there, if they don't give up their weapons and disarm, that gives plenty of reason for these groups that are going to be there for security reasons to help Israel disarm them.
Yeah, but the thing is that
why not just work with them toward getting a state?
Israel, because that Hamas is the kind of group that would want to keep doing terrorist attacks on Israel, and they would ruin the whole fucking.
These people are going to be there. Yeah, these people are going to be there. So if they disarm tomorrow and they give up all their guns and their bombs that they currently have, they might build fucking IEDs tomorrow, right? These people are going to be living in the area, and they just won't be called Hamas.
I understand that the rank and file are going to be living in the area or whatever, and there's definitely stuff that can be done about to try and de-radicalize those people. Like I said, it feels like you basically completely ignore.
Why not give them a state?
I think that the Palestinians should have a state. No,
Hamas or Palestinians?
Palestinians.
Hamas
or Palestinians?
Themselves. Palestinians. Hamas can go fuck themselves. Palestinians should have a state, yes. Hamas can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, Hamas are Palestinians, and they don't. It's not like they have no support among the Palestinians.
Not as much support in Gaza as they used to.
Okay, what do you think their support is right now? My understanding is that they still have majority support in Gaza.
Actually, I think it's more like half and half now. I don't think that, or like if it's a majority, it's a slim majority. They have way more support in the West Bank.
Okay, so the majority of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, right, support Hamas.
Yeah, yeah, they do because they feel like they don't have any alternative.
Okay, so given that they support this group, that you just refuse to work with, apparently.
Yes, of course I do, because they're fucking terrorists, and their goal is to destroy Israel, and they only want a Palestinian state so they can use that as a springboard to try to destroy Israel. They wouldn't be negotiating in good faith. They won't even give the fucking last hostage back.
Well, now you understand why he thinks that like the two-state solution is the inevitability that he says he is, right? Because he considers Hamas like the ruler of this said Palestinian state.
Hold on, Dooby, I agree. Fuck the current Israeli government. I don't think that they should be there either. They are both obstacles to peace.
So how do you do anything about the situation? So the Israeli government isn't negotiating in good faith, and many of these people also want to destroy the Palestinians and get them out of the area. And you're saying you won't work with Hamas, you won't negotiate with them, we shouldn't negotiate with the Israeli government? Like, how the fuck do you deal with this?
Nobody is going to negotiate. Nobody in the Israeli politician who would ever get elected is going to be able to negotiate with Hamas unless Hamas like does a huge change around and like basically renounces terrorism and says that they're okay with Israel and like recognizes Israel and like says that they're okay with like Israel continuing to exist, which they're never going to do unless Hamas like is completely changed from the inside, unless they like have like a fucking Arafat moment, you know. And I mean, like, yeah.
So given that these two groups cannot work together and refuse to negotiate in good faith,
they need new leaders.
Hold on. Well, that's not gonna. That can't just happen, right? That can't just happen, right? So Israel is not going to change anytime soon. My understanding is that
why do you think that Israel isn't going to change anytime soon? Israel can change in 4 years.
Hold on. When is okay? So what do you think is the likely outcome of the election? Do you think they're going to move further right or further left?
Could go either way.
Okay, I think it's moved further right.
You'll think that.
I think all the polling points to moving further right.
Of course, you'll think that all the polling that I believe that you saw is really. I don't believe that you saw a lot, and the sources that you would give, I would very much doubt. The pollings that I see here, the polling that I see here are very divisive, and it can go either way. It could go either more right. It could go either more left. What it won't probably do is stay the same.
Yeah, the thing that I think is really important is that like Israel needs new leadership, and you know what? Even if that new leadership is like fucking Naftali Bennett, who's not like not a fucking it's not like he's like a leftist dub or like he's no god damn it, what's his name? He's no Yitzhak Rabin, right? But at least he but like maybe he might actually be like
that was very good, Kalinda.
Thanks. Maybe his arm might be able to be twisted, you know, by like some other and I mean honestly, I don't even think this is going to happen until after Trump is no longer the American president. But like if a good Democrat gets in there, bare minimum we have years. Israelis
years of like what? So in the years between now and then, what do you think should happen? Because you won't negotiate with Hamas, you won't recognize them as a popular group among the Palestinians, you refuse to even pay attention to anything they say, right, and treat them with good faith. You claim that they're always in bad faith. The Israelis are operating in bad faith, clearly. So
clearly,
what do you? Hold on. Why do you
clearly?
Yes, clearly they're operating in bad faith.
I mean, I don't. Why do you, like, bro? Do you actually think that like why would anyone want to like negotiate with Hamas except for like to get hostages back or whatever? Like, I don't understand what your reasoning is for. I feel like you're giving them way too much credit. They're literally like a fucking terrorist group.
Why not? Wait, hold on. But
they don't give a fuck about Palestinians either. That's why not.
No, well, apparently the Palestinians apparently do think that they give a fuck about them.
Actually,
which is why they're so popular, right?
Not in Gaza. They're not. I mean, did you see those?
I think they're pretty popular in Gaza and the West Bank. No, the majority of Palestinians support Hamas and think Hamas gives a fuck about them.
Did you see those fucking protests? People in Gaza are like a lot of people in Gaza are starting
protests here in the U.S. People protest sometimes.
No, but
that's
the polling,
people protest in Israel.
The polling,
like, I don't know. That doesn't mean that everybody supports these protests.
The polling also bears it out that like the number of people in Gaza who support Hamas is considerably less than it was like before. Okay, it's not like I'm saying. I think it's like half and half now, or what have you. And the point that I'm trying to get at is that it definitely seems like. I mean, for fuck's sakes, dude, they were chanting things like Hamas are terrorists and Hamas gambled with our lives. Like, it seems like there's at least some recognition that Hamas doing October 7th massively fucked them over and has led to this current outcome where, like, they've all lost their homes and shit because Israel came back insanely disproportionately. Also, I believe there's other polling that shows that that most Gazans wanted to continue the ceasefire that Hamas broke when they attacked Israel on October 7th. So it's not like they wanted this to happen necessarily. Like I just, maybe you can say that, like, yeah, I don't even know if Palestinians necessarily agree that like Hamas like gives a fuck about them, but they do know that they hate Israel and they perceive Hamas as like doing something about that because they're frustrated and like they just don't have anyone. Like, do you think Hamas gives a fuck about Palestinians, Dooby?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you explain to me why they co-locate in civilian areas and tell their civilians not to flee?
Same reason Israelis do. Like the IDF co-locates in civilian areas.
No.
Yeah, they do.
Are you going to cite that fucking military building that's in Tel Aviv? Because that's not the same thing as what I'm talking about. The IDF doesn't operate out of hospitals or schools or any of that.
Where are the Iron Dome missile sites?
They don't have
like the interceptor sites. Are they like right by apartment buildings in many cases?
Yeah, so that they can shoot down shit that's shot at those buildings.
Okay. Okay. There's a good reason for them to be right by an apartment building.
Aren't offensive weapons.
Israel has military tunnels under civilian areas that they use.
What?
Israel, yeah, it's true. There's a tunnel going from it. Was it the Ichov or Urchov Hospital to their was it the oh fuck, it's on the top of my head. It's like the equivalent of their like little Pentagon.
Okay, Dooby. I'm going to ask you a question right now. Why didn't Hamas build any bomb shelters for their civilians?
Do you think Israel wouldn't have bombed those shelters?
That doesn't. No, you're not answering the question. Why didn't Hamas build bomb shelters for their civilians, or why didn't they let them into the tunnels when Israel started bombing? Why don't they have an air raid system like Ukraine does? Why didn't they do any of this shit?
Again, do you think Israel wouldn't have bombed those bomb shelters if Hamas claimed these were civilian bomb shelters, and you wouldn't have supported that, claiming that, hey, well, Hamas is saying that they're civilian bomb shelters, but actually Hamas is in there?
You're not.
So like it doesn't actually make a difference, does it?
Yeah, it does make a difference.
It does.
And I think they know it doesn't make a difference. I think that they know Israel would still bomb these bomb shelters.
No, it does make a difference.
The difference would be made if Hamas would have used those bomb shelters as a staging ground, which if they wouldn't, then no, they wouldn't have been revoked by their status as a place of humanitarian.
If Israel bombed,
but Israel bombed plenty of buildings that were not used as staging grounds.
If you want to talk about the shitty humanitarian situation there that Israel caused,
I'm talking about Israel intentionally bombing civilian infrastructure that was not being used for military purposes.
Okay.
Like Israel did do these things, currently still does this.
Yeah, but
so I don't know why you think that they wouldn't have bombed these bomb shelters and claim that Hamas could use this for military purposes. We need to take this out.
How often would you say that they do that? And where does this claim that comes from? Is it from the fucking Amnesty report where they went on the ground and interviewed people who said there were no Hamas at X?
No, it's from Israel's own reporting. It's from Israel's own reporting. They call them power targets. They intentionally targeted apartment buildings and other civilian infrastructure to put pressure on the population, to put pressure on Hamas.
Are you talking about the fucking Darhiya doctrine? The Darhiya doctrine?
Nope.
Okay, because that's what that sounds like, and I don't know if there was any evidence that Israel was actually doing that.
I think there's like a 972 mag article that goes into this. There's also like CNN articles and BBC articles that go into this. But Israel intentionally bombing civilian infrastructure to put pressure on Hamas.
Oh, hey, it's Epic Fail. He's here. Probably. Actually, wait, hold on. Well, no, he could speak on this as well, too. Sorry, Epic. We can go back to the US.
Yeah, maybe he bombed some of the structures himself.
You guys got into So actually, everything Dooby's saying right now is right. The power targets are a real thing. They did in the first 2 months of the war target. We know this for fact.
Did they
certain civilian infrastructure, which is a war crime, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. I accept that Israel has committed. Like, I never said otherwise. I just don't think that that's like. But like, I feel like saying that is enough.
But also, I just the other thing I just wanted to say. I don't know if Dooby, you understand like co-location of military infrastructure when you talk about like a battery for the Iron Dome. you'd expect like any urban air defense, you'd have like if America went to war, you'd have like MIM 103 Patriot batteries next to apartment buildings too, just because that's how air defense works. Like you need to distribute launchers over the area you're defending, and you need to have like a certain amount of cells per square mile, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, I'm not even
co-location
opposed
is
to
the
this,
specific process. Well, I'm just saying like co-location when we're talking about that. That's not like it happens to be in an urban area. That's like something being done with the intent to disguise as civilian, and that's not something Israel. Look, Israel's guilty of a lot of war crimes. I support an arms embargo on Israel, but that isn't one that's been substantiated. Is all.
Also, Hamas dresses up in civilian clothing too, I believe. I think that one's been substantiated.
Yeah, but Israel does that too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Israel has done that too.
I mean,
I think they pretended to be like hospital workers.
Oh yeah,
on
for
video.
like special forces operations, sure.
They did
And also
do that,
like
yeah.
ambulance workers.
Yeah, they've
Yeah,
done
they
that
also
for-
did that.
Yeah, for special forces operations. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
By the
a-
way, the U.S. did that in Afghanistan. Just so you know, the SEAL
Yeah.
teams did that shit too. Which, in most cases, that violates customary law.
Yeah.
Again, Israel committed a ton of war crimes. I don't think we should be arming Israel personally. That's my position as an American. I actually think Dooby, in some ways, is reasonable here. I think in other ways, he's fucking crazy. But yeah, the power targets thing—that's a real thing. Just so you know,
Yeah, and to
there's
be clear, like,
reporting
I'm
in the
not-
Times of Israel on that too, when they get into it.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not saying Israel's that only does this, or Hamas doesn't also co-locate in civilian areas or address civilians or journalists or ambulance workers. I'm just saying Israel has been demonstrated to do the same thing and also use civilian shields.
Yeah, but that's-
repeatedly.
Not in the same
on.
way at all.
Hold on, Israel.
There's a huge
Israel
there is a
Israel's
huge difference.
used civilian shields or human
Wait,
shields in
sorry,
exactly the
I
way
didn't-
Hamas does. I think even
I
more
didn't-
explicitly
Wait,
than
wait,
Hamas
wait.
does.
I didn't
What are you?
s-
So, like,
fuck are you talking
I didn't
about?
say that Hamas used
Mosquito
human
protocol.
shields, Dooby. I said that they
The what?
co-locate in civilian areas.
Mosquito
Which protocol? Wait,
Mosquito
which protocol?
The mosquito
He's
protocol.
mosquito protocol.
Oh my God.
Insomniac. I think he's talking about are you talking about like a long time ago when Israel would force Palestinians?
No, I'm talking about currently, like
Oh,
last few months. Yeah.
Okay. Are you talking about okay, because a while ago there was shit that they did where I think that they would make Palestinians go into booby-trapped homes or whatever in order to see if there was a booby trap there instead of their own guys going in. I think that was something that they used to do. I believe the
no, they still do
Supreme
this.
Court ruled against them, or they're not supposed to do it, because I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that said they're not supposed to do this shit
Yep.
anymore, but I guess they still do it. Yeah,
Yeah, and
There-
after
the problem is
after
they'll-
the Supreme Court ruled that the IDF appealed, right? So they really wanted to continue doing this, but I think in like late 2025, right, like late last year, there are multiple stories, multiple whistleblowers that said that they did this often, right? That they were getting
Okay,
Palestinian
I understand,
and have them
but-
go into a building and
Hold
check it
on.
for bombs or even
So
strap them
what's
in the fucking
happening
car.
here is this is like the thing with how this is the problem with the IDF. What keeps happening is the courts and the civilian government say this is illegal, you can't do this, and then the army just keeps doing it. And this is happening in a lot of areas. And it's a problem. And the problem is the current administration in Israel with Netanyahu is just he's not going after war criminals, so they're being emboldened to do whatever the fuck they want. That is happening.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think that's
yes.
I think that's, but like, although again, like, I still don't think that that's on the same level as like Hamas basically not building bomb shelters for their civilians and just not
There is
giving a
there is
fuck.
also a big movement. There is also
not
a big
building,
movement in Israel. There is a big movement in Israel that calls to like come to justice with all those people when the war ends, because government also changes, because just
Also-
because we like this is not the standard that we aspire to be as a country.
Yeah. And I'd be careful about the not doing bomb shelters argument, just because like the better argument is the co-location. Like a lot of civilians are dying in Gaza because of Hamas co-locating their infrastructure with civilian stuff.
Okay,
The bomb shelter thing, I think it's just kind of weird. Like we didn't say when we firebombed Tokyo, like why didn't you build bomb shelters? And at least to me, that just feels. a bit
wait,
weird.
yeah, well, yeah, but that was a while ago. Wait,
The argument,
wait, there were
I
no
believe the
bomb
argument in
shelters in
Gaza comes from the
Tokyo?
dissonance.
Well, not really. Like part of the reason like so many civilians died at Tokyo and Dresden is these are two cities where there weren't like there weren't fire brigades ready to fight fires, there weren't bomb shelters
Also,
and fire shelters ready for people to.
all the buildings
So like it'd
were
be
made of
weird for
wood
me
in
as an
Tokyo, yeah.
American to argue like so many civilians are dead in
Epic.
Dresden and that's their fault for not.
Oh,
I'm
well,
just saying
yeah,
I'd use a
although that's-
different. I'd instead look at like Hamas is acting in a way that their objective is to maximize the civilian deaths.
They have
That's
said
like how they're
this.
fighting the war. Yeah, that's part of
Yeah.
their doctrine. That's how they view conflict. They know they're not stupid, right? It's completely logical. They understand that like in the kinetic battle space, they're always going to lose the IDF. The IDF has more wealth, more resources, more technology to leverage. But they also understand that like losses are asymmetric. If you kill an Israeli, it hurts the Israeli political system a lot more than a dead civilian in Gaza does. And if anything, dead civilians in Gaza cause international pressure on Israel. Like this is how they think about conflict. It comes from hybrid war theory, which comes from the Soviet Union. This is how Putin thinks about conflict too, and part of like his calculations in Ukraine.
I think they're essentially like baiting
yeah.
Israel to behave like barbarians, and Israel's been falling for that trap like repeatedly the last few years.
I mean, yeah, like okay, but like you can kind of say that, but at the same time, like I mean, I don't know, like Epic, like is there a better way that Israel could be fighting the war in order to avoid that? Like it's obviously incredibly difficult to deal with that.
So
kind
this
of
is a
shit,
part
right?
where like the answer is thoroughly unsatisfying, but the reality is like a Western military, like a NATO style force, hasn't actually done this kind of fighting in like so long. Like the last time the US went into an urban environment with like tunnels and shit and an insurgent like embedded force with the civilian population was Manila in 1945. And 400,000 civilians died and 40,000 enemy combatants died. So that was 10 civilians for every combatant. But that was 1945, so it's really hard because war has evolved a lot, the technology has evolved a lot. Like you should be able to do things much cleaner, and we don't have many modern examples. So it like the reality is like what Israel is doing could be just the norm of urban conflict in this kind of battle space, like that you'd see repeated elsewhere, or it could be a grave like break from that norm, and we just don't have much of a sample size to look at.
Wait, Epic, can you maybe you have a different perspective on this, or maybe you can come up with an explanation?
Yeah.
So, have you heard of the Where's Daddy program, or the Where's Daddy? I don't know if it's called protocol, but the
Isn't that
Where's
just a
Daddy
war
is what it's called.
crime?
Well, that I think it is, but apparently,
yeah,
it was
my
common
understanding
practice.
is they wait till the combatant is home,
Yeah.
before they strike them.
Yeah.
It sounds likely like a war crime. To be honest, the thing with war crime is there's so much intentionality behind it, and I don't know much. Like, I could imagine a crazy scenario where they're like, okay, actually, we want to do this because otherwise he's out in a marketplace with even more civilians around, and this is a reduction in collateral risk. That could be, in theory, maybe the case, but it sounds on the face of it like likely something that is criminal.
Many of these bombings were the home was an apartment building.
I'm
right?
also
So like,
I'm curious how many are like how high up in Hamas these guys were, because I'm assuming. Although Epic, you're gonna yell at me and you're
Well,
gonna
that's
say
irrelevant. Yeah, this is
not
the
what
problem with proportionality.
assessments mean.
So yeah, people think about proportionality like it's like what rank, like a general's worth more civilian lives than a private. First of all, the goal is minimal civilian casualties. You will always pick the option that creates the least collateral risk. And the second goal is pursuing your objective. And objectives can be abstract, right? It's more complicated than like we're going to kill the leadership from the highest ranking general first to the lowest ranking private last, and that's the order of value. There could be a private who's 18 years old, who's 6 months out of basic, who happens to be manning a machine gun nest that's overseeing a major corridor that your operation needs that objective to advance through quickly, or else the whole plan falls apart and the war can be lost, right? And in that abstract sense, the proportional value of destroying that one 18-year-old private could be way higher than killing a general who's on leave, right? So what's happening is people are looking at this like, oh, well, they killed a staff sergeant and 8 civilians died, so this is or isn't a war crime. But to be honest, I'd need to like know like what was his specific function, what was going on, what were the other options that the decision makers in Israel had on the table. It's hard. Like I don't have that information.
There was reporting early on, if I remember correctly, that one of the major reasons there was so much more civilian death was because Israel's like internally they increased their tolerance for civilian death, right? So I think they it was like 20 for like one low-level militant, like up to 20 for one low-level militant, and like up to like 100 or more for somebody who was like high ranking, which is far more than they tolerated previously. Right. And when they have a program like War Zaddy and they're bombing people specifically when they're at home in apartment buildings, you're going to have way more civilian death.
Yeah. For sure. And their tolerance is higher than the baseline NATO standard, like that countries in NATO accept. Like objectively, it's just way higher for civilian risk.
Yeah, that's, but there's so much shit that
but
we don't know.
But I also point out NATO's standards are way tighter than customary law requires. So like, we think about war as in how we want to fight war as liberal democracies in the West, but international law is actually like very far from that concept. There's a lot of things that in the West we are disgusted by that are actually like legal means of warfare. So I guess, are we talking like what do we want ethically or what's legal is important? Because I've been talking about the law so far. Like ethically, I think Israel has no excuse for the way they're behaving. But as far as the law goes, it's actually really complicated.
I need to run off for a bit. My wife needs my help. I might be able to hop on, but I'll be listening either way.
Oh, so, okay.
Good talking to you guys. I might be around later.
Okay, sure thing. See you later, Dooby.
See ya.